Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 621 Summoning the Holy Ancestor. Woo. When the bloody lightning pierced the sky, along with the rain of blood and gusts of wind, the corpses of gods and demons gradually disappeared. The forbidden area of the primordial battlefield is mysterious and unfathomable. The sights I saw made people startled and frightened. I have seen 99 heavy stone steps and several huge sky monuments. Will I see other holy objects? Just when everyone was restless, the sky was torn apart by lightning again, and a large oracle bone diagram flashed past, engraved with complicated and mysterious patterns, leaving a white glow in the sky. Oracle bone diagram. The combined oracle bone map actually looks like this. It is the sacred bone piece in the chaotic earth heavenly palace. Xiao Chen finally became convinced that the oracle bone map that was lost in the world of death and divided into many fragments was a treasure from the chaotic land of the past, and it was the mother body that gave birth to the divine map. When these bone fragments were put together, they were very similar to the complete sacred bone seen in the huge palace. The master of Tiangong in the past collected all the oracle bone maps, walked into the deepest part of the world of death, and once saw the future. If we collect them all, is there such an opportunity? What kind of place is this deep place in the forbidden area? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen and the others all showed surprise. This ancient forbidden land is really unpredictable and possesses unimaginable mysteries. But after coming here, relying on their strength, if they want to move forward, it is already a bit difficult. In the end, everyone except Xiao Chen entered KK's lost paradise, while Xiao Chen had a divine map on his head, an ancient scroll on his body, and a footstep on the royal city. The three-sided sky monument and paradise lost lay beside him, condensing the charm of the avenue, fully armed, and striding forward. Many treasures are added to the body. If there is still danger, then it can only be said that this is a desperate place and can only retreat. Woo! The gloomy wind howled across the icy battlefield of death, blood rained in the sky, and the clouds were gloomy. The more he walked in, the greater the pressure. Every time Xiao Chen took a step, he left a deep footprint on the ground, and he could clearly see those marks along the way. Even the ground shook because of this, and many large cracks spread to the distance. The ancestor god powerhouses at the peak of the Juchongtian are like this in this forbidden area. If it is an ordinary powerhouse, it is conceivable that it is impossible to go deep. Click. The blood-colored lightning on the sky finally began to attack him, endlessly chopping down. Om, Lo, Ah, Ho, Mu, Da. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not immediately sacrifice all kinds of treasures to stop him, but drank the original octave in his mouth. In this dangerous environment, he did not forget to temper his combat skills. He has already mastered the 8-tone method, but he still needs to make a breakthrough after all. The peak state of Juchongtian can no longer be satisfied, and this moment is an opportunity. Thunder and lightning flashed, blood spattered, the sky and the earth were vast, very dazzling, the deafening thunder sound and the 8 tones rang together, the bloody lightning and the original power confronted each other, constantly fighting for the front. Surrounding Xiao Chen, it can be said that there is endless blood, and the lightning has already drowned him. He seemed to be wearing a thick blood-colored armor, but this armor was so bloody that it connected to the sky. Accepting the baptism of 10,000 blood and thunder, only Xiao Chen in the 9th heaven dared to do so. He drank the original octave over and over again, refined the endless thunder, absorbed the pure essence of heaven and earth, and tempered his body. Even if there is no breakthrough in the realm, you can still feel that the flesh shell of the ancestor god is getting stronger. But this is a very dangerous thing, because the blood-colored lightning in the primordial forbidden land is by no means comparable to the ordinary thunderbolt. It is a killing light that can also harm the strong. Already traveling for hundreds of miles, Xiao Chen's speed is getting slower and slower, and the front is like a huge beast that can shatter all worlds, sleeping, and the aura it emits makes it difficult to approach. It is impossible to fly deep into this area, and he can only advance on foot. The pressure is getting heavier and heavier. Every time Xiao Chen takes a step, he has to sink to his knees into the cold and hard ground. It's like carrying a million mountains on your back and bearing unimaginable huge pressure, and this is not limited to the physical body, even the spiritual consciousness is the same, as if there is a huge spiritual rock suppressing the heart. Not long after, Xiao Chen once again saw a few celestial monuments passing across the sky. Although he knew that they were probably not real shadows, he was still affected. He couldn't help using the four great Sanshou, Beidou function and other celestial monument mysterious methods to resist the increasing pressure. In the end, he even took out the real steel and hugged it in his arms, wanting to summon the huge shadow of the steel in the sky from time to time. The ancestor of the ancient times, the great prophet, please heed the call of your descendants and come to this world again. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly heard such a faint prayer, and his heart was shaken. In this forbidden area of the ancient battlefield, why is there such an evil voice? Although it was very vague and inaudible in the huge thunder, Xiao Chen believed that it was definitely not an illusion, he really heard it. At the same time, Xiao Chen's time was flourishing, and several treasures were activated, and the pressure on his body was reduced a lot. He walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Across the world, the ancestor who is invincible through the ages, your descendants have found this place by accident, found the indelible traces you left behind, and summoned you back with blood. Like a spell, the voice became clearer and clearer. The mental fluctuation passed through the barrier of the mysterious power in the forbidden area, and echoed in the dark sky, even the lightning and thunder could not drown it. After traveling for more than 50 miles, Xiao Chen finally knew who it was, and he could already clearly perceive everything here. You look down on the heavens and the world, the invincible ancestor in your life, your most pious descendants are willing to dedicate their souls and call you back. The curse-like voice became louder and louder, and the oath became more and more solemn. The demonic power was surging, making people feel palpitations. Meng Degang, the king of the ages. Xiao Chen stood in the distance, blood rained down, he was as motionless as a demon god. He had already suppressed all his breath, staring at the hazy sky 30 miles away, where mysterious fluctuations surged from time to time. At this time, Chapelang and the others were surprised to learn that Meng Degang was ahead from Xiao Chen. But they are not worried about being exposed, because the lost paradise controlled by Kiki can isolate everything outside. Meng Degang has also come here, and he is summoning the ancestor of another world. Could it be said that he is a peerless figure who fell on the ancient battlefield hundreds of millions of years ago? If this is the case, it will be very dangerous, and those unrivaled heroes who participated in the First World War must not be resurrected, otherwise it will be an unimaginable disaster. Xiao Chen was like a ghost moving quietly under the rainy night, silently, letting the bloody lightning dance around, his eyes were full of endless cold-killing intent. 10 miles away from Meng Degang, the first king of the ages, Xiao Chen climbed a hill and stared at everything in front of him. It's not just Meng Degang alone, but also the real wood female saint, who is known as the invincible woman under the first ancestor. The two strong men are extremely devout, kneeling on the ground and praying constantly. In front of them, there was a dilapidated ancient city, which looked extremely gloomy and terrifying amidst lightning, thunder, and blood rain. Phantoms of endless corpses of gods and demons emerged from time to time, falling towards the dilapidated ancient city. The blood rain gathered on the ground and formed a river, constantly raging in that area. The two powerful men remained motionless, and shadows lingered around them. Lord Holy Ancestor, according to the indestructible mark you left behind, we have found an ancient magic city, set up this ancient summoning formation, and waited for your arrival. The voices of these two powerful men are really creepy. Use our blood and soul power to activate the formation and awaken you back. At this moment, Meng Degang, the king of the ages, and the real wood female saint, cut their wrists, and the blood of the stone man continued to flow, and gathered along the bloody water on the ground towards the dilapidated ancient city in front of them. At this moment, in the dilapidated ancient city, an ancient altar slowly rose up, with densely packed characters engraved on it, and suddenly the light shone brightly, and blood rushed towards it from the ancient city. After being soaked in the stone man's blood, the densely packed words on the altar shone brighter, as if they were alive, and they were all trembling. Yeah, stop them quickly. Kiki reminded Xiao Chen with a faint wave of spiritual consciousness in Paradise Lost. It's okay, wait and see. Xiao Chen responded like this, and he was a little bit guilty in his heart. All this seemed unbelievable in front of him. These two powerful men are so mobilizing, can they really revive the so-called ancestor? Boom! The entire dilapidated primordial demon city was on fire, and it was extraordinarily dazzling under the dark sky. The endless fire was blazing, and the rain of blood was constantly being evaporated, emitting a pungent bloody smell. The magic city is burning with divine power, all rushing towards the altar suspended in the air, providing it with vast divine power. The altar became more and more gorgeous, and all the densely packed words on it flew out, arranged very regularly in all directions, each crystal clear, extremely mysterious, and the power of magic was shaking. "What are those writing?" Kiki asked childishly. "I'm watching." Xiao Chen entered the heaven twice, and the biggest gain is that he learned many kinds of ancient languages. It was originally prepared to learn the mysterious method on the 7th celestial tablet, but he never wanted to use it here. It was the universal scriptures of the heavens and myriad worlds hundreds of millions of years ago. Based on what Xiao Chen had learned, he still couldn't decipher all of them, and only understood a small part of them. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and the words on the altar mentioned a place, which seemed to be the world guided by the Zulongbi map. It's scary. The so-called holy ancestor doesn't seem to be dead, and some people are sealed in the world pointed by the ancestral dragon skin map. After they get something, they can't set foot on the way back. Xiao Chen only roughly understood this part of the information, and there are more ancient scriptures behind, but he didn't know it at all. This altar was sent back by someone with supreme magic power. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone in the Lost Paradise looked at each other in dismay. On the Zulongbi map, the sacred objects of the heavens and the world were used as a guide, pointing to an unknown mysterious area. Could it be that all this is not a lie? Does such a place really exist? And what is the connection between this ancient forbidden land and that place? We will create history and rewrite the pattern of the heavens and the world. At this moment, Meng Degang, the first king of the ages, and the real wood female saint were almost fanatical, knelt on the ground, prayed devoutly, sacrificed part of their soul power, and surged towards the altar hanging in the sky. The burning primordial demon city and the two powerful men who dedicated their soul power all erupted with monstrous divine light, and endless fire was still around, and even the bloody lightning and blood rain in the sky were hard to get close to this place. At this moment, the radiant altar illuminated the dark primordial forbidden land, and a faintly visible portal appeared above it. A majestic voice came out. "It has been hundreds of millions of years, and I have finally hoped that a ray of my avatar will come to this world. If I find the sacred objects of the heavens and the world, I will fight back. Welcome to the coming of the holy ancestor." The eternal King Meng Degang and the real wood female sage shouted. "Where did you come from? Where are you going?" At this moment, a loud shout interrupted everything in front of him. Xiao Chen has already sacrificed the real steel of the sky, towering into the clouds, majestic like a mountain, shaking the ancient forbidden land, and smashing towards the most critical thing in front of him, the altar. Chapter 622, Wordless Sky Monument. The huge celestial monument smashed over like a big mountain, bloody lightning danced in the ancient forbidden land, blood rained, and countless corpses of gods and demons fell. Boom! The portal on the sky was smashed down, and it was about to disappear. There was an earth-shattering roar from inside. At this moment, a giant black claw, the size of a mountain, protruded ferociously, and headed towards the Tianbei. At the same time, the altar below is shining brightly, and the various mysterious characters arranged around it are like stars shining, while resisting the monument. Boom! The giant black claws are like the devil's world-destroying claws. The whole body is jet black, covered with fine scales, with a gloomy light, containing unimaginable divine power. When it collided with the huge sky tablet that fell down from the sky, there was a clanging sound and sparks shot out. It grabbed the Tianbei. This is an extremely scary picture. The monument is so vast and its divine power is boundless, but to suppress the primordial demon city, it is really frightening to be caught by someone at this moment. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. At this moment, he felt an unimaginable terrifying aura, which was completely emanating from the giant black claw on the sky. Was the ancestor of the alien world a ferocious beast? Such a black devil's claw is really palpitating, his power is too powerful and terrifying. You again, Meng Degang, the first king of the ages, was furious. His god city was forcibly demolished not long ago, and an arm was broken by Xiao Chen, which has not yet recovered. Seeing Xiao Chen again, even though his eyes had been petrified, they were now blood red. The real wood female saint also gritted her teeth. Her ancient giant city was also destroyed by Xiao Chen, and her 4 battle swords were taken away. It was a great shame for her and other invincible characters. But they all resisted the impulse in the end. The most important thing at this moment is to help the ancestor descend, and blast the huge monument with all their strength to prevent it from suppressing it. Boom! The sky was shattered, and the monument was shaking violently. Clang clang clang! Sparks splashed, and the huge claw in the sky left a series of terrifying sparks on the monument. After Xiao Chen sacrificed the Tianbei, all his strength was drained and he collapsed on the ground, but with KK and the 3 skeletons beside him, there was no need to worry. The little beast hurriedly took him into the lost paradise. King Qin Guang quickly infused him with divine power. Shintu trembled for a while, soared into the sky, and slashed towards the huge claw. There was a clanging sound from time to time in the sky, and the giant claw grabbed the sky tablet to block Shintu. This huge monster is really frightening, grabbing the Tianbei and dancing. This is beyond everyone's imagination. Even this ancient forbidden land rioted, as if it had collapsed. How could this happen? Xiao Chen felt cold in his heart, and his heart kept sinking. Could it be that that person is stronger than Lu Zan and other ancestors from other worlds? Crash! At this moment, he took out the ancient scroll again, and went directly towards the altar. He believed that as long as the stone platform was destroyed, the portal in the sky would naturally be closed. Boom! But at this moment, in the portal of nothingness, the huge claw covered with thin black scales protruded a large part again. It was obvious that he was also panicked, and tried his best to enter this world. Grabbing the huge sky tablet and dancing back and forth, while blocking the formation, it is also blocking the ancient scroll to prevent it from approaching the altar. It's really not as overwhelming as the sky monument I saw before. Kiki whispered, is it because the sky mark was pulled out? Xiao Chen was awakened by the little guy's words. The so-called authorities are obsessed with such a simple reason, but it was ignored at this critical moment. In the sky, a more majestic aura emanated from the huge portal, and the endless killing intent made everyone feel as if they were falling into an abyss, as if they were entering hell. The entire giant claw came out, and half of the phantom was about to step out of the door. The terrifying aura was overwhelming, making people feel suffocated. Sitting cross-legged in Paradise Lost, Xiao Chen quickly sacrificed the third sky mark, not to kill the devil's claws, but to make it sink into the sky monument at a high speed. Boom! When the sky mark returned to the body, the sky tablet suddenly became imposing, as if it had life, and the huge black claw burst open with a loud bang. Black scales flew, blood spattered, and the giant black claw was severely injured. At the same time, Shentu whirled and slashed downward. The ancient scroll was misty, covering the altar below, rumbling. No! An unwilling and angry roar came from the huge portal in the sky, like thousands of thunderclaps reverberating. The King of the Ages, Meng Degang, and the real wood female saint were furious, but they couldn't stop them. Not long ago, they were seriously injured, and today they donated their blood and souls. They couldn't show their peak combat power, and couldn't stop everything in front of them. The altar, which was blooming with light and densely packed with words, was cracking rapidly after being covered by the ancient scroll. At the same time, the huge portal in the sky gradually faded and was about to disappear, and under the pressure of the sky tablet and the divine map, the huge black claw was dripping with blood, and seemed to be shattered, and he flinched helplessly. When, with the last loud noise, the giant black claws shook the monument hard, and it burst open immediately, and the flesh and blood rushed back into the giant gate crazily. The huge celestial monument fell down, as if the sky was turned upside down, and the whole world was turned upside down. Click click. The mysterious altar was shattered, and all the words that appeared in form collapsed and disappeared invisible. The flames of the burning primordial demon city below were also extinguished, shattered into a mess. When the last ray of divine light on the scene disappeared and the sky darkened, it indicated that the summoning of the ancestor failed. But at this moment, Xiao Chen and others felt creepy, as if the end was approaching, and KK screamed in alarm, wanting to close Paradise Lost. But it was too late. A black light came through the sky in an instant, and it did not lose its divine power in Paradise Lost, sweeping and killing everyone. Boom! The Stone Man King puppet took a step forward, God of War domain covered the front, and he blasted out with a domineering punch. When, there was an earth-shattering loud noise, and the entire lost paradise was undulating, as if a tsunami and an earthquake had occurred. A jet-black nail with a length of several meters, shining fiercely, was knocked to the ground by the puppet of the Stone Man King, and stuck in the ground. Sen Ran's nails condensed the terrifying divine power of the Holy Ancestor, and it was a shocking blow before retreating, trying to destroy Xiao Chen and others. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was well prepared. Facing such evil ancient ancestors, he didn't send out the puppet of the Stone Man King, but stayed by the side, otherwise it would be really dangerous. Although Meng Degang and Zhenmu Nusheng escaped from the Tianbei and were not injured, their anger was raging like a vast sea, and their success was on the verge of failure. They were extremely unwilling. I'm going to kill you. They rushed over quickly, launched the most violent attack on the lost paradise, driving the monstrous divine light to sweep, but at this moment, the ancient forbidden land suddenly became extremely cold. A black rage roared from the deepest part, and when it encountered any tangible substance, it melted completely, and the few hills in front of it silently disappeared into nothingness. It can be clearly seen that all this originated from the stone tablet not far away, and a huge black vortex appeared around it, and the mysterious frenzy was summoned by it. The celestial monument deep in the ancient forbidden land resonated with this celestial monument. Xiao Chen showed surprise. There's no real fighting here, let's go. Qiangu Yiwang yelled, and the real wood female saint suppressed his anger, rushed to the outside of the ancient battlefield, and fled without looking back. Xiao Chen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, otherwise it would have been a fierce battle, and a huge turmoil was resolved so calmly. KK had already sealed the lost paradise, letting the black tide rage outside, but the inside was calm and calm. Xiao Chen quietly recovered her divine power, and opened her eyes after a long time. I didn't expect to solve the trouble so easily. Everyone sighed. When Paradise Lost was opened again, everything returned to its original state, the black frenzy disappeared, and the mysterious power of unknown substance returned to the deepest part. It's really strange that the battlefield in the past can't be fought today. They found the Tianbei in the ruins ahead, and it had become 1 meter high. Xiao Chen took it back carefully. Afterwards, the broken magic city and the nearly shattered altar were smelted and put away. After some discussion, everyone decided to move on, but they were ready to retreat at any time. After another 500 miles, Xiao Chen felt that it was difficult to get a foothold. The strong resistance made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp, and the bloody lightning in the sky became more and more powerful, shaking him numb all over. I'm about to approach the forbidden area, I really don't want to stop here. Although the divine map, ancient scrolls, sky marks, etc. are floating beside, Xiao Chen dare not concentrate too much divine power, for fear of attracting a mysterious frenzy like the sky monument. Try it, maybe it's not as scary as we thought. In the end, he carried the Tianbei forward and turned all the war treasures into operation. The black frenzy approached silently, but it did not engulf them, it just swayed around it. Fortunately, there are these few war treasures, otherwise it would be impossible to move forward. Xiao Chen and the others felt relieved. After traveling for more than 300 miles, I saw a huge sky monument standing in front of me from a distance, which was much taller than the surrounding mountains. This celestial monument is very special, KK muttered. That's right, it's very different from what I've seen before, the King of Reincarnation said in such a bewildered manner. This is the 8th celestial monument. Xiao Chen stared at the huge monument that towered into the sky, carefully sizing it up. Around the Tianbei, there was thunder and lightning, and there were endless corpses of gods and demons. There are no words on it, nor any patterns. Little stubborn dragon was a little surprised. Yes, it's a wordless stele. Xiao Chen looked at it for a long time, and had to accept this reality, and there was no profound method he expected. Although this stele has no words or pictures, it is more imposing than the stele in front of it. Xiao Chen didn't force his way, but walked around it. Let me see what is at the end of the ancient forbidden land. At this moment, everyone is looking forward to it and wants to know what kind of scene is in the deepest part of this dead world. Chapter 623 The End of the World of Death. The wordless stele, as big as a mountain, soared into the sky, surrounded by bloody lightning, endless corpses of gods and demons, falling continuously. This is a real forbidden area, no one can approach it. Xiao Chen and the others moved forward with difficulty, and finally bypassed the forbidden area and came to the deepest part of the world of death. Thunder roared in the rear, and lightning danced wildly, but after bypassing the Tianbei and entering this mysterious place, the world seemed to have lost its sound, and everything just disappeared. This is a desolate gobi, with no end in sight. It was extremely quiet, and the contrast with the previous one was too great. Black whirlpools emerged from time to time in the great gobi, rising and falling. In a trance, I dared to see the world after destruction, looming in those whirlpools. Hiss! Everyone gasped, is this a hallucination or something that happened in the past? Don't touch those vortexes. Xiao Chen felt the danger, the black vortex that surrendered from time to time seemed to swallow the whole world, which made him feel a burst of horror. Xiao Chen walked forward slowly, carefully avoiding the black vortexes one by one, while KK opened the lost paradise again and took everyone in. What is that? Just ahead, in the depths of the Great Gobi, there are illusory worlds, independent of each other, appearing and disappearing from time to time. One grain of sand is one world, one grass is one heaven. Is this the epitome of the real world? Those illusory worlds are like bright lights, flickering with soft light. It seems to be just a ball of light, but it really reflects various scenes of the world. What's going on here? The king of reincarnation in Paradise Lost felt puzzled. That's the projection of the big world. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded, which surprised everyone. In this dead world, a voice suddenly appeared, which seemed very strange. Everyone looked around, but found nothing. You mean it's a projection of the real world? Xiao Chen asked, wanting to talk to that voice. The old voice did not evade, and continued to respond. Not exactly, it is the projection of the world that is about to be destroyed. You can understand it as the reflection of the world. In this way, those black vortexes we saw just now are the projection of the world after complete destruction. At this moment, KK made such a soft and tender voice. Very smart little guy, I thought of it right away. The old voice confirmed KK's guess. Everyone gasped. Those black whirlpools contained phantoms of worlds that actually existed. Doesn't it mean that many worlds have been destroyed? There are no undead, and there is no immortal world. Everything in the world, every plant and every tree, has an end. There are no exceptions, and there is no way to escape. The old voice said all this calmly. Who are you? Little stubborn dragon asked. I am also one of the plants and trees in the world, and my life is about to come to an end. Can we meet Senior? Qin Guang Wang Gong asked. Why not? I'm sure you will see me soon. After that, the voice fell silent and said nothing more. The dead world used to be the center of the heavens and worlds. It is not surprising that there are projections of the dead world in the deepest part. Xiao Chen and the others continued to move forward cautiously. Just ahead, the desolate Gobi finally burst into life, and a touch of greenery appeared on the horizon. This is a ruined divine garden, where many sacred trees are planted, and many branches are bearing fruit. It can be clearly seen that in the dilapidated God Garden, there are many huge old trees, which have been dead for endless years, and have not yet fallen down, as vigorous as a horned dragon. This is the divine garden of the past. Many different kinds of sacred trees withered and prospered. The old trees died, and the seeds sprouted. I don't know how many generations have been passed down. However, under the oppression of the projection of the world, there is no tree demon that can transform into a human form. It's a pity. The old voice sounded again, as if explaining to everyone. Kiki was very happy, and called everyone to help, and transplanted all kinds of ancient and alien sacred trees to the lost paradise. There are countless exotic flowers and trees in your lost paradise, do you still need these? Not much, but more. The little thing can't wait to bring all the fairy roots in the world into his garden. It's delicious. Kiki hugged a bunch of ginseng fruits, eating with great joy. After bidding farewell to this ruined god garden, Xiao Chen and the others continued to move forward, and the front became desolate again. I'm afraid we have come to the extreme depths of the world of death. At this moment, Xiao Chen's powerful divine sense detected an abnormal aura. Could it be that there is nothing but a desolate Gobi in the depths of the dead world? Xia Palang asked in bewilderment. You are wrong. I am afraid that everything in front of us will surprise us. Xiao Chen walked forward after finishing these words. Just ahead, at the end of the Great Gobi, huge passages traverse the sky, connecting to unknown places. There seem to be wormholes in the sky and the earth, arranged there in a chaotic manner. It makes people feel unbelievable, full of dreamy feeling, and every huge passage exudes the breath of the ancient times. Xiao Chen stretched out his divine sense and tried to penetrate into a huge wormhole passage, but the inside was boundless and there was no end to it. This is. Everyone was surprised, not knowing where these passages exuding the ancient aura lead. Could it be a channel connecting the heavens and worlds? Xiao Chen couldn't help but have such an association. Yeah, Kiki nodded earnestly in Lost Paradise, expressing her agreement. Little stubborn dragon, Xia Polang and others were also suspicious. Yes, you really think of it. At this moment, the old voice sounded again. Everyone was shocked. There is such a passage in the deepest part of the dead world, which is connected to the heavens and worlds, which makes people feel incredible. No wonder there are legends that if you break into the deepest part of the world of death, you will find the way to the sky and enter the heaven. Everyone had a lot of questions, and wanted to meet the old man and ask him to clear up their doubts. Senior, please come out and see me. At this moment, even Xia Palang behaved solemnly, saluting towards the void. Of course I can see you, but if you can, please hold your feet high. Hearing this sound, Xia Palang seemed to be stung by a scorpion, jumped up and down, and rushed out. Because, at this moment, he really felt where the sound came from, right under his feet. There was a rustling sound, the yellow sand flowed, and a skull rolled out. The whole body was white, like a jade carving, and appeared at the place where Chapelang stood just now. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, really surprised. Isn't it very surprising? The old voice came from the snow-white skull, and said, I said, my life has come to an end, how can I still have a body? It's good to have this skull left. The skull rose slowly, suspended in midair, and a faint light shone in the eye holes. I didn't mean to offend. Chapelang felt a little uneasy. He had experienced many things, and he was most afraid of this old and immortal antique. Even if there is only one skull left, it must have extraordinary power. It's okay, I'm not a stingy person. Of course, if I want to be stingy, others will say that I am not a human being. Everyone was a little dumbfounded, feeling that this skull is really a little different. Senior, please enlighten me. I know you have a lot of things you want to ask me, but unfortunately I'm a little powerless. The snow-white skull shone with a little bit of divine light, and continued, strictly speaking, I am no longer the original me. I only have some remnants, and my knowledge is limited. However, I seem to feel a familiar aura in your body. You should have seen another one or two of me. Xiao Chen and the others were puzzled and looked at him suspiciously. Before I went to destruction, my soul was torn apart. One or two powerful souls should have escaped. Now it has been confirmed. Some of you must have seen it. Everyone was shocked. The old antique in front of them was probably a super strongman who participated in the Great War of the Heavens and Worlds hundreds of millions of years ago. The soul he escaped must be extraordinary. Since I have seen it, I am an acquaintance, so who is it? Escaped the finish line and started a new starting point. This is not bad, even though the self has no hope. The snow-white skull had a hint of relief, without any regrets. But no matter what, everyone couldn't guess who his new self was. Xiao Chen and others seriously asked him for advice, but his knowledge was really limited, and it was just a wisp of remnant. Since the true self of the seniors has already escaped, we will no longer ask about things that happened hundreds of millions of years ago. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen mentioned some other important questions. You're talking about a person named Nuwa, it's not something from ancient times, I naturally know. Skull replied. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He knew that Nuwa and other ancestor gods had already entered the depths of the world of death, but they had lost any news. Naturally, they came here today to ask. Please tell the seniors. Follow me. The snow-white skull flew forward first, passed through dozens of huge passages across the sky, and stopped in front of a wormhole that exuded an endless breath of life. This was originally a lonely world. She said that she wanted to understand the profound meaning of the power of unifying life, and chose to start a new world in this world that was going to the end. It seems that she really succeeded, bringing a big world back from the end to the beginning. The majestic breath of life is what she exudes. It is really amazing. Such a strong life force is rare in ancient times. Ancestor god Nuwa is in this big world. Everyone was very excited and wanted to enter. I advise you not to disturb her peaceful cultivation, she will not wake up unless she is in danger. Xiao Chen and the others were relieved that the legendary Nuwa ancestor god has not disappeared, and she will return one day sooner or later. Senior, do you know of a man named Martial Ancestor? Never heard of that. Hearing this answer, Xiao Chen immediately frowned. The Tianzhao character Martial Ancestor said that he wanted to enter the depths of the world of death to do a big event. Could it be that he failed? Since ancient times, not many people have successfully come here. I don't know if the person you mentioned is among them. You can describe it to me. With a glimmer of hope, Xiao Chen described the various characteristics of Wu Zhu. So you were talking about him. This is a strong man who makes people feel uneasy. With such an evaluation by this old antique, it is conceivable that the martial ancestor left a deep impression on him. You know, of course I know, this madman is too scary. Everyone in Xiao Chen looked at each other in blank dismay, wondering why this old man said that. The stone man didn't cry lightly, because he didn't reach the place where he was sad. The snow-white skull continued. 10,000 years ago, this strong man came in and out, and pulled out 11 ancient magic cities one after another. It really chilled and frightened the stone people in the world. He is simply a professional demolition household. Xiao Chen and the others were stunned. This martial ancestor is indeed powerful against the sky, but it's really hard for them to comment, because they are also doing the same thing. Cough. Xiao Chen coughed, concealing his embarrassment, and said, I don't think Wu Zhu is a person who likes to kill innocent people indiscriminately. He himself said that the masters of those ancient demon cities are gone, but he still makes my old man cringe. This person is really the emperor of demolition through the ages. What does martial ancestor want to pull out so many ancient magic cities? The Snow White Skull, when talking about martial ancestor, has a different evaluation, saying, "This strong man really makes me feel uneasy for the old man. What he thinks and does is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He is an extremely dangerous person." KK was also aroused, and asked in a soft voice with her hair tilted, "What did he do?" After pulling up 11 dead cities, the first thing he did was to light a world. Faint, everyone was a little dazed, but soon thought of something. This madman wants to use the 11 dead cities as a guide to give a big world to the holy sacrifice alive. It almost scared the heart, liver, spleen and lungs of my old man. Everyone slandered, "You have a skull, how can you have any heart, liver, spleen and lungs? You must know that most of the heavens and worlds are connected to this place by wormholes. When he sacrifices one world, he may set the other worlds on fire. That is really a madman. His methods are shocking and terrifying." Everyone knew that martial ancestor must have wanted to sacrifice his life to another world, which is really daring. Did martial ancestor really do it? Fortunately, I stopped him. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief, for fear of hearing the news that martial ancestor failed in his sacrifice. After all, the other world still exists. However, I regret persuading him. Speaking of the White Skull here sighed, "This strong man is extremely dangerous." After hearing my analysis, he felt that he was not sufficient enough to be attracted to the 11 ancient magic cities. He even put up the insect holes of several worlds and wanted to destroy the alien world in his mouth. I really shouldn't analyze it for him. The guy who is against the sky makes people feel scared. Dare to think about ordinary people and dare not think, dare to do what ordinary people dare not do it. Quote. Martial ancestor, really, did he do it? Everyone also felt their emotions fluctuate. No, he weighed the pros and cons in the end. After careful analysis, he felt that it might be possible to kill the holy sacrifice of the other world, but he couldn't hurt a few guys called ancestors. He was afraid that doing so would scare the snake, so he temporarily shelved the plan. Then what about martial ancestor? Where did he go, and what did he do? This dangerous strongman sacrificed 11 ancient magic cities, and then began to sacrifice the withered world to refine himself. He almost turned himself into a magic weapon, or he turned himself into a heaven-defying weapon. How could he cultivate like this? If he fails, he will smelt himself into a real holy weapon. When everyone was stunned, a flash of lightning flashed across Xiao Chen's heart. The path that martial ancestor walked is worth learning from. Boom! At this moment, there was the sound of roaring floods ahead. What is that? That's the long river leading to the future. The long river in the future. Everyone was surprised. That's right. The Snow White Skull led the way. Deep in the Gobi, a long river was rushing towards a huge stone gate in the sky. The river water is not gloomy, it is not the same as seeing the Styx River in the depths of the dead world before. The river is surging and there is a divine light shining in the green. The splashing waves shine with colorful light, which is holy no matter how you look at it. It turned out to flow to the sky from the Gobi, where there is a huge stone palace, and the river rushes in through the stone gate. The river of the future will only appear for 3 days in a month, but I advise you not to be impulsive and take risks, because even in the future, you can't change anything if you know a little bit of what will happen. In the past, only one person with a centralized oracle bone map successfully entered and came out alive. If you lack that sacred object, you will have no way out. Skull persuaded, Xiao Chen and others immediately thought of the owner of the Death Palace. He must have collected all the oracle bone maps, and after coming here, he successfully followed the river of the future to the future world. Hey, the birthplace of Kamigawa also has a huge stone gate. When everyone traced back the source of the long river and came to the upper reaches, they made new discoveries. On the ground of the Great Gobi, the rolling river rushed out of a giant palace. When the river retreats along the original path, it flows back to the past world. After hearing this news, everyone was quite surprised. This Kamigawa is really special. And Xiao Chen's heart moved even more. If he returns to the past world from here, can he find the war swords lost in the past time and space? Actually, the appearance of Shenhe has other uses. If you find the legendary dead bridge to the sky, you can start to board the legendary opposite world by erecting it on the long river. At this moment, Xiao Chen saw the end of the world of death, a place of nothingness, where even a little bit of chaos was evaporated. The endless nothingness, leading to the unknown remote area, the divine sense can't reach the end at all, and can only see the front like an extremely dark moat. It looks like it was cut off by someone with a magic weapon. This is the end of the dead world, the legendary opposite. At this point, the snow-white skull paused, before saying after a long time, the legendary opposite is awe-inspiring. The minds of Xiao Chen and others seem to be attracted by the opposite side. Don't look, it won't do you any good to stare for a long time. Snow White Skull hurriedly woke them up and said, let's go and look elsewhere. There are still many important things that we haven't told you. Why don't we talk about the stairway to heaven? Chapter 624, Ascension to the Sky. Let's go to other places to have a look. Despite the persuasion of the Snow White Skull, everyone still didn't move. The front is like an abyss, but also like a moat. It is pitch black, and there is no end in sight, but it deeply attracts everyone's minds. Why do I feel that this was cut off by someone with a magic weapon? Little stubborn dragon asked such a question. Others also felt this way, as if a complete world had been severed by life and death, causing the deepest part of this dead world to suddenly break apart. Whether it is on the earth or the sky, they are all cut off by the dark moat. Crash! At this moment, everyone suddenly heard the sound of the chain shaking, coming from the dark sky. What is that? The King of Reincarnation asked in surprise. That's a broken stone cable. The skeleton skull responded. The broken stone cable. Xiao Chen was startled. He remembered that there was also such a mark on the Zulongpi map. It seemed to be at the very beginning, which was the source part leading to the mysterious area. Don't look for it, you can't see it, it's the sound from the heavens. The stone rope is shaking at the top of the sky, and it's just passed to the dead world. In fact, it's thousands of miles away from you. Hearing what the skull said, everyone showed surprise. It was clearly heard in their ears, as if they were close at hand. How could it be far away in the heaven? Don't doubt it, it's the fact. This void of darkness is cut off by the supreme magic power, reaching up to the heavens and down to the realm of death. Everyone gasped. The heaven and the dead were cut off at the same time. If this is the case, what is in front? Don't think about trying. With your strength, it is impossible to cross by force. Even the most powerful people need to gather all the holy things of the heavens to enter the legendary mysterious region. On the ancestral dragon skin map, the sacred objects of the heavens and the world guide the way, revealing an extremely mysterious world to the world. At this moment, Xiao Chen can almost be sure that the front where the heaven and the dead are cut off is the world pointed by the ancestral dragon skin map. There are too many surprises today, I don't want to find it here and it has been confirmed. The dark moat has an incomparable temptation, and everyone wants to cross over to see what happened. Xiao Chen vibrated the original octave, so that everyone woke up, and then shouted, back. There is a demonic force ahead, which deeply attracts everyone's primordial spirit. After fully awakening at this moment, everyone backs away, not daring to look at the dark abyss easily. Skull seemed surprised, looked at Xiao Chen, and said, someone used to drink this octave in the past, and that was an unfathomable monk, which surprised even my old man. Who? Is it a yellow mud platform? Xiao Chen asked urgently. More than 10,000 years ago, after parting from Wangnatai, I never saw it again. Yes, it was indeed a yellow mud platform when I first saw it. Speaking of this, the skull showed a look of memories, and there was a faint light flickering in the eye holes, saying, later, a man broke the yellow mud platform and transformed out, changing the situation in the depths of the dead world. Like a moat, like an abyss, there is no end to the void in front of him, but that person used his own great magic power to imprison the shattered ancient magic city. One can imagine how powerful he is. Who is he? In fact, Xiao Chen already had the answer, but just wanted to confirm it. He said that his name is Fuxi. There was a problem with his practice in the past, and he almost lost his body and spirit. He escaped into the ancestral dragon terrace. Later, with the help of several fallen ancestor gods, he finally succeeded in reaching a higher level. Fuxi. He really is Fuxi. While everyone was shocked, they also felt great joy. The ancestor god Fuxi can be said to be the most mysterious, and other ancestor gods have traces left behind, but his life and death have been unknown, and his whereabouts are unknown. Wangnatai is his incarnation. He has finally cracked the butterfly and returned with rebirth. There is no doubt that Fuxi is one of the most powerful ancestor gods. Before retransforming from Wangnatai, he had successfully seized the stone man in the dead city, and then made a disturbance in another world, preventing a stone man king from taking the last step. Where did ancestral god Fuxi go? Everyone asked excitedly. He said that it is impossible to walk the stone man's road again, and he wants to travel all over the world and realize his own way. Hearing what Old Skull said, everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. Fuxi's ancestor god was truly astonishingly talented. Everyone believed that when he returned from the heavens, he must have realized his own supreme way. Hey, what's that? Kiki's eyelashes trembled slightly, staring at the abyss ahead. At this moment, everyone hadn't left the edge of the moat, and they heard the words and looked in the direction KK pointed. At the bottom of the dark moat, there is a faint fire flickering, so ethereal that it is impossible to see it if you don't feel it carefully. It's him, he's still alive, not dead. Two strange lights shot out from the eyeholes of the skull, looking surprised. To make this old antique lose his temper, one can imagine how unusual things are. Who is he? A strong man named Suarenshi. What? Everyone was taken aback. Is the ancestor god of the Swearan family still alive? Xiao Chen and KK were the most surprised. You must know that they saw the tangible body of Suarenshi's vitality in the dead city. It's him, it's the Swearan clan. The three skeletons, King Qin Guang, King Yama, and King Samsara, were all extremely excited. The reason why the three of them entered the realm of death from the Devil's Plane was because they were instructed by a mysterious voice. They always suspected that it was Suarenshi who was calling them. The three skeletons are naturally not King Guang of Qin, King Yama, and King of Reincarnation that have ever appeared in the world. These three names were just given by Xiao Chen for them, and it is impossible for them to be himself by such a coincidence. Speaking of which, these three people are also powerful people with a lot of background, but their real names have long been forgotten, and no one will know even if they are mentioned again. Like many monks who have shed their lives and blood, they have not left their due traces in history. However, being valued by the Swearan clan is naturally extraordinary. One must know that the Swearan clan is the strongest alongside Fuxi and Wuzhu. Didn't you say that the abyss is insurmountable and cannot be entered? King Qin Guang asked. That's right. Ordinary strong people will eventually die when they enter that dark void and slowly dissipate. I have also persuaded the strong man named Suarenshi, but he wanted to break the boat and transform. He resolutely jumped down 10,000 years ago. He said that he wanted to ignite the light in the darkest place to illuminate the way forward. If he can't succeed in going to the next level of the building, he will be wiped out in ashes. It seems that he is really extraordinary. He really succeeded. Presumably after endless years of cultivation, it will definitely contribute to good luck. After detailed questioning, they learned that Suarenshi and Wuzhu entered the deepest part of the dead world at the same time, and they came in bodies of bones. Xiao Chen and the others immediately understood that the bone ancestor who helped everyone in Shengqun to refine the bone well, the king's boat, and the huge frontal bone into the ancestor's warship was the Swearan clan. In any case, everyone was extremely happy and excited when they learned that Suarenshi had been reborn in the realm of the dead. That faint ray of light sank toward the abyss, and gradually disappeared. Everyone turned around resolutely, no longer facing the abyss, and walked back. King Qin Guang asked the skull for advice, and said, "Old man, you said there is a ladder to the sky, please take us to have a look." "Okay, I'll take you to have a look." The snow-white skull floated back like a ghost. Passing by the birthplace of the long river of time, everyone can feel the endless power of time, and if you get closer, you will feel that the years seem to be passing away. Be careful, don't go there, or you will lose a period of time for nothing. After walking for dozens of miles, Xiao Chen and others finally saw the so-called stairway to heaven, a triple stone staircase as tall as a giant mountain. Xiao Chen is no stranger to this. It was the first 3 steps of the 99 stone steps in the eternal unknown place that were smashed by martial ancestor and Yanwang during the final battle, and were brought here. Don't look at the endless wormholes here, which are connected to the heavens and worlds, but if you want to enter the worlds through the wormholes, you have to take great risks, because all the exits are in the last place. Speaking of this, the skull paused, and said, "But this stone step is different, you can use it to safely climb to the heavens." Has anyone ever used it to enter the heavens? Of course, the person named Yanwanglong entered the heaven from here. In your world, there are 5 ancestor gods who have successfully come here. I have already told you 4 of them, and the last one is Yanwanglong. Xiao Chen learned the relevant news from the mouth of the skull. In the previous battle, the ancestor dragon was smashed to pieces, seriously injured and dying, and then merged with Yanwang to share one body. So far, the trinity of Shenong, Wangdi, and Zulong has achieved the status of Yanwanglong. After uniting with the source of eternity, the combat power increased sharply, reaching an appalling level, and finally climbed the stone steps to enter the heaven. So far, Xiao Chen and others knew that only the 5 ancestor gods Fuxi, Suarenshi, Nuwa, Wuzhu, and Yanwanglong survived, and other ancestor gods such as Chaoshi and the 12 war ancestors all perished. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the center of the heavens and worlds has been transferred from this world to the prehistoric heaven. Whether you want to pursue extreme power or find out the truth, the best choice is to go to the heavens. Skull suggested this, saying, now, the heavens are the stage for the powerful of the heavens and the worlds, and all the old antiques have entered there. His words are very heartwarming. The heavens are boundless and full of aura, which is most suitable for cultivation. In that boundless world, it is easy to find a no man's land, live in seclusion, and practice quietly. Xiao Chen stayed in this area for several days, walked through the important places, not only saw the long river of time, but also saw countless ruins. In the end, they returned along the original road, bypassed the wordless steel, protected their bodies with war treasures such as the divine map, and walked out of the ancient battlefield. They came back to pick up Qingqing, and everyone agreed to enter the heaven. Especially Kiki, who was very happy. The little thing missed his parents very much, and wanted to visit them in heaven. Qingqing is compatible with the dream flower, and it is inconvenient to move, but this is not a problem for everyone. In the end, the god flower was transplanted into the lost paradise. There is no place more suitable for the growth of fairy roots, even the abyss of the same level. When he came to the extreme end of the dead world again and climbed up the ladder, the old skull would accompany him no matter what. Naturally, everyone would not reject this living fossil. The triple stone steps rose up and reached the sky. Under the guidance of the old skull, everyone carefully controlled it, and finally opened the door to the heaven. But at this moment, everyone felt an overwhelming evil aura. In the endless dark sky ahead, there seemed to be a huge beast sleeping. With the opening of the gate of the heavens, when the endless aura flowed down, everyone finally vaguely saw that there seemed to be a huge figure in the moat in front of them, stretching for an unknown number of billions of miles. The entire moat seems to be a cage made for it. It is said that the endless stars move with its breath, and the black holes in the sky are formed by hollowing out its hair, and it can shatter a world with just a slight flip. The old skull made a dreamy voice. What nonsense are you talking about, old man? Everyone didn't believe it. Legend, it's just a legend, don't take it seriously. The old skull seemed to wake up, and said, who knows if it's true or not, there seems to be such an ancient legend that there is a gatekeeper beast in the sky. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, shocked in their hearts. At this moment, the darkness receded, and the holy aura rushed towards them, and they entered the heaven. The sun star hangs in the sky, the mountains are majestic, the divine river is rolling, the scenery is beautiful, the mountains and rivers are magnificent, everyone feels the unique aura of the heavens, everything is so vivid. Chapter 625. Everyone had a dreamlike feeling that they had climbed to the sky from the deepest part of the world of death, and really came to the prehistoric heaven. The last quarter of an hour was still full of life and mist, which can be described as gloomy, but the next quarter of an hour is full of spiritual energy, colorful, blooming flowers, and endless beautiful scenery. It can be said that the mountains and rivers are magnificent and full of vitality. The contrast between before and after is so great that it feels unreal, like in a dream. Wahaha! Chapelang laughed, turned 3 somersaults in a row, and said, we have also entered the legendary heaven. Death is not the end. Maybe it's just the beginning. Well said, a good life is really just beginning. Here we come, beauties of the heaven. This guy held up to the sky, like a wolf interpreting legends in the dark. Death is not the end, maybe it's just the beginning. From the extreme depths of the world of death, the appearance of anger, the manifestation of the heavens, does make sense, and Xiao Chen even thought of the ancestral dragon skin map, which may be a bigger turning point. Yeah, Kiki was very excited and happy, rolling around in the soft jelly grass, like a little snowball. That's right, this place is full of aura, it's really suitable for cultivation, and my old man has also come to the brand new center of the heavens and worlds. The old skull was suspended in midair, and the light in the eye hole flickered. I want to eat a lot of fairy fruits, and I also want to find lazy mom and cool dad. The little thing's big eyes were shining, full of longing, and his fists were clenched tightly. Noisy, who is making noise, disturbing my cleansing? A roar came from a valley not far away, the trembling mountain forest shook, the long river churned, and a monster mist rose there. Who? Get out! Chapelang confronted each other. The stars are changing, the sea is changing, the reincarnation of thousands of generations, the suffering of 100 generations, the time has passed, and this king has finally left the customs. It was like an old monster born in the world, a mountain-like tiger rushed out, puffing out black mist, flooding the mountains and forests, and black clouds covering the sun and stars. Where did the wild cat come from? Don't you need to be beaten? Chapelang rushed over in a high-profile manner, grabbed the tail of the 10-foot-long tiger, and wanted to swing it and throw it out. Roar. With a tiger roar, the huge tiger tail twitched violently, Chapelang flew backwards, smashed a hill, and the smoke and dust shot up into the sky. I'm going to say, this heaven is still not letting people mess around, and an old cat is so domineering, how can I mess around? Chapelang coughed and struggled to get out. This tiger demon controls the demon cloud, causing the mist to surge here, and the black cloud to cover the sun. It has the demeanor of a 10,000-year-old demon. Xiao Chen and little stubborn dragon suddenly laughed. When the tiger demon in front of them was just born, they were really startled. They thought that some old antique reappeared in the sky. The hydra stepped forward, turned into a real body, and coiled among the mountains. The snake mountain formed was higher than the surrounding peaks. 9 huge heads stared at the giant tiger demon in front of it. Who are you? The big monster suddenly felt bad. The 2 people who appeared before and after had reached the half-ancestor level, and those who hadn't made a move had skeletons, which made him feel palpitations. It turned around and wanted to fly away. However, the body of the hydra stretched out, soaring to 1,000 feet long, and coiled him on the mountain at once. Chapelang swooped down, and his body was enlarged to hundreds of meters high, sitting on its neck and beating violently. Quickly capture it, and ask about the news of the heavens in recent years. Under the gaze of Xiao Chen, the little stubborn dragon and the 3 skeletons, this demon god has no temper at all, and was brought down by Chapelang and Hydra within a short time. Don't kill me. My ancestor is the mountain guard beast Venerable of the alien sect. If you touch me, you will all die. The tiger demon growled. In the end, the little stubborn dragon stretched out a huge dragon claw and grabbed it like a dead dog, and threw it at his feet. It's just that a demon god like you is needed to ask for news. There was almost no use of torture to extract a confession, and this tiger demon honestly said everything. For more than 10,000 years, the heavens seem to be calm, but the undercurrent is raging, like an active volcano, and a war between the heavens may break out at any time. The relationship between the major giants is very tense, and the situation is complicated. It is said that an old antique from hundreds of millions of years ago was born again. The power of the alien sect in the heavens can be said to have risen sharply. The reason is that in the last battle of Kyushu more than 10,000 years ago, 4 ancestors appeared in the alien world one after another. That kind of invincible old antique really shocked many people, and made the alien sect suddenly become stronger in the heaven. Many people are afraid and dare not ignore the power of this sect. If an ancient ancestor is provoked into the heaven, even a giant will not be able to bear it. We also need to establish our own power when we come to the heaven. I think it's just right for this guy to guard the mountain gate. Chapelang stared at the demon god with bad ideas and laughed. You, don't be fooling around. My ancestor is the beast guarding the mountain of the alien sect, don't. The tiger demon looked nervous and wanted to escape, but he couldn't move at all. If you didn't have your ancestor, we wouldn't be too lazy to touch you. Now it's all right, let you be the guardian beast of the mountain. When you catch your ancestor, let him take your place. King Yan Luo personally took action and directly placed the supreme curse on it. As long as this demon god is unfaithful and defected, it will suddenly feel like convulsions and claws scratching its heart. In the eyes of the tiger demon, this group of people is extremely vicious to the extreme. They are a group of great demon kings who rushed up from hell. You really guessed it right, we really just came up from hell. Hearing what King Yan Luo said, the tiger demon's limbs twitched suddenly. What kind of people are these? He wailed in his heart, unable to hide anything from the other party. If you dare to call me a dead skeleton again, I will make you twitch 10,000 times a day. Don't dare not again. I am willing to be the guardian beast of the mountain for the great demon kings from hell, it is really my honor. The tiger demon spoke out of conscience, his heart was chilled, he was born with great momentum, but now he is as weak as a kitten. I think this place is good, why don't we set up a mountain gate in this area? King Qin Guang suggested in this way. Who are the powerful people in this area? Xiao Chen asked the tiger demon. There is a group of monkey demons 1,500 miles to the west, and the most powerful demon ape should have the strength of the Banzu 7th heavenly heaven. There is a cliff 3,200 miles to the east, where there are groups of mountain eagles. The most powerful eagle king has the strength of the Banzu 6th heavenly heaven. Is this such a demon god here? Xiao Chen interrupted his words. No, there is a sacred mountain 5,000 miles to the south, where there is a flame hole, and a fire crow lives in it. It is extremely ferocious, and it can be said to be extremely vicious. Every day, various demon gods send blood and flesh. The creatures within tens of thousands of miles are under his rule. It is said that he may have reached the state of Zanzu. The heavens are really vast and boundless, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, which is comparable to the general big world, but in the heavens it is just a corner. Are there many demon gods in this area? Yes, most of them are demon gods, and only some casual cultivators of other races. After all, the people at the top of the pyramid in this large area represent the will of the demon clan. What's going on? Xiao Chen continued to ask. It is said that within a radius of several million miles, there are several great monsters who have been powerful for thousands of years, and it is said that the ancestors of the monster clan also lived in seclusion in this endless mountain of millions of monsters. The old ancestor of the demon clan. At this moment, the old skull suddenly floated up, and he said to himself, "Is it the old one?" Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't expect to come to the territory of some demon gods. The tiger demon was afraid that everyone would leave, so he killed him here, and quickly said, "Those big monsters don't care about the outside world at all, and don't bother them to clean up, they rarely come out of the mountain." Then let me ask you, how far is it from here? It's very far away. I don't know how many thousands of miles there are in the area ruled by the two giants, the hanging patriarch and the stone corpse. In this way, this place is good, and we will practice here in the future. Xiao Chen finally made up his mind and set up a mountain gate here. But before that, there is a long way to go, and it is necessary to clean up the big and small demon gods within 10,000 miles. Little Stubborn Dragon personally took action and captured a group of demon apes, serving as mountain guards. And the three skeletons detained all the mountain eagles on the cliff thousands of miles away. As for Xiao Chen, he had to deal with the fire crow himself, and rushed to the sacred mountain, and came to the area where the flame cave was. This is a verdant fairy mountain surrounded by misty clouds and verdant trees. You can't feel any scorching heat at all. The spiritual energy is surging and the rays of the sun are flowing. It is very suitable for cultivation. Among the cliffs, precious medicinal herbs such as dragon grass and orchids grow, and there are sacred trees growing in the gaps on the cliffs, full of fruits, and bursting with fragrance. Kiki's eyes widened at that time, and she rushed up happily, picked a lot of fairy fruits, gnawed on them, and naturally did not forget to hand Xiao Chen a few bright red cherry blossoms. While Xiao Chen looked at the fairy mountain, he was looking for the location of the flame cave. He felt that this place was extraordinary, and this fire crow might not have a simple background. At his level of strength, after experiencing many things, his vision has long been widened, and he has already discovered that this place gathers the ancestral roots of hundreds of veins and the spiritual energy of thousands of mountains, which is really a rare holy place. Even in a place like heaven, he believed that there would not be many such blessed places. The dragon grass on the cliff and the various vigorous sacred trees in the gaps between the cliffs have grown for tens of thousands of years. One can tell at a glance that they are all transformed from ordinary weeds and ordinary trees by virtue of the strong spiritual energy here. It is conceivable how extraordinary this fairy mountain-blessed land is. Moreover, Xiao Chen felt the spirit of the ancient times here. The cliffs, dead trees and old vines, ravines and valleys here must have undergone the baptism and precipitation of years, and they are contaminated with an extraordinary ancient atmosphere. This place is not so much a blessed place, as it is an ancient holy place that has been suppressed with its own essence. The more Xiao Chen looked at it, the more he felt this way. The spiritual roots of thousands of mountains and ravines all converge here. I am afraid that there are not many such treasured places within a radius of millions of miles. Could it be that this fire crow has some background, otherwise how could it occupy such a holy place for cultivation, or is its real strength far simpler than that of Zanzu? Xiao Chen showed a dignified look, put KK on his shoulder, and walked forward slowly. No matter how many small things there are, eating it is a joy, with a pair of big eyes constantly looking around, remembering all the magical grasses and trees. Finally, Xiao Chen found the important place where Huawu Crow practiced hermitage. Just ahead, the ancient road paved with blue stones leads directly to the halfway of a green mountain, and the other green mountains around are shorter than it. This ancient bluestone road clearly contains the spirit of the ancient times, and it was definitely not built by later generations. I really want to see what kind of person lives in seclusion here. At the halfway up of this majestic mountain, I finally saw an ancient cave full of flames. The temperature there was extremely high, but the outside world was not affected, and the surroundings were green and green. Moreover, right at the entrance of the flame hole, there was a plantain plant, surrounded by raging flames, but it was shining green, and it was very miraculous. There are only 2 leaves growing on it, and one of the green leaves is shining with fire, which is very young. And the other one is cold and green, with patches of frosty flowers condensed, which is extremely cloudy. The yin and yang qi are constantly circulating, forming a delicate balance, bursts of chaotic mist gushing out, and there are faint sounds of wind and thunder. This is definitely a treasure, but it was randomly planted at the entrance of the cave without any precautions, and it is not afraid of being stolen. Couldn't this be a spiritual root that existed before the beginning of the world? Xiao Chen showed surprise, because he felt that the ancient essence contained in this miraculous plantain was so powerful that it was frightening. Yeah, Kiki was full of curiosity, blinked her eyes, and stretched out her hand to tear off a plantain leaf. But at this moment, the two emerald-like banana leaves suddenly became blurred, and a mysterious force swung the little thing's claws away. Moreover, between the yin and yang two air currents, small chaotic thunder spirits loomed. Don't move around. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen frowned. If he forcibly plucked off the god leaf, the chaotic thunder would erupt immediately, and this endless mountain range would be wiped out and cease to exist. The moment Xiao Chen stepped into this ancient cave, he immediately felt bursts of unbearable scorching heat, and the temperature was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If he and Kiki hadn't both reached the state of the ancestor god powerhouse, they might not be able to bear it. That tiger demon was either lying, or he didn't understand the powerhouse in the flame cave. How could it be a place where ordinary war ancestors could occupy? It's so hot, Kiki muttered softly. The flame cave is a very strange place. It is very close to the outside world, but there is no terrifying heat transmitted out, and the powerful consciousness and perception inside cannot penetrate at will, and can only explore a very close area. Xiao Chen covered up his original appearance, and made KK also turn into a little cat to hide in the dark. Although the little thing was very dissatisfied, he still did it. Otherwise, the appearance of the Nishan family would be too amazing, and it would be very bad if people recognized it. They walked forward step by step, and the flame hole was very deep, extending to the inner center of the mountain. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly saw a tall figure kneeling in front of him, as if asking for something. He used his extreme consciousness to hear the man's voice through this mysterious fire hole that could isolate perception. I hope that the ancestors can borrow the chaotic plantain, and our family will be rewarded in the future. It's just that after waiting for a long time, no one responded to him. The man knelt on the ground and spoke again, saying, "My family is just chasing after the remnants of those who escaped from Kyushu more than 10,000 years ago. We need Chaos Basho to determine the trajectory of the ancestral dragon boat, and it will never stir up wind and rain in the heavens." After hearing these words, Xiao Chen was shocked. This person is obviously a strong man from another world, and he wanted to use the treasure to track down the whereabouts of those outstanding people from Kyushu who left on the ancestral dragon boat more than 10,000 years ago. This is extremely bad news. Xiao Chen was suddenly murderous, but quickly calmed down. This place is very weird. He didn't want to make a rash. The chaotic plantain grew at the entrance of the cave, but this person didn't dare to pick it, but went in here to bow down and beg solemnly. It is conceivable that the terrifying origin of this fire crow cannot be Zanzu anyway. Because the person kneeling in front of him is at least a strong man from the 9 heavens of the ancestral god, otherwise he would not be able to enter this flaming ancient cave at all. The power of this flame is too terrifying. It's just that after a long time, no one in the cave responded. The figure kneeling on the ground stood up and said, "The junior will come back in 7 days. I hope I can impress the senior with his sincere heart. In the future, our family will never forget the kindness of the senior." After saying these words, the man walked out. Xiao Chen and KK hurriedly dodged into the darkness and hid to the side. Fortunately, this flame cave is really special. It is isolated from the perception of the strong, and even with a strong spiritual sense, they cannot be found. Xiao Chen gestured to KK, the little thing understood, tiptoed, and followed Xiao Chen out together. Since this is a strong man from another world, there is no need to be polite. They are going to leave the flame hole, and they will drag this guy into Paradise Lost. After all, the owner of the flame hole is really mysterious, beyond their expectations. They don't want to act rashly in the hole. Unexpectedly, after trailing outside the flame hole, this person acted very vigilantly, and the light disappeared in a flash. It seems that he didn't want people to know that he had been here, and he used a magic light escape method in ancient legends, which is not weaker than Xiao Chen's 8-phase extreme speed, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen secretly thought it was a pity, but he didn't worry about anything. After all, this person would come here 7 days later, and it would not be too late to ambush him then. When Xiao Chen and KK walked out of the ancient cave, there was nothing unusual behind them, and the owner of this place seemed to have no reaction to their entry and departure. It's really strange. Xiao Chen was secretly surprised, always feeling that something was wrong. "Yeah, go in and have a look." The little thing also felt very strange, and wanted to go back and find out. Well, let's treat it as a kind visit. After seeing the mystery and extraordinariness of this ancient cave, Xiao Chen had already given up the idea of subduing the fire crow. When he returned to the scorching hot ancient cave again, Xiao Chen paid close attention to everything around him. There were many carvings on the rock wall of the cave surrounded by flames. After careful observation, Xiao Chen decided that it was definitely a person and thing in the ancient legend, which was recorded by people. Xiao Chen and KK didn't stop until they reached the depths of the ancient cave, where the strong man from another world knelt down. The ancient cave is unfathomable, and this is not the end, but there is a stone platform here, on which there is a 3-foot-long, very short sarcophagus which looks very evil. Yeah, KK was not afraid of anything. She jumped onto the stone platform, and took off the 3-foot-long sarcophagus lid. It was too late for Xiao Chen to stop it, but nothing dangerous happened. Yeah, KK called out in surprise. In the small 3-foot-long sarcophagus, there was a dead body of a crow, completely black, dull and lifeless. It's really evil, Xiao Chen sighed. It was just a crow's corpse. Vaguely, he felt something was wrong, but since the lid of the coffin was opened, there was nothing to be afraid of. Hurry up, get out of here. He took Kiki back decisively, but before he left, he still couldn't hold back, and brought out the sarcophagus and the crow's corpse, wanting to show the old skull a look. They can be said to have fled back at a very high speed, and joined the crowd in the blink of an eye. Old man, with your knowledge, please take a look at what's so weird about this 3-foot sarcophagus. Xiao Chen showed the old skull the corpse of a crow inside the coffin. %. The old skull lost his composure on the spot and exclaimed, "This is not a good bird." Quote. Everyone was speechless for a while. Immediately afterwards, the old skull yelled, "Quickly seal it 99 and 81 times." He looked very anxious, and his eyes were spitting fire. Chapter 626, Primordial Calamity Star. Why waste that kind of strength? Just chop it up and feed it to the pigs. Shapalang stretched his neck and poked his head over to make a bad idea. When these words were finished, a chill suddenly rose up his spine, making his hair stand on end, like falling into an ice cellar. Why did it suddenly become cold? He stepped back in doubt. This mourner is the one who holds grudges the most, so naturally it is targeting you. There was a faint light in the old skull's eye holes. Isn't it just a dead crow? Shapalang turned pale and stepped back. This is not a good bird. The old skull emphasized again, shaking his head, calling it unlucky, and said, "Why did I meet a frustrated guy? It's really bad luck for 8 lifetimes." Hearing what he said, everyone knows that this fire crow is scary. This old skull who always said that he has lost his memory actually knows it. It must be a living fossil among living fossils. Since it's not a good bird, let's solve it on the spot. At this point, Xiao Chen took out the less than 1 meter long celestial tablet, weighed it in his hand, and wanted to pat the 3-foot sarcophagus. The eye holes of the old skull were straight at that time, shooting out 2 inconceivable rays of light. He was a little dazed. It was the first time he saw Xiao Chen playing with the real monument. This is the real Tianbei. He was suspicious, with a long skull face, and stammered a little, "You hold the Tianbei in your arms." Although the old skull had no flesh and blood, it showed a very rich expression with just the light in its eyes. At this moment, it was as if a camel was stuffed in his mouth, and he was so choked that he couldn't speak. How is this possible? He has lived in the deepest part of the world of death for a long time, and he is very familiar with the power of the wordless celestial tablet. How can he not be surprised when he sees a celestial tablet with the same attribute? Slow down, the old skull yelled. He saw Xiao Chen weighing the steel and slapping it towards the sarcophagus as if he were swinging a brick. 3 drops of cold sweat appeared on his smooth skull. I sweat. The appearance of the old skull makes people want to laugh but can't. Xiao Chen put his hands in the air, and the distance between the sky tablet and the sarcophagus below was less than 3 inches, and said, "Since it is a disaster, let's just smash it up now, and completely solve the trouble. It's not so easy to kill this Sanjman star." The old skull stopped Xiao Chen, saying, "Its soul is not there at all. If you just destroy its flesh shell, it will be difficult to resist the soul of this Sanjman star when it comes. Anyone can see that the 2-foot-long crow body is icy cold, without any breath of life, and the primordial spirit is not in the body at all. Is this black old bird really scary?" Shapalang asked. Of course it's scary. It's a famous ominous bird in ancient times. Anyone who sees it will walk around it. Deaths will inevitably happen wherever it passes. It is a real mourner. No wonder people don't want to see crows nowadays. The original source is here, and the reputation of evil has been shaken through the ages. My descendants will also bear the same infamy. Everyone can imagine that the ferocity of this old crow in ancient times is definitely the biggest disaster, otherwise it is impossible to implicate their descendants. Then what should I do? Can I only seal it? Xiao Chen didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. He just wanted to subdue a war ancestor, but in the end he dug out a terrifying, living fossil. Boom! Xiao Chen grabbed the tiger demon, whose eyes were wandering and kept retreating, and covered the sky with his big hands, gripping the huge body of the tiger demon with a loud crunching sound, ready to shatter at any moment. Great devil from hell, please spare me. I really didn't know that this fire crow was so big, and it was so ferocious. It didn't mean to lie to you. The demon god was trembling, his body was like sifting chaff, he howled loudly, and Xiao Chen grabbed him to pieces. I see, I know who it is. According to legend, there is an ancestor of the demon clan living in seclusion within millions of miles. The tiger demon almost cried when he said this. I never thought that this living ancestor would be my neighbor. Everyone had heard from him before that the ancestors of the Yaozu lived in seclusion in this vast area, so it is not surprising to think of the fire crow at this moment. Well, it's not necessarily the same person. At this time, the old skull circled around the sarcophagus and said, I think there is something wrong with this guy. Having said that, it asked the tiger demon, saying, you mean, this Sanjman star has to be given spiritual blood and flesh every day? Yes, none of the surrounding demon gods, big or small, dare to rebel. The tiger demon nodded repeatedly. Everyone in Xiao Chen's heart also moved, vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this ancient morning star. How could such a living fossil among the living fossils need ordinary blood? Go, take a look at the crow's hair, the old skull said to Chapelang. Chapelang grinned immediately, and said, it just made me shiver all over. Even if its soul is not there, it seems that there is an instinct in its body. If it makes him miss me, it will not be able to live in the future. Speaking of this guy pulled the tiger monster over in a very unreasonable manner, and said, the beast guarding the mountain, I have assigned you a difficult task, to pull out the feathers of the birds. At #Rini#at. The tiger demon cursed in his heart, how can this kind of bird feathers be so easy to pull out, who is not afraid of this kind of ancient disaster? What are you hesitating about? Isn't it just a dead crow? Hurry up and pull it out. Chapelang urged, but at this moment he felt a chill on his neck, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Xiao Chen slapped the tiger demon away with a slap, and then pulled Chapelang Pa aside, and he did it directly. He even carried the old crow's coffin back. Throwing the 3-foot-long coffin lid aside, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to poke into the sarcophagus. Back, everyone back up. The old skull was more slippery than anyone else, he flew away while saying this, and was the first to retreat to a distance. The moment he penetrated into the sarcophagus, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a cold yin, his fingers seemed to be stretched into the ice cellar, the cold was like stabbing 5 fingers with a knife, such a feeling with his cultivation level is enough to show the strength of the gloomy aura. When he came into contact with the dim black bird song, Xiao Chen sensed in a trance that the fire crow's body seemed to move, and the closed eyes seemed to open a gap, revealing a cold light. The corpse of the ancient disaster star crow gives people such an illusion, which makes people feel cold. The hallucination is still real. Xiao Chen muttered a little, and with the other hand he pulled out the brick sky tablet. If there is a demon, he will never have any scruples. He will destroy the other party's flesh first, regardless of whether your soul is strong or not. Boom! Xiao Chen pulled out a black feather with all his strength, stared at the fire crow's body silently, saw that it still didn't respond, and then slowly backed away. Boy, see if there is blood on the feathers of the bird. The old skull shouted from a distance. No, Xiao Chen replied truthfully. That's right, as I guessed, there is something wrong with this Sanjman star. The old skull seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and flew back again. KK was always by Xiao Chen's side. The little thing was very curious, took the black feather and waved it lightly, there was a loud, bang, sound, and suddenly a monstrous black fire surged forward, burning a huge mountain next to it to ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded, a small black feather has such terrifying power, the strength of this ancient disaster star is really unpredictable, its flesh shell contains an incomparably powerful divine power. This guy may have crippled himself. The old skull murmured to himself. At this time, Xiao Chen had already boldly pulled out the corpse of the fire crow. It seemed that it was not some ancient calamity, but just a dead chicken. He turned over and looked at it, and was surprised to find that the fire crow was a stone body, but it had grown feathers. This Sanjman star wanted to go one step further, but it crippled itself. The old skull laughed loudly, and said, "The stone body gave birth to black feathers, but no essence and blood overflowed after being pulled out, indicating that its energy was dry, and there was a big problem when it wanted to force a breakthrough. If you don't do a good stone crow, you just want to live with flesh and blood, it's really boring." "How to deal with it?" Xiao Chen asked the old skull. "Its shell is half used, and its primordial spirit must have been severely injured. I don't think it is far away from the cave. It is near the flame cave. Let's look for it, otherwise, the consequences will be very bad if we let him recover." Hearing what the old skull said, Xiao Chen and others immediately set off for the flame cave. Fire Crow had a problem with his practice, and he needed blood essence every day. If he wanted to activate his stone body, it was impossible to stay away from this area. Along the way, Xiao Chen carried the Fire Crow forward like this. When he came to the sacred mountain, the old skull looked back at him and said, "I said, boy, you really think it is a dead chicken? This is the famous disaster star in ancient times, the invincible fierce man who ran across the heavens and all worlds. You just grabbed it by the neck like a chicken. What should I do?" Xiao Chen had no intention of reconciling since he brought the morning star out of the flame hole. "Don't do this, maybe we can resolve the misunderstanding with him. I think the reason why this disaster star wants to break through regardless of the consequences is that he is in big trouble, and he may not necessarily face us in life and death." Yes, it was indeed a misunderstanding. Xiao Chen understood, and put the Huocrow's body back into the 3-foot sarcophagus and covered it. When Xiao Chen and others came to this flame cave again, they found that the chaotic plantain was blocking the entrance of the ancient cave, where the flames were surging and the chaos was misty. Quack! At this moment, the mournful crow of the crow rang out in the flame hole, making people very uncomfortable. The primordial spirit of this ancient calamity is indeed here. While I was sleeping, steal my flesh shell, and dare to come back. A hoarse, very old voice sounded. "Old duck, you are still alive, it's not easy." The old skull wobbled forward. The majestic and immemorial disaster star, known as the old duck, everyone looked at each other, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh. Which one? The stone crow primordial spirit in the flame cave was furious on the spot, looking at the heavens, who would dare to tease it for no reason like this? "Don't be bluffing, old duck. If it was you before, you would have rushed out and your life would be ruined. This time, you have ruined yourself, right? Which one are you?" The fire crow was startled and angry. "Don't worry, old brother, I'm here to see you." At this point, 2 faint rays of light shot out from the old skull's eye holes, rushing to the entrance of the flame hole, as if to show his identity. The fire crow immediately yelled, "It's you, old bastard, haven't you turned into dung yet?" The supreme king of ancient times said, "You duck is still alive, how can I die?" ... The two cursed at each other for a while, and it took a long time to calm down. "It's a misunderstanding, return the shell to you, and let it go, what do you think?" The old skull finally asked. "Leave the kid who stole my flesh shell, and you go away." The fire crow made such a dry voice. "What do you mean, old duck?" asked the old skull. "In the past, the giants of the heavens would retreat when they saw me. Today, a brat snatches my body from me. If I don't kill him, what face will I have if it gets out?" Yeah, Kiki was suddenly angry. Xiao Chen was very straightforward, pulled the crow's body out of the sarcophagus like a dead duck, and said to KK, "I will make you a delicious dish, Yandu roast duck, which is considered a famous dish in Kyushu now." Speaking of this, Xiao Chen really wanted to start herring his legs, plucking the crow's feathers, and at the same time grasping the tianbei with his other hand, ready to smack the crow to death. Kiki cooperated very well, raised a pile of fire on the ground, threw the black feather that had been pulled out earlier into the fire, and controlled the rising black flame with powerful divine power. The terrifying temperature spread out, and the flame crackled and crackled. The stone crow primordial spirit in the flame cave was almost petrified on the spot, and then was furious. A terrifying flame spewed out from the ancient cave. The majestic and immemorial calamity star shocked the heavens. Even the giants would not dare to provoke him easily. If he was roasted alive today, it would simply become the biggest joke of all time. "Stop it," the immemorial mourner shouted, really impatient. At this moment, the corpse of the crow held in Xiao Chen's hands trembled for a while, and his eyes opened instantly, revealing 2 cold rays of light, without any emotion at all, full of the breath of death. The corpse suddenly manifested a god, which made the surrounding people tense, but Xiao Chenyi was not afraid. The divine image covered his body, the ancient scrolls lay across the sky, and the sky marks appeared, and the sky tablet was directly pressed on the body of the stone crow. He knew that the primordial spirit of this calamity star hadn't really come out, but had just taken over a little divine sense, which could not pose a threat to him. What, you gathered all these things together? The fire crow seemed very shocked. At this moment, the old skull flew over and said, now you know, even if your flesh shell was stolen, it's not a shameful thing. Look, isn't even the tianbei being held in the hand like a brick? Actually, it was really a misunderstanding. Xiao Chen put away the ancient scrolls, divine maps, etc., but did not put away the tianbei, which was still pressed on the body of the fire crow. The old skull quickly smoothed things over, saying, boy, quickly put away the steel and give it to the old duck, oh no, to make amends to the ancestor of the demon clan. Xiao Chen put away the tianbei and put the old crow's meat shell into the sarcophagus. It's not a problem at all if you want to turn an enemy into a friend. At this moment, the old crow changed his attitude and said, just borrow my divine map later. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly moved, is the function of Shintu so powerful? Emperor Shizong had helped him back then, but before he was finally destroyed, there was only one request. He would return against the sky in the future and borrow the divine map to use. It seems that he is far from fully understanding the mystery of this map. Chapter 627. Storms are about to rise. A terrible fierce battle that was about to break out was resolved, which made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. They had just arrived in the heaven, and they were unwilling to conflict with a living fossil, otherwise even if the opponent's body had a serious problem, the outcome would be unpredictable. In the chaos, the plantain blocked by the entrance of the ancient cave moved aside, and a fire spirit shot out instantly, entering the stone crow's body. 2 flames shot out from its eyes, and it came back to life at once, and the cold yin energy disappeared. The stone crow crawled out of the sarcophagus slowly, shook its black feathers, stared at Shapalang and said, boy, chop it up, feed me to pigs. How is this possible? Your old man is wise and mighty. You are a role model for my generation. How could I say such a thing? Shapalang complimented without blushing, but still felt the chill on his back, and shrunk his neck involuntarily. In this way, you are instigating others to pluck my bird feathers. Oh no, you are not the one who said to pluck my divine feathers. The fire crow flapped its wings, stood on the sarcophagus, and squinted at Shapalang. Of course it's not me, we're not that kind of person, we don't do that kind of thing. Shapalang glanced at the tiger demon next to him in a naive way, as if hinting at the stone crow. The tiger demon's face turned green at that time, and he cursed Shapalang 100 times in his heart. Forget it, my lord doesn't count the faults of villains. The stone crow rolled out black mist from its black feathers, and croaked twice at Shapalang. The ancient calamity invited Xiao Chen and others to visit the flaming cave, but the old skull refused, because he really didn't want to enter the other party's territory. You don't believe me, old man? Well, since you said so, I'll go in and talk with you. The crowd walked forward, and Shapalang followed behind. As a result, they staggered in 3 steps and somersaulted in 5 steps. They fell 7 or 8 times in a row, and their mouths were swollen from falling. Naturally, this kind of wicked thing couldn't be a coincidence, and everyone immediately understood that this old crow really held a grudge, and Shapalang scolded him, all of which were recorded by him, which was blatant revenge. This is a curse of bad luck. King of Reincarnation whispered to Xiao Chen. Everyone walked into the flame hole and was taken to an empty hall, which was completely carved out of ice jade, and the surging flames stopped here without any burning sensation. What happened to the old duck that filled you with a sense of urgency and made you cripple yourself? The old skull directly asked the root cause when he came up. It's nothing, I just have a premonition that a great danger is coming. If I can't improve my cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this reincarnation this time. 2 rays of divine light shot out from the old skull's eyeholes, staring at the stone crow, and said, did you sense something? Could it be that some old antique from the past is not dead, and he wants to come back against the sky to clean up you? It's a subtle intuition, it's not a feeling, maybe I'm overwhelmed. The person who made this ancient calamity so anxious was naturally the unrivaled person in the past. Afterwards, the stone crow and the old skull chattered in secret for a long time, and Xiao Chen and others couldn't intervene if they wanted to ask. Kiki muttered dissatisfiedly, and said, I won't lend you the divine map. The 2 living fossils couldn't help laughing, and finally the fire crow flapped its wings lightly, and a few jade plates flew out of the ice temple, which were filled with bright red ginseng fruits, each of which was crystal clear. Come and taste the special product in the flaming cave, Hoa Yuan Tiangguo. Eating one is enough for 10 years of penance. The words of the old crow are very tempting. Kiki's dissatisfaction disappeared immediately, and she happily ate a fruit plate with relish. Others were also hard to be tempted, and each of them shared several Hoayuan Tiongguo. However, although this kind of divine fruit is sweet, it feels like a flame is burning when it enters the throat, and the chest and abdomen seem to be burning, making it difficult for people to resist the heat. Others are fine, they have obtained a lot from running the Zonggang. Only Sha Palang was the most miserable, his long hair was burning and crackling, turning into a human-shaped torch. Why am I so unlucky? Ever since I entered this cave, I've had bad luck. Senior, I would like to ask, is there a mysterious region at the common end of the world of heaven and the world of death? Is there an unimaginable unknown world? Xiao Chen asked the old crow. That's right, that's true. Stone Crow nodded. What kind of secret is there? Xiao Chen asked again. I don't know. In fact, almost no one knows unless they really enter that world. However, only a very few people have successfully entered, but no one has ever been able to come out. It is a pity that Stone Crow is so powerful. A person like it is also full of fascination for that world. What do you need Shintu for? This is the question Xiao Chen really wants to know. It is said that the God map contains the heavens and the earth, and it is the source of Kyushu. It hides a big secret, which can help the strong in the extreme realm to make great strides forward. What kind of universe is there? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He has been in charge of the incomplete divine map for quite a long time, but he didn't find anything. Legends say that the divine map was conceived from a celestial bone, which itself is the embodiment of the supreme Tao, and the 9 lanterns contain unimaginable secrets. When the 9 lanterns are used to refine the celestial bone, a large number of divine patterns are branded in the divine map. Some of what Shi Wuya said was known to Xiao Chen, and some he didn't understand, which made him think a lot. But the Stone Crow didn't know what kind of secret it was hiding, and it only heard part of the legend. The escaped one is far more mysterious than Xiao Chen imagined. It was conceived together by Tionggu and Juding. Xiao Chen asked a lot of questions in succession, all of them were answered, and he learned many secrets that he didn't know before, and then said, Senior, I want to ask the chaotic plantain at the entrance of the cave. Everyone talked for a long time. Xiao Chen and the others decided to live in seclusion here to improve their cultivation. However, there is an important thing to do right now. Xiao Chen wants to deal with the strong man from the other world who came to borrow the chaotic plantain, and at the same time find out what specific actions they will take. He actually wanted to attack the group of people who left on the Zulong boat. It is conceivable that the other world has some clues, so they must find out and stop them. In this vast primitive area of millions of miles, there are only a few ancient cities, which are trading places created by demon gods for monks to exchange for elixir and treasures. Xiao Chen, KK and the 3 skeletons changed their appearances and came to an ancient city closest to the flaming cave, where Xiao Chen accidentally discovered the strong man from another world who wanted to borrow the chaotic plantain. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was that when he used the Pengu token to hide his aura and continued to search, he saw a familiar phantom on the top of a towering mountain. The ancestor of the alien world, Lu Zan, sat cross-legged on the top of the ancient magic mountain, as quiet as a rock, unmoving. How did he come to the heaven? Xiao Chen was very shocked. It is said that the 4 ancestors of the other world have never been to the heaven since ancient times. How did the invincible land battle break the principle and appear here? Vaguely, Xiao Chen felt that something big was about to happen. Let's make this chapter shorter and look at Argentina vs Nigeria. By the way, help people to make an advertisement for Light Armor Whirlwind, Ancient Martial Arts Mechs, Shushan Plus Mechas. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. Chapter 628, The Ancestors' Secret Battle. The original giant mountains stretch across the land, standing majestically. In this prehistoric area with a radius of millions of miles, there are many old trees, such as giant umbrellas holding up the sky. Giant trees that are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years old even exceed the height of the mountains, covering the sky and the sun, covering tens of miles. Lu Zan remained motionless, sitting quietly cross-legged on the ancient magic mountain, without any breath of life, as if he had been sitting there since ancient times, becoming an immortal magic stone statue. The ancestor of the mighty Stoneman King. Hundreds of millions of years ago, he swept across the heavens, invincible, and invincible all over the world. Living up to now, it can be said that he is a living fossil among living fossils, and today's giants are just juniors in front of him. No one can deny that the undefeated inheritance of aliens in the heavens is inseparable from a powerful invincible war king like Lu Zan. In the past, there were only rumors that they were not destroyed, and no giant in the heavens dared to truly and completely slaughter them. More than 10,000 years ago, the 4 great ancestors of land warfare were born, shaking the heavens and the world. Let everyone feel terrified. It can be said that even if they don't make a move, as long as they are still alive, they have a strong deterrent force. After the war more than 10,000 years ago, the power of the alien factions in the heavenly realm was increasing day by day, no one dared to attack them easily, and they developed rapidly. Yeah, Kiki was very confused, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her big eyes were full of puzzlement, she looked suspiciously at Lu Zhan, then at Xiao Chen. Don't move. Xiao Chen stopped the restless little thing, and it was impossible to confront Lu Zhan. This intact living fossil represented the most peak power today, and it was an invincible existence. Fortunately, there is the Pengu stone token, and now Xiao Chen and KK have reached the state of the ancestor gods, which is enough to hide their aura. Greetings to the ancestor. The ancestor god of Zhuchongtian came to the top of the magic mountain and paid respects and pious worship. It can be seen that he is sincere and not artificial. The immemorial demon mountain, which is more than 10,000 feet high, is surrounded by bands of black clouds. Several huge ancient vines stretch from the middle of the mountain, coiling all the way to the top of the mountain. They are as thick as a river, as vigorous as a horned dragon, and the green leaves are shining brightly. And Lu Zhan sat in the center of the peak surrounded by several old vines, his whole body was integrated with this magic mountain, and he seemed to be one with this barren vein. How's the matter going? It wasn't until a long time later that Lu Zhan spoke slowly. He is a stone body, the body of an invincible king. Although he has the supreme power of breaking heaven and earth, he is no different from an ordinary stone at this moment. Report to the ancestors, although they have been inquired by many parties, but there is not much to gain, and all parties are tight-lipped. The Nine Heavens ancestor god knelt down on the ground. Lu Zhan didn't move at all, and it took a long time before he hummed, as if he was sitting down. The ancestor god of Zhuchongtian hesitated a little, and then said, however, when I went to the secret place of the monster clan, I found a little abnormality when I was testing the ancient disaster star. Oh, are you going to test that crow? Lu Zhan's pair of stone eyes suddenly opened two gaps, and suddenly there were two terrifying golden lights, and it was like two lightning strikes on the mountain top that was billowing with black mist. That powerful aura covered the sky, like the stars were trembling all over the sky, and fell to the earth at the same time. It was as terrible as the sky falling apart and the world destroyed. Strong. Extremely strong. This is the feeling of a land battle. If you don't move like a mountain, you will be destroyed if you move. Ancestor, forgive me. The ancestor god of Zhuchongtian was like a flat boat in the raging sea. His body was trembling in the stormy waves. He spoke quickly and said, the younger generation made many inquiries but found nothing. Therefore, I was unwilling to try it out. I wanted to see if he had the information. Lu Zhan sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, silent, the two sharp golden lights in his half-opened eyes did not fade away. According to the ancestors' warning, the unworthy descendants did not provoke the disaster star hastily, but went to visit after careful consideration. They used the chaotic plantain as an excuse, wanted to test it a little, didn't want to observe it, and found that there was silence in the flame cave, and the crow's corpse in the 3-foot sarcophagus showed no fluctuations in consciousness. I suspect that there seems to be something wrong with the disaster star. In the distance, Xiao Chen was startled. The ancestor god of Zhuchongtian's borrowing of chaos plantain was a fake, but his insinuation was true. What was he looking for? The ancestor god of Zhuchongtian quickly said these words, then lowered his head, knelt there and did not dare to move. It wasn't until then that the stone statue sitting cross-legged gradually lost the sharp golden light in its eyes, closed its eyes, and returned to the calm state of the ancient well. I know you have a clever mind, but the stone man king who became famous in ancient times used all kinds of methods against the heavens. You must not take such risks in the future. Lu Zhan said these few words indifferently. Thank you for the love of the ancestors, and the children and grandchildren will follow the teachings. The ancestor god who is as powerful as the 9 heavens is also obedient in front of Lu Zhan like a child who made mistakes, because just now he felt an extremely powerful oppression, full of desperate power. That crow's body is lying on the ground, without any spiritual thoughts. Lu Zhan murmured to himself, thinking silently. After waiting for a long time, the ancestor god from another world in Zhuchongtian cautiously opened his mouth and said, Ancestor, there might really be something wrong with that ancient calamity star. Lu Zhan nodded, and said, based on what you sensed from the cold body lying in the sarcophagus, there might be something wrong with him, but this calamity is not someone with a bad reputation. I have my own concerns about this matter. You can go. The 9 heavens ancestral god slowly stepped back a few steps, and then strode away. Remember, if there is any danger, you must crush the divine jade I gave you, and I will manifest it to save you as soon as possible. The children and grandchildren understand, thank you for the protection of the ancestor. The ancestor god of Juchongtian saluted respectfully again, and then went away. Xiao Chen originally wanted to chase this person down immediately and kill this person, but now he couldn't help frowning. Kiki was even more eager to try, but the little thing also knew that he couldn't act rashly, so he muttered dissatisfiedly and looked at that person unwillingly. Follow him, don't do anything, you have also seen that if you try to kill him, you will provoke this old stone. Xiao Chen warned. Kiki nodded, her big eyes were full of obedience, and then under the cover of Xiao Chen, she retreated from here and chased after her. As for Xiao Chen himself, he continued to stay here. Brush. At this moment, Lu Zan tore through the void, and around the claw, there was a black mist, and the huge black hole in space was gloomy, with no end in sight. He rushed in like a ghost and disappeared in an instant. Xiao Chen's heart was startled, he thought for a while on the spot, and then traveled thousands of miles, and came to the flame hole in the blink of an eye. Of course, during this process, he has been using the Pengu stone token to hide his breath. At this moment, the situation in the flaming cave is extremely tense. The chaotic plantain is lying across the sky, misty, and the yin and yang are flowing, shocking people's souls. At the same time, the stone crow turned into a streak of black light and soared into the sky. The black flames surrounding it were so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the stone crow was acting so powerful that he couldn't see his body at all. At this moment, it turned into a round of black sun, hanging on the chaotic plantain, frightening the world. Which friend is here? Hide your head and show your tail, why don't you come out and see it openly? Stone Crow's words were cold, as if echoing in the temple of Yama, which was in great contrast to the hot black flames around him. Lu Zan in the dark, motionless, at this moment he is standing on a big mountain 30 miles away, the ancient well has no waves, all life breath has been suppressed, and he is no different from a piece of ordinary stone. With his powerful spiritual sense, he can naturally detect the body of the stone crow in the black sun. After watching it for a long time, he was still in doubt. Black feathers grew out of the stone body. His eyes shrank for a while, thinking secretly, and said, "Did you break through by force?" Perhaps it is because of this reason that his physical condition has problems. Boom! At this moment, a stream of fire spirit shot out from the black sun, and it rushed to the mountain at the speed of a shooting star. Lu Zan shot away, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment the fire spirit touched the mountain, it turned into ashes without a sound, and there was nothing left when a gust of wind blew by. This is the terrifying power of the Stoneman King. The sacred mountain left over from the ancient times contains the essence of heaven and earth, and it is difficult for ordinary monks to break a mountain rock. And there are many ancient trees with tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of rings growing on the mountain. They have long had spiritual wisdom, and they are one with the holy mountain. The two are extremely strong, but they all cease to exist under this blow. The black sun on the sky, driving the chaotic plantain, draws a long black sky fire, which completely burns the sky and hits it. However, Lu Zan's divine light escape technique is unparalleled in the world and has long since disappeared. Shengguang escape technique, it really is an old guy from time immemorial. Two gloomy rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his expression suddenly became ugly. Listen, people in the dark, as far as the heavens, you can roll as far as I want. If I lock you in, I will let you live but not die. This is the strength of the ancient calamity star, even if he knows that he is facing a terrifying master from the ancient times, he dares to speak like this. Lu Zan stood on a sacred mountain thousands of miles away, with his hands behind his back, and frowned. Originally, he really didn't want to provoke this stone crow. The other party also has the world's fastest speed. However, at this moment he was hesitant. Is there anything wrong with him? If it's true, refining his body and spirit will definitely help me make a huge leap forward. That's right, the mighty land battle is hitting the stone crow's attention, and wants to kill it. Want to kill me? The stone crow seemed to have sensed it, and smiled angrily, scanning the 10 directions, and 2 bright golden lights shot out from its eyes, sweeping across this prehistoric land in an instant. The little stone emperor from ancient times, a hero of a generation, wanted to kill me, but still let me escape 3 disasters and 6 disasters, and live well until now. Its stone eyes bloomed with cold divine light, turned into a tangible substance, pierced through ancient mountains, and wanted to find out the hidden opponent, saying, "Today, if you dare to fight with me, if you don't draw your soul and refine your body, I will withdraw from the prehistoric heaven and never be born again." Mad. Be arrogant. The stone crow looked down on the world, stood proudly on the sky, looked down on the vast and desolate land, with an air of dominance. Lu Xun hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if there was something wrong with the stone crow. If his body was dry, how could he be so domineering? After staying for a short time, he disappeared out of thin air and flew away in an instant. He never engaged in fierce battles that he was not sure about. It's not that Lu Xun is afraid of stone crow, but that he never takes risks. In terms of absolute combat power, Lu Xun was a famous figure even before ancient times. Xiao Chen secretly knew that the stone crow was bluffing. If Lu Xun could not be frightened away, it might really fall here today. No one can save him, because the ancestor king made a move, and no one can beat him right now. The stone crow stood in the air for a long time, finally let out a heavy cold snort, and returned to the flame hole. And Xiao Chen launched the 8-phase extreme speed, traversed the vast sky, and rushed to the ancient magic mountain where Lu Xun was invisible before the battle. The distance of tens of thousands of miles is better than strolling in the garden, and it can be reached in the blink of an eye when he is currently a master of the 8-phase world. However, this immemorial magic mountain was empty, and Lu Xun never came back. Xiao Chen's face changed suddenly. The old guy must have doubts, and he didn't really retreat. A thoughtful and suspicious old fossil. Xiao Chen hurried back. And at this moment, the old skull in the flame hole reorganized into a bone body, which appeared in the barren veins silently, as if searching for something, until finally it soared into the sky. Two strange rays of light shot out from a pair of eye holes, and the green light swept across the earth, and then he snorted coldly and said, "You're lucky." Xiao Chen happened to see this scene. He was secretly surprised. All the ancient antiques are indeed extremely cunning. This old skull is obviously playing with the stone crow. It seems that the two living fossils all have a sense of crisis, and use this fake show to deter their opponents. The fact is, Lu Xun was scared for a while on a big mountain 500 miles away, never expecting that there are two ancient living fossils here. He didn't hesitate any longer. He cast out the divine light, and disappeared out of nowhere. This time he retreated completely without any doubt. But even so, Xiao Chen was still worried, and followed, until he was sure that Lu Xun had really returned to the original ancient magic mountain. At this moment, Lu Xun was sitting next to him on the top of the mountain, meditating cross-legged, closing his eyes and talking to himself. This is a game deliberately set up to lure me over and kill me. Don't they already know that I have come to the heaven? Who is the other person? Xiao Chen couldn't help admiring the old skull and the stone crow. They were obviously in a weak state, but the grand ancestor Lu Xun was suspicious and terrified. Afterwards, Xiao Chen quickly returned to the flame cave. "Boy, you came back just in time. We are about to move out of here. I saw what happened just now." Xiao Chen told the two living fossils the news that Lu Xun appeared in the heaven. "It was him." Shi Wuya sneered again and again, and said, "When I recover, I will never end with him." "There are 4 ancestors in the other world," Xiao Chen reminded. "So what if there are 8? I want to kill people. I never care about that many. I will never die." Hearing this sentence, Xiao Chen secretly rejoiced that he and the stone crow had resolved their grievances. This lord cannot be provoked at all, and if it is angered, it will be a lifelong enemy. "Where are we moving to?" Little Stubborn Dragon asked. The tiger demon next to him was trembling, terrified, and kept calling his mother in secret. This group of people was too terrifying, and the people he provoked were even more frightening. He belonged to 2 worlds. "Go to the so-called ancestor of the Yaozu." Stone Crow seemed very reluctant. "Aren't you the ancestor of the monster clan who is said to live in seclusion in the Holy Land within a radius of millions of miles?" Shapalang asked while flattering. "There is someone else." Stone Crow seemed very unwilling to admit this, and replied coldly. Shapalang shrank his neck immediately and said nothing more. The tiger demon was even more taken aback. The legendary ancestor who lived in seclusion in the Holy Land of the demon tribe turned out to be someone else, not this Stone Crow at all. "Did something important happen in the heaven, senior?" Xiao Chen asked Shiwuya, because he felt that the ancestor god of the 9 heavens in the other world must be collecting some extremely important information. Stone Crow frowned and said, "Why do you ask this?" "Because Lu Xun is looking for this news. The exact location of the tomb of the legendary Little Stone Emperor seems to have been discovered." "What? Which Little Stone Emperor?" The old skull was startled. "Naturally, it is the Little Stone Emperor, the hero of the generation who intimidated the heavens before the ancient times. Not long ago, when Shi Wuyu was facing a strong enemy, he had mentioned the Little Stone Emperor, and now that he was mentioned again, it made people want to know everything about him." However, Stone Crow didn't say much, just murmured to himself, "How did he fall back then? It won't be long before I recover." Finally, Stone Crow's eyes turned cold. Senior, if you recover, I will definitely wish you a helping hand. Xiao Chen told the story of the Nine Heavens ancestor god. Stone Crow and Old Skull's eyes lit up immediately, and they said, very good, we don't need to wait until he recovers, just kill the ancestor god of the Nine Heavens directly, and when the divine jade in his hand is crushed, let Luzon manifest, we set up a decisive battle in advance, and grind him to death. Chapter 629 The Whereabouts of the Ninth Heaven Monument. The two living fossils looked at each other, the light in each other's eyes was surprisingly consistent, they both wanted to kill Luzon. The two old antiques chattered and studied for a long time, wondering which formation to use to kill Luzon. As for the vicious formation, they really had several choices. Just in case, wait for me to recover a little bit, so that nothing will go wrong. The Stone Crow is very cautious. It is not unreasonable to be able to live until now and be immortal for hundreds of millions of years. The Old Skull agreed deeply. Even though he believed in the mighty power of the evil formation, he had to take precautions. If he was rushed out by the land battle, the consequences would be disastrous and everyone would die. Boy, you can do whatever you want, but don't attack that ancestor god of the Nine Heavens, we will be of great use then. This is Shi Wuya's advice to Xiao Chen. The ancient calamity is very vengeful. Knowing that Luzon wants to attack him, he is destined to die forever. In this Yaozu territory with a radius of millions of miles, there are only 7 or 8 ancient cities, which are specially used for monks to exchange spirit treasures and holy medicines. Xiao Chen, Little Stubborn Dragon, Sha Po Lang and others came to an ancient city named Hanyu, and they followed the clues left by KK. Although he can't take action against the ancestor god of the Juchongtian, it is necessary to know his every move. Not only will Stone Crow use this person, but Xiao Chen also wants to use him to find out the whereabouts of Little Stone Emperor's tomb. This legendary ancient strongman, a generation of heroes who ruled the world, had countless glorious battles during his lifetime. Many people are very interested in his tomb, and want to find out what treasures he left behind. The shape of Hanyu City is like a crescent moon, which is quite different from the boxy ancient city in the world. It has a strange layout and does not have any city walls, because for cultivators, it is vain. This ancient city is very lively, people come and go on the streets, there are all kinds of strange races, such as centipede kings with a length of more than 10 feet, snowmen covered with animal hair, and bat gods like hell devil kings. Relatively speaking, the number of humanoid monks is only a small number. Wani and Chalcedony, it's cheap to deal with, you only need a Mingwo Shinju to replace it. The sacred orchid bears fruit, the best holy fruit of 9,000 years, and those who are interested can exchange it with the golden spirit flower. A section of the main branch of the god of life tree is full of powerful vitality. When it is inserted into the soil, it will become a new god of life tree. Such a sacred thing requires a dragon ball to exchange. Phoenix eggs, real phoenix eggs, stolen from the sun and Venus after a narrow escape, can hatch a powerful phoenix bird, which requires perfect demon god combat skills in exchange. The city of Hanyu was very lively, making Xiao Chen and others seem to have entered the bazaar in the world, and these monks were all selling, so as to attract people's attention in exchange for what they needed. Longevity meat, immortal meat. As soon as Xiao Chen and the others entered the city, they met a demon god transformed from a goat, with a goat's head on its head, a human body standing upright, holding a piece of rotten meat and selling it there. Brother goat, you are too careless. Your dog meat is almost stinky, so you have the nerve to sell it here with your big head. Sha Palang said very rudely. What are you talking about? The goat spirit's eyes stood up at that time, and the 2 long horns on its head flickered like 2 scimitars. A strand of goatee turned up 3 times, and then said in a tone full of disdain, I don't know anything about this. Being so despised by others, Sha Palang was not annoyed, and said, who are you fooling, you look so rotten. Seriously, do you sell dog meat here? Shouldn't you beat me? The goat spirit was annoyed, and said, have you ever heard of such a thing as Tai Sui? I am the real Tai Sui of 10,000 years. I can live 10 years longer by smelling it, and increase my lifespan by eating 1 mouthful. At the same time, I also need to cultivate diligently. Don't tell me it's useless. I don't care if he is Tai Sui or a eunuch. I don't need it, my brother has already lived immortality. Huo Yuengguo claims to increase his cultivation, and turned me into a human-shaped torch. I said brother, serious, is there any authentic dog meat? The best is real fragrant meat made from a black dog, my saliva is almost flowing. As a result, Sha Po Lang was violently beaten out. Boy, do you want to buy black dog meat? At this moment, Sha Po Lang was grabbed by the collar from behind. Yeah, I said Brother Taiwan will sell me 180 catties. Tonight, I will prepare black dog meat. Sha Palang, who was wiping his saliva while talking, turned his head. When he saw a human body with a black dog's head on it, he was a little dumbfounded, and then dazzled, because the huge old fist hit his eye sockets, turning black eyes on the spot. I told you to eat black dog meat, go to hell. Another 2 huge old punches slammed into the black eye sockets of Sha Palang. After being beaten up, Sha Palang felt extremely wronged, but it is not good to cause trouble here, because this is the rule. It is okay to make small troubles, but if you dare to fight to the death here to disrupt order, you will be chased and killed by everyone in the city. I'll just say it, did I make a mistake? If you want to buy a piece of black dog meat, you will be beaten up. Is there any reason? Sha Palang rubbed his black and purple goldfish swollen eyeballs, angrily. Xiao Chen and others ignored him and continued walking forward. In the ancient city, there are very few human races. After all, this is an area ruled by the demon race, and the demon gods are the ones who haunt the most. And those humanoid creatures are not necessarily human beings, and are very likely to be formed by powerful dehumanized races. Beneath the sky and the earth, counting the past and the present, the secrets of the ages, the shocking news, there is a price for sale. While walking forward, Xiao Chen and others suddenly heard such a voice. Unlike the monks exchanging heaven, material and earth treasures, someone here is selling information. On the side of the road stood a pole with 4 big characters written in dragons and phoenixes, count all the people and things in the world. And under the flag and streamer sat an old Taoist priest cross-legged, who looked like a fairy, with a bit of fairy charm, surrounded by many monks. You old liar are here to cheat again. Wish to fight and suffer, who told you to believe him? ... Obviously, the people around didn't believe in this old Taoist at all, and it seemed that he had a bad record. Soon the crowd dispersed. Xiao Chen and the others stepped forward. They didn't care too much, they just asked casually. What kind of news are you selling? Whatever you want to know, I'll sell it. The old Taoist was very calm, and didn't care about the evaluation of everyone just now. Xiao Chen squatted on the ground, stared at him and said, then let me ask you, do you know where the little stone emperor's tomb is? The old Taoist gasped and said in surprise, who are you? Are you selling the news, or are you looking for our history? The king of reincarnation was very dissatisfied. This piece of news is expensive, and I'm afraid you can't afford it. The old Taoist returned to his calm state. I think you are a bluffing liar. Sha Palang walked over rubbing his swollen eyeballs. You can't talk nonsense. As long as you can afford the price, I can naturally provide relevant information. What do you need to exchange for this news? King Yan Luo asked. He didn't take it seriously, but just asked casually. I don't think there is anything in you that has this value. The old Taoist was indifferent, with a detached look, but when he looked at Xiao Chen for a moment, he was startled, and said, you have a stone brick in your sleeve. Don't worry, it's not for shooting you. Xiao Chen said this, and he and the others were about to leave, but at this moment the old Taoist suddenly said, give me that stone brick, and I can exchange the information you want to know. Xiao Chen's heart tightened. Did this old Taoist see the reality of the Tianbei? Little friend, go slowly, you just open your mouth, no matter how high the price is, I want to exchange this stone brick. The old Taoist spoke after him. Xiao Chen stopped and asked, do you know its origin? Of course I know, because I have a great karma with this stone brick. The old Taoist looked very serious. What cause and effect do you have with it? Because it was originally a holy brick passed down from my family's ancestors. Xiao Chen really wanted to print bricks on his face. This is too outrageous, the majestic monument is your brick, who do you think you are? I know my little friend won't believe it. Come on, let me explain to you in detail. Why don't I find a restaurant and talk while eating? The restaurants in Cold Moon City are naturally not ordinary restaurants. The food they sell is completely refined from the essence of heaven and earth, which can improve cultivation, and the price is naturally ridiculously high. It needs to be exchanged for natural materials and earth treasures, and money is useless. Okay, if someone treats you, I'm naturally happy to wait. Sha Palang agreed first. The little stubborn dragon glared at him. However, Xiao Chen did not stop him. Although this old Taoist priest had reached the realm of the ancestor god, he was not afraid. Okay, old Taoist, I will treat you today, and I will have a good relationship with you. A group of people came to the restaurant. It was completely carved out of amethyst jade, the whole body was shining with purple light, full of aura. Such a handwriting can only be possessed by the prehistoric heaven. They walked up to the 5th floor, the top floor, and came to a closed private room to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Everything can be isolated here, and the old Taoist seriously explained the origin of the bricks. To be honest, I am a descendant of the Little Stone Emperor, and this brick indeed has a great cause and effect with our family. Are you the descendant of the Little Stone Emperor? Sha Palang squinted at him. You must know that many powerful forces in the outside world are inquiring about the whereabouts of the Little Stone Emperor's tomb. This guy really dares to speak out, so he is not afraid that others will find him trouble. You don't need to look at me like this. If you don't believe me, you can ask other people in Cold Moon City. They all know that I am from the lineage of Little Stone Emperor. But, to be honest, although we are his descendants, we don't know the real location of the tomb. I don't know, you were fooling us just now. The King of Reincarnation looked at him fiercely. When did I say that I knew the location of the tomb? I just said that I knew the relevant news, for example, I knew who discovered the tomb. Everyone was speechless. This old Taoist really has the potential to cheat. Then tell me, what is the cause and effect between this brick and your family? Little stubborn dragon stared at him. According to legend, my ancestors were invincible all over the world. Stop it, don't brag about his glorious record to us, I've heard it 100 times already. Okay, then I'll go straight to the point and explain the cause and effect. The old Taoist picked up a chopstick of 1,000-year-old Tai Sui meat, which is the kind of rotten meat that he encountered before killing the wolf. Wait, what did you say? Sha Palang stopped him and said, you mean, a brick fell from the sky and knocked over the Little Stone Emperor, causing him to almost die and collapse on the ground. Although his words were rough and contemptible, but he asked the point, which several other people also wanted to confirm. Your words are ugly, but it's true. The old Taoist didn't get angry, and still looked very flat. What happened later? Do you know who smashed the black bricks? Quote. The old Taoist was very depressed and felt unable to speak. No matter how he heard it, he seemed to be saying that the majestic Little Stone Emperor was a figure in the market. Later, my ancestors put away the bricks and studied them carefully all day long, making them the sacred bricks for family heirloom. Being smashed with black bricks, and still being so particular about it, I think your ancestor, the Little Stone Emperor, must have had his head smashed. Did he enshrine the bricks? Sha Palang looked embarrassed. The old Taoist priest was extremely embarrassed and said nothing for a long time. After a long time, he said, it has indeed been enshrined, and it has been studied day and night. It's over, I know how the Little Stone Emperor fell, his head was completely smashed by someone. You're so stupid. Sha Palang said without a word. What is unexpected is that the old Taoist priest who has always been plain and slightly elegant suddenly uttered a foul language, as if he had been holding back killing the wolf for a long time, and said, fuck you. I said, Taoist priest, are you scolding me? The first ancestor of Wuliang has sinned, and the poor Taoist lost his temper. The old Taoist calmed down again, and he became a fairy again. What happened next? Later, my first ancestor, the Little Stone Emperor, died inexplicably, and that piece of holy wheel also disappeared. The old Taoist said seriously. The story you made up is not very attractive. Xiao Chen drank a glass of fine wine made from red fruit, and said, it's ridiculous. Old Taoist, I never lie, what I say is true. How do you prove it? Xiao Chen asked. Old Taoist, I think that my little friend is very talented, and he is absolutely extraordinary. I think it should be rewarding to get the holy brick. The old Taoist hesitated for a moment, and said, my ancestor, the Little Stone Emperor, once comprehended the supreme mystery from the holy brick. It is a pity that my descendants have only learned superficially. I can show some of the essence to prove it. Speaking of this, he formed a seal with one hand, showing a supreme metaphysics seal that has never been seen or seen before. Xiao Chen was startled, he had never seen this kind of divine seal, but he felt very familiar. This seems to really belong to the mysterious method of the Tianbei lineage. He has already mastered the mysterious method of the six-sided celestial monument. Although he has not obtained all of the seventh side, he has also seen a general idea, and the divine seal displayed by the old Taoist priest is by no means in this category. Xiao Chen had also seen the eighth celestial tablet, but it was a wordless celestial tablet, suppressed in the deepest part of the world of death. Could it be that the Little Stone Emperor from the ancient times was really suppressed by the stone tablet that fell from the sky, and got some of the mental methods above? If it is true, it is very likely that it is the ninth celestial monument that has never been seen before. Little friend, don't you believe me? I'll show you the last two moves. The old Taoist said while making seals, showing the mysterious and inexplicable magic of the seal. So far, Xiao Chen completely believed that the ancestors of this old Taoist priest definitely had contact with the mysterious method of the Tianbei. This touched him a lot. You must know that ordinary people cannot practice the secret method of the Tianbei, and that little stone emperor is really a very special person. What's the use of you talking so much? Even though the holy brick is in our hands, it has changed, and it no longer belongs to your family. The old Taoist bowed and saluted, and said, of course I won't let my little friend suffer, and I will definitely buy it at the most reasonable price. Not for sale. Xiao Chen was very straightforward. Can you let me take a look first? I will also pay a reasonable price. It's okay to take a look. Xiao Chen controlled the Tianbei, and it really floated in his hand like a brick. No, it's different from the holy brick recorded. The old Taoist showed a look of surprise, looking at the ancient patterns on the sky tablet with doubts. See, it's not the holy brick you're looking for. Could it be that that holy brick was really buried in the tomb of my ancestor, Little Stone Emperor? The old Taoist said to himself. Xiao Chen was shocked. No matter what, he had to find the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor. If the ninth stele was there, it would be of great significance. Chapter 630 Unexpected. The simple and unpretentious sky tablet looks like a stone brick. Even if he knew that it was not a sacred brick passed down from his family, the old Taoist wanted to exchange it at any cost. Naturally, Xiao Chen couldn't make a deal with him. Any price is fine, really, little friend, you might as well think about it. Alright then, let's exchange that holy brick in the Little Stone Emperor's tomb. Quote. The old Taoist sighed helplessly, not to mention not knowing where the tomb is. Even if he knew, it would be impossible to exchange. Leaving the restaurant carved from amethyst divine jade, the group continued to wander around the ancient city, followed by the old Taoist priest. What are you doing with us? If you don't change it, you don't change it. The Reincarnation King and other 3 skeletons warned him, saying, if you think of any bad thoughts, you'd better be careful. I just want to go with you because I have some regrets. Maybe I can help you. For example, I know who first discovered the tomb of Little Stone Emperor. Then tell me and listen. There is a fee for this. Xiao Chen laughed immediately, and said, following us also requires a fee, and the fee is very expensive. The old Taoist nodded after a little hesitation, and said, okay, I can exchange information. It is said that the tomb of the first ancestor of the Little Stone Emperor is in the area ruled by the demon clan. A strong man on Hanging Island found the tomb of Little Stone Emperor by accident, but after he went back and reported it to ancestor Xuankong, the giant in the sky, when he found that area again, he found that the tomb was gone. It's like a running mausoleum, which has disappeared and can no longer be found. For this reason, Patriarch Xuankong purposely searched for 3 days with the powerful stoneman King Divine Sense, and came to the conclusion that the disciple was not lying, that the prehistoric ancient land was extremely restricted, and the aura of the mausoleum was hidden. Patriarch Xuankong wanted to slowly break through the restrictions placed in the ancient times, and then get everything in the Little Stone Emperor's tomb, but he didn't want the news to leak out after all. It must be known that all the major powers had placed eyeliner on each other, and as a result, the major powers sent people to investigate secretly, and came to the area ruled by the monster clan to find the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor. Of course, these news are not understood by ordinary people at present, and only some superpowers have learned about them. Only the people on the Hanging Island know exactly that area, and the other superpowers have vaguely found some clues. Up to now, the people on the Hanging Island don't dare to act rashly. Once they dig the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor, they will attract more people. I think they will choose some partners in the end. After all, it is not an option to procrastinate like this, because the superpowers are watching their every move. Just these news, if we pay attention, we can find out by ourselves. I also know one important piece of news. Oh, let's hear it. In the lineage of Xuankong Island, the disciple who first discovered the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor was forcibly detained by a certain celestial giant with the supreme law. It was too late when the ancestor Xuankong found out. However, that disciple had a treasure of the Xuankong lineage, and he escaped after being detained. I just happened to see his trace when he was escaping. This is the key news. If you want to know the location of Little Stone Emperor's tomb, you must start with that disciple. In the end, Xiao Chen let him follow the crowd and did not chase them away. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the descendants of Little Stone Emperor might hold some unknown secrets. Xiao Chen followed the clues left by KK, left Cold Moon City, and walked towards a distant plain. This plain area is not the imaginary prairie, but an endless forest sea, inhabited by many strong monsters. It is a very dangerous place. 3 hours later, Xiao Chen realized that he was approaching KK, because the imprint was very clear, and it seemed that he had left it not long ago. And when they walked into a dense virgin forest, they didn't need to look for the mark deliberately, they already knew that Kiki must be here. Because, there are bursts of refreshing fruit fragrance coming from the front, and the refreshing smell makes people salivate, not to mention Kiki who loves spiritual fruits very much, the little thing must be right in front. Everyone flew directly in the direction where the fragrance came from, and soon sensed the abnormality in front of them. A little brilliance was rippling, a huge dragon grass was like a towering tree, the whole body was green, and it was covered with the legendary dragon snake fruit. Although each golden fruit is no more than half a foot long, it has an extremely miraculous shape, like small ancestral dragons on dragon grass. The whole body is crystal clear, and there are dragon scales densely covering the body. This doesn't look like a fruit at all, but rather a magnificent work of art. The dragon snake fruit is too similar to the real little Zulong. Holding a large pile of fruits in KK's arms, it is sleeping soundly, full of satisfaction, obviously just enjoying the perfect taste. The mutated dragon grass is said to be the essence of the ancestral dragon. If you exchange this kind of sacred thing, you can get it in exchange for great treasures. The old Taoist's eyes showed a strange brilliance, and said, "And, if you want to open the tomb of the little stone emperor, you also need this mutated god grass." "No change, no change." The little thing replied in a daze in his sleep, quickly opened his eyes, stared at him vigilantly, and then looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart moved suddenly, and he looked at the old Taoist priest, as if he knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. The old Taoist priest kept his tongue shut and stopped talking. Brush. With a flash of light, the entire dragon grass disappeared, and was taken into the lost paradise by the little thing, becoming its exclusive item. Yeah, Kiki happily flew over, picked a bunch of dragon snake fruits, and distributed them to everyone. "Where is the ancestor god from another world named Nine Heavens?" Xiao Chen asked. "It's right in front, and I've tampered with him." The little thing was full of confidence, and he flicked lightly in the void, and a picture suddenly appeared. The ancestor god of the Nine Heavens was looking for something in an old forest. The old Taoist priest next to him was startled, and said, "This is Lao Lin that the disciple from Hanging Island passed through when he fled. Has anyone found his trace?" Xiao Chen knows that there are huge forces in the foreign world, and it must be much easier than them to use all kinds of resources to find a person. The little thing quickly proved this point, and the ancestor god of the Juchongtian mobilized a lot of people to provide him with information, so he chased here. We will follow behind him and use their resources to find clues to the little stone emperor's tomb. The disciples of Shuangkong Island are fleeing, but it is more difficult to get back to the ancestor of Shuangkong. At this moment, many people are looking for him, cutting off his way back, and almost completely blocking this vast area. If it wasn't for the heavy treasure on his body to temporarily hide his aura, he would have been captured by a certain celestial giant. After traveling for thousands of miles, the ancestor god of the Nine Heavens deployed a lot of people and gradually narrowed the search area. At this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound from the sky, and a huge palm covered the sky and quickly pressed down. Not good. Little stubborn dragon changed color. The strong stone man King Qin Guang and the other 3 skeletons were also very surprised. A certain giant in the heaven. The old Taoist's eyes shot out 2 gleams. The huge palm covered the sky and covered the earth, getting bigger and bigger, and it actually covered the entire area with a radius of 500 miles, and everyone was extremely shocked. Walk! Xiao Chen shouted loudly, swept everyone away with the 8-phase world, and flew away at a very high speed. His current speed is comparable to that of the Stone King, and no one can catch up. But even so, he was almost covered by the huge palm below, and escaped dangerously. Obviously, Ye didn't want to keep them, and they were not the ones to catch. Everyone stood in the sky and looked back, only to see that huge hand stretched out to a radius of more than 800 li, directly blocking the area, and then reached down to grab the land in their hands. This is really overbearing. The old Taoist gasped, and said, "This is the strength of the giant in the heavens." He should have searched for the area where the disciple who was in the air was located, so he grabbed the entire land in his hands and wanted to find it out slowly. Boom! At this moment, another big hand appeared, shattered the sky, and struck at that big hand. Rumble! The sky shattered again, and the third big hand reached out, vying for the cracked land, wanting to grab it in his hand. This is the mighty Stone Man King. In order to compete for one person, he did not hesitate to grab the earth with a radius of 800 li to the sky. The stone man Wang Zhengfeng wanted to compete for the disciple who knew about it, but suddenly the situation changed and the world turned pale. Thousands of miles around turned into wasteland. Many strong men escaped desperately from between the fingers of the three big hands. It wasn't the disciple of Hanging Island. The three giants were not interested at all and did not kill them. The three giants made a move, shaking the powerhouse of the monster clan, and an old voice shouted, "Who is invading my clan's territory?" Xiao Chen was startled. Is Little Stone Emperor's tomb really so important? It actually caused the giants of the heavens to fight so much. Boom! At this moment, a black light madness blew the sky apart, and swept across the sky like a black flood, submerging this place all at once. Land battle, it's land battle. Xiao Chen had a complete intuition. This living fossil concealed its aura, and made a crazy move. In the black frenzy, a specter shook all directions and fell into a big hand. It shattered the ground for 800 miles on the spot, and then soared into the sky. It has to be shocking that the living fossils from the ancient times were so powerful that they were unfathomable, and they found out the disciple of Hanging Island all at once. Boom! The other two big hands fell down, and the phantom in the Kuroshio let out a demonic howl, leapt into the sky with one step, broke one big hand on the spot, and then kicked the other giant hand away, tearing the sky and passing through the sky. Three big hands poked into the torn space, but still did not catch Luzon's figure. This is a living fossil from the ancient times. With one hit, it can escape in an instant, and its strength is unfathomable. Xiao Chen enveloped the crowd with the world of 8 phases, and then fled away at a high speed, hiding his aura with the Pengu stone token, and soon appeared in Luzon's original hermitage. Sure enough, on that ancient magic mountain, Luzon was searching for the memory of the disciple on Hanging Island with Supreme Dafa, and the billowing demonic energy flooded it. Sky Rift Valley. After a long time, Luzon spat out these 3 words, and then pressed lightly with his magic hand, and the disciple on Hanging Island turned into flying ash with a bang. If I go to the Sky Rift Valley now, Shu Engkong will definitely remember everything on my head. Maybe he has already been waiting halfway. Luzon pondered for a while. Xiao Chen didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly rushed to a primitive mountain range. The old skull and the stone crow were no longer in the flame cave, and moved to another holy land of the monster clan. There were no accidents on the road, and 2 old antiques were found soon. Xiao Chen told them all this. Since the giants of the heavens have taken action, the 2 living fossils must be brought in, otherwise the chances are slim. Unexpectedly, when Stone Crow saw the old Taoist priest in the group, he raised his eyes on the spot and shot 2 terrifying rays of light. Little Stone Emperor, you are not dead. The Stone Crow was frightened and angry, and at the same time there was a trace of fear, and shouted, "You hunted me down for 13,000 years in the past, and you still don't want to let me go. You didn't fall. Then why did you leave the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor? What do you want to do? I wish all book friends a happy Dragon Boat Festival. 2 chapters tomorrow. At Chapter 631, Primordial Killing Field. The first update has arrived, and there is another chapter. I wish all book friends a happy Dragon Boat Festival, calling for monthly tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support, thank you. Xiao Chen and others all changed their faces. This old Taoist priest who looks like a fairy, harmless to humans and animals, is actually a little stone emperor from ancient times. This was really beyond people's expectations. Everyone walked with him all the way and didn't notice anything unusual at all. Immediately afterwards, everyone was terrified. You must know that the old Taoist priest is made of flesh and blood, not a stone human body. If he is really a little stone emperor, doesn't it mean that he broke through on the Stone King Road? That is the real rebirth of flesh and blood, a step up, no longer a cold body of a stone man. The path of the Supreme Ancestor God and the path of the stone man go hand in hand. It's a cat. Shapalang's face was white on the spot, and he slandered the little stone emperor a lot along the way. Isn't it Tai Sui who broke ground on his head and monks who plucked their hair? What are you talking about? The old Taoist looked puzzled. At this moment, the stone crow has been promoted to the fighting state, flapping its wings, suspended in midair like a round of black sun. Its eyes are shining with golden light, and its divine flames are shining brightly. It said, "Little Stone Emperor, don't pretend to be hypocritical. I can recognize your bones after peeling off the skin." Wait, the old skull flew over, stopped the stone crow, and said, "He really doesn't have that much power, and his strength can't be compared with the Little Stone Emperor." Wu Liang, the ancestor. The old Taoist did not panic under such a powerful pressure, but explained patiently, "I am really not the Little Stone Emperor. He is my ancestor, and that is the only relationship. I'll recognize you even when you turn into ashes." The stone crow sneered again and again. The pair of sharp bird claws that could tear apart the stone man king clanged, and the forest light flickered, grabbing downwards. Clang clang. The old skull suffered from its black stone claws, and shot out a string of sparks, like golden stones colliding violently, blocking it, saying, "Don't do it yet, it's probably not him." "Impossible," Stone Crow shouted. "Look at the red mole of the Big Dipper on the heart of his left hand, who is it but Little Stone Emperor?" Everyone stared at it, and in the palm of the old Taoist's left hand, there really were 7 red moles of the Big Dipper. According to the legend of the cultivation world, such a person who is born extraordinary is definitely a different person, and he is actually the king who controls the ultimate power. The old skull also hesitated for a while, but finally stopped him, saying, "It's never too late to ask about the situation." However, the old Taoist was very helpless when faced with the cross-examination, and said, "I am only a descendant of the Little Stone Emperor. What is the hero from the ancient times? If you have that kind of power, will you still not feel it?" The Stone Crow grabbed the old Taoist priest, using the supreme profound method, and explored the old Taoist priest's whole body, including every acupoint, and even the hair, but found no aura of the Little Stone Emperor, and found no evidence that his primordial spirit resided in the flesh shell. Stone Crow stared at the old skull, and said, "I know that you have a relationship with the Little Stone Emperor in the past, whether it is his descendants or himself, you will do your best to protect him." Under the repeated persuasion of the old skull, Stone Crow put away his killing intentions for the time being. Sky Rift Valley, the tomb of Little Stone Emperor, is it still necessary to go? This is the question before everyone. Now, the person who looks exactly like the Little Stone Emperor is right in front of him, making people have doubts. The Stone Crow and the old skull thought about the old things from the ancient times, and came up with a certain possibility. They finally agreed that they must go to the cracked Sky Valley, because even if there was no Little Stone Emperor's bones there must be some kind of terrible artifact buried there, which must be taken out. Of course, you can't rush blindly, you must be prepared. After a short repair for a few days, with the help of the old skull, the Stone Crow regained most of its vitality, and the dry stone body gradually became alive, but most of the black feathers faded away, and those parts were bare, and the stone body recovered. Under the cover of the Pengu Stone Order, Stone Crow, Old Skull, and Xiao Chen rushed to Luzon's secluded place to observe, and found that the old antique was very calm and did not take any action, sitting cross-legged on the magic mountain without moving. Although this old Devil King knows the location, he is afraid of being blocked in the Rift Valley, so he is unwilling to act rashly. I don't know what method he will come up with. Shi Wuya and the others also had some scruples. Whoever appeared first in the Sky Rift Valley would be blamed, and would be considered by Patriarch Xuankong as the Black Hand who detained his disciples. Let's use the Pengu Stone Order as a cover and go to the cracked Sky Valley to take a look. The old skull suggested. Except for these 2 old antiques, Xiao Chen was the only traveler, and no one else followed. Rifting Sky Valley is a desperate place, the terrain is very dangerous, a high ancient mountain was split in half from the middle, forming a huge crack, extending to the depths of the ground. This huge mountain split in 2 is surrounded by towering ancient trees and strange rocks. When approaching the Grand Canyon, the clouds are deep and foggy, misty and unfathomable. Even powerful monks are unwilling to explore deeply. This is the area ruled by your monster clan, have you ever explored it before? The old skull asked Stone Crow. Indeed, I've explored it before, but it's a very dark place below, and I haven't found anything. Stone Crow replied, scanning all directions at the same time, looking for clues. Boom! At this moment, a monstrous flame shot up from the Grand Canyon, covering the entire area of 100 miles at once, trapping Stone Crow, Old Skull, and Xiao Chen inside. This is the Alchemy Demon Locking Formation. The Old Skull was taken aback. The evil energy around the rifting valley is soaring, and the magic light is lingering, like an endless fire burning ragingly. Stone Crow obviously felt something was wrong, and said, I think this seems to be set up specifically for us. At this moment, the sky was turned upside down, the mausoleum moved and the valley changed, the stones rotted and the pines withered, and the stars moved, as if they had traveled through eternity in an instant. Surroundings, towers of white bones emerged, and giant palaces were suppressed in the sky, completely sealing off and suppressing this place. In addition to the Alchemy Demon Locking Formation, there is also the Bone Absolute Palace Formation, 2 ancient killing formations combined into one, specially prepared for killing the Stoneman King. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from the old skull's eye holes. The Stone Crow's expression was also extremely ugly. He never expected that he would be trapped here just after approaching here, without going deep into the Grand Canyon at all. There is something strange. The 3 of Xiao Chen agreed. You guessed it right, I set it up just for you. Just outside this ancient killing formation, a phantom appeared out of thin air. In the darkness, only a pair of eyes shone with a gloomy light. Around the tall body, black mist surged, making him look ferocious and powerful. "It's you, Lu Zan." Shi Crow's heart sank at that time. Lu Zan had wanted to kill him before, and now he was laying out a decisive battle to refine them, making him furious. Xiao Chen and the Old Skull also felt that something was wrong. This place was by no means the location of Little Stone Emperor's tomb, but a killing situation set in advance by Lu Zan. "Do you really think that I, Lu Zan, is a vegetarian?" The tall phantom was in the black cloud, showing only a vague outline, which was even more magical. He said solemnly, "I have always suspected that someone was spying on me in the dark, so I deliberately said the word, cracking Sky Valley, and then set up a killing plan. I didn't want to wait for it to come. It's wonderful, you automatically enter the urn." Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a chill in his heart. This old antique was truly scheming and terrifying. Just because of his suspicious nature, he set up this ancient killing formation, which directly led to their falling into desperation. It is also enough to explain from the side that Lu Zan has a strange and deep mind, which is hard to fathom, and he is really a terrifying figure. "Lu Zan, you are fine." Stone Crow gritted his teeth. Originally, he wanted to set up a decisive battle to grind the opponent to death, but he didn't want to be tricked by the opponent first. "Refining the two of you, I will break through the shackles, and I will be able to sweep the world at that time." Lu Zan's voice was very indifferent, and the tall monster image was like a big mountain, bringing endless oppressive feeling, said, "Enjoy the ancient killing field." After all, he sat cross-legged on the sky, motionless, and began to mobilize. Woo! The howling wind, 108 crazily spinning on the bone platform, the appearance of the bloody hell, the appearance of the mountain of swords and the sea of swords, the manifestation of the killing field of Shira. A total of 108 kinds of vicious absolute domains are intertwined, which can be described as endless changes. The Stone Crow's half-bald body, with its black feathers stretched out, and the flames were raging to the sky. He propped up a black light curtain to block this peerless killing array. However, the changes in the primordial killing formation were beyond the reach of manpower, and they were originally set up to deal with the King of Stonemen. How could they resist it? On the sky, there are 108 palaces. Each one is full of divine light, and there is a land warrior sitting in it. 108 heavenly palaces, 108 land battles. Suppressed majestically on the sky, cast down enormous coercion, swept down the divine lights, intertwined together, forming an endless net, sparse but not leaking. That is the tangible law of order. Chi chi chi, it was as powerful as a stone crow, and its black feathers were on fire. Under the suppression of the 108 purgatory and 108 heavenly palaces, it endured tremendous pressure, and its body was about to shatter. The Old Skull also let out a long howl, showing great power to fight against this ancient killing formation. However, this is only the beginning of the ordeal. In addition to the Bone Absolute Palace formation, there is also the Alchemy Demon Locking formation to complement it. The endless sky demons and ancient gods emerged, and ghosts cried and howled, making all this even more terrifying. Although Xiao Chen was wearing an ancient scroll, he was not a strong stone man king after all, and he still had the feeling that he was about to collapse, and his energy left his body one after another. Stone Crow, Old Skull, and Xiao Chen are going through the ordeal of life and death, and the double ancient killing array is depriving them of the essence of life, which is refined in the killing array. Lu Zan's body sat cross-legged on the sky, motionless, and his demon body was surrounded by endless energy. Deprivation is just the beginning, your lives will come to an end, help me reach the peak of the limit. His momentum became stronger and stronger. The battle to lock and kill the Stone Man King is so powerful that it is difficult to reverse this crisis. At this moment, there is nothing to keep. Xiao Chen is wearing an ancient scroll, with the King's God City on his head, his body is in line with the God's map, and several sky marks are lined up beside him. Both Stone Crow and Old Skull stared straight at them. With so many powerful war treasures, they did not forget to swallow their saliva at this critical moment. What a luxury, what a shameful waste. Boy, you should concentrate and sacrifice these treasures. We will help you to turn the tide of the battle and break out. No, we're going to refine him. Stone Crow seemed to be full of confidence, and said, these holy things together are enough to defy the sky. The combination of many sacred objects is not a child's play, but the supreme power that shocks the world and shocks the past and the present. It shook the ancient killing field on the spot, and shook the main body of the land battle outside the formation. Boom! At this moment, a destructive aura suddenly erupted from the rifting sky valley, and 7 black stars rushed out, magnified in an instant, and settled on the sky. An unimaginable force, overwhelming the sky and the earth, submerged this place. 7 huge black stars slowly rotated in the sky. Another peerless formation has emerged. It not only covers Shibuya and Shaochen below, but also covers Luzon and the 2 ancient killing formations. This is an even more terrifying formation. Little Stone Emperor was born with 7 magic stars in his palm. Luzon gritted his teeth and said to himself, the mausoleum is not located in this area, how could it show his power? Luzon, you sinister and vicious bastard, you harmed us, and played yourself to death. Stone Crow shouted. Chapter 632 Little Stone Emperor's Mausoleum. Chapter 2 is here. Just above the sky, 7 huge demon stars, with a little bit of blood in the black light, are majestic and calm, suppressing this world, and everything is under their coercion. The black magic stars are connected into a Big Dipper, slowly turning in a boundless big hand. That tangible black big hand covers the sky and the sun, covering hundreds of miles around. That kind of terrifying power is really too powerful. This is a vast battle formation, with the 7 magic stars of the Little Stone Emperor as the source of power, mobilizing the mighty power of the heavens and myriad worlds. It is endlessly alive, and can extinguish any vitality. Little Stone Emperor, you dead ghost, you die as soon as you die, and you still set up such an inhuman battle. I really think that your tomb is the most holy place in the world, and everyone will come to fight for it. Stone Crow kept cursing, and now it is equivalent to triple killing. The feeling is even more uncomfortable. The old skull was also in shock. According to Luzon, this is clearly not the location of the mausoleum. Why did the Little Stone Emperor suddenly appear? This is very strange and frightening. Defend the fundamentals first, and slowly find a way to break through the formation. Shibuya yelled, and asked Shaochen to line up with several holy objects to protect the 3 of them. It is possible for the sacred objects of the heavens to break through the double formation of the land battle, but now there is an additional formation that can obliterate the Stone Man King, and the situation of the 3rd major formation has not yet been figured out, and the holy objects alone are not enough. The old skull showed a worried expression. That's the killing formation that Little Stone Emperor studied intensively, and the mixed forbidden formation that he came to understand is a combination of many ancient methods that have never been handed down. If you can't find the gate of life, it will be difficult to forcibly open the triple-in-one formation. Stone Crow kept cursing, saying, Little Stone Emperor, you chased me for 13,000 years in your lifetime, and you are still so arrogant after death. Don't let me dig your tomb, or you must whip your corpse. And Luzon, a ruthless person. Shaochen was also shocked in his heart. This Little Stone Emperor is still so terrifying after death, it is really shocking, and he must have been extraordinary in his lifetime. Luzon was also in trouble. He frowned, resisting the shocking power of the mixed forbidden formation, and thinking hard about the way to break the formation. I understand. The tomb of the Little Stone Emperor is really moving, constantly changing its position in an extremely vast area. Luzon didn't think of a way to break the formation, but he understood why he was trapped here. The mausoleum is always moving, not fixed in one place. It really is a strange cemetery, wandering around like a living thing. It happened to pass through here when it was underground, and it was inspired by everyone to protect the tomb. Obviously, they were much less lucky than the people on the hanging island, and they were directly trapped inside. Various laws of order interweave into a destructive force, which strikes down continuously, and people on both sides are struggling to withstand the attack. It was difficult to think of a way to break the formation for a while, and the Stone Crow really deserved to be an ominous bird. It croaked and used mysterious curses to deal with the land battle, which immediately made his situation even more critical. You old morning bird, even if you interfere with me like this, it will be difficult for me to be destroyed. If I can't escape, you 2 half-destroyed old things plus the remnants of the Kyushu will not be able to escape, and I will be destroyed first. While the 2 sides were trying their best to break the formation, they were also interfering and attacking each other. In just an hour, Luzon had already sprayed 3 mouthfuls of Stone Man's blood, and suffered serious trauma. The Stone Crow and the Old Skull were even more uncomfortable. They were half destroyed, and they were not complete Stone Kings. If they hadn't been guarded by a few holy objects, they might have really perished here. Kid, concentrate and don't be disturbed by the outside world. We will do our best to help you. According to what they said, Shaochen closed his eyes and urged these holy objects with all his strength, trying to tear apart a way of escape. It is absolutely no problem to tear apart the first two killing formations, but the third major formation is too weird and is always blocked by a mysterious force. It is also difficult to effectively break through a powerful holy object, not because of its lack of power, but because there is a mysterious rule that cleverly guides the supreme holy power to the side, and unloads it with 4 or 2 strokes of 1,000 caddies. Blast those 7 black magic stars, as long as we knock them out, we can break through. Stone Crow shouted, and at the same time shouted to Luzon, how about we join forces for a while? The 7 magic stars are not in the formation at all, but are detached outside the formation, guiding the mighty power of the heavens, and continuously covering here. You'd better wait to die, I have my own way to get out of trouble. Luzon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, showed a sinister smile, ignored them, and meditated with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. The 7 magic stars are very mysterious, they are not stars in the usual sense. According to legend, they were born to the little stone emperor. They were born in the palm of his left hand when he was born, endowing him with incomparably powerful power. In this way, several people were trapped for a day and a night, and all of them were seriously injured. 2 living fossils in a half-waste state helped Xiao Chen. Although his flesh shell was not seriously injured, his spiritual power was almost exhausted. It was really exhausting to keep running the holy relic bombardment. In the end, even the puppet of the Stone Man King was severely injured. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, and sacrificed the mysterious stone jar, which immediately disrupted the movement of divine power in the sky. The root of all evil. Luzon growled in shock. The Stone Crow and the Old Skull were also very surprised, but they both showed worry, and said, although the stone pot in the legend is also a sacred object, it is very ominous. The primordial calamity star was originally an ominous bird, and even he said so. One can imagine how ominous the stone jar is. Break the law, open the way to life. At this moment, Luzon suddenly shouted, he was ready to break through. Beside him, 3 phantoms suddenly appeared, helping him rush towards the sky. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, he was no stranger to those 3 phantoms, they were the other 3 ancestors from another world. Of course they were not real bodies, but just a summoned shadow, but this was enough, and they showed super terrifying combat power for a short time. You wait here to die, I'll take a step first. Luzon's cold voice came down from the sky, and at this time the 3 shadows beside him had disappeared. Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly. Although he rushed out of the final formation, the 7 magic stars were not as simple as imagined, they were even more terrifying than the large formation. They spun at a high speed, driving a big hand, swung down overwhelmingly. Boom! Luzon was once again taken into the battleground. Stone Crow and Old Skull did not gloat, but shouted to Xiao Chen, hurry up, the opportunity is here. The 3 teamed up to break through. The 7 magic stars in the sky had just bombarded the land battle, and they hadn't stabilized yet. The stone pot interfered with the fluctuation of divine power, which immediately affected the order and law of the avenue. When the other holy objects rushed up, they were not relieved of their power. If the real mighty power possessed by the many holy objects is not removed, even the ancient killing array cannot resist it, and they are torn apart to open a way of life. The 3 of them fly extremely fast and soar into the sky. The big hand was driven by the Big Dipper, although it swung down, but with the lessons learned from the land battle, the 3 of them had already prepared, quickly evaded, and at the same time countered with several holy objects. Boom! The world was turned upside down, the 3 of them spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and finally rushed out. Luzon wanted to go up with him, but the 3 unceremoniously swept back and blocked him. So far, Weijin is functioning normally again. Let's go. The 3 of them didn't stop, and fled away in an instant, because they felt that the vision here attracted at least 2 giants from the heavens. The 3 of them fled all the way, and finally returned to the holy land of the Yaozu. It was only at this moment that they breathed a sigh of relief. There was another ancestor-level figure of the Yaozu reclusive here. Although Shiwuya had never wanted to see that person, the same clan still protected each other at critical moments. All 3 of them were seriously injured, and they began to heal their injuries after returning, and they did not leave the customs one after another until a month later. The first thing Stone Crow did after he came out was to arrest the old Taoist priest with 7 red moles on his left palm, and he was murderous and wanted to settle accounts with him. He felt that the old Taoist priest had a mysterious relationship with the little stone emperor, and it was probably not just as simple as the offspring. According to the nature of the Stone Crow, he wanted to kill him directly, and he would rather miss it than let it go. But the Old Skull firmly opposed it. According to him, this person is not the Little Stone Emperor, but he is a natural stranger, and his future achievements will probably not be inferior to the Little Stone Emperor. The grievances before the ancient times were nothing more than a rivalry between emotions. If you don't let it go and have a casual friendship with this old Taoist priest, maybe in the future you will have a friend as powerful as the Little Stone Emperor. I want to take you as an apprentice. Shi Wuya forcibly accepted the old Taoist priest as an apprentice, regardless of the situation, pushed him down and let him pay homage. The old Taoist priest was forced to be helpless, and somehow he had such an eccentric master. Only the old skull understands the mind of the stone crow. He was hunted down for 13,000 years before the ancient times, and then he was almost trapped and killed by Weijian. Now he accepts an apprentice who is exactly like the Little Stone Emperor, and worships with him every day. The old skull shook his head. Stone Crow was silent for a while, and said, "Now, I have calmed down, and I will not attack him again." After accepting this apprentice, Stone Crow seemed to let out the bad breath from the ancient times, and said meaningfully, "I really hope that he is the Little Stone Emperor of the past." Xiao Chen felt speechless, and looked at the old skull in blank dismay. The reason why the old Taoist was left behind was that the two living fossils had another thought, because they thought of some ancient things at the same time. Too many things happened in this month. The vision of the rifting valley that day alarmed many people, and many strong men rushed there. At this point, the general scope of the Little Stone Emperor's tomb was finally revealed. Has that ruthless Luzon fallen? This was a question that Stone Crow was very concerned about. I don't know, life and death are unknown. Little Stubborn Dragon and others didn't know either. On that day, many strong men showed up, and even 3 celestial giants successively appeared in the Rift Valley, intending to take away the 7 magic stars that the Little Stone Emperor was born with. I didn't want to trigger another evil formation, and eventually the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor disappeared, and I don't know where it moved. As for the land battle, there was no trace. The Stone Crow said to himself, "The most ruthless one is the Little Stone Emperor. I really don't know what is in his tomb. There are killing arrays one after another. It's hard to imagine why he wastes so much effort." The two old antiques made some speculations, and when they thought about the old things before the ancient times, they all had doubts in their hearts, and once again thought of a certain possibility. In the past month, the area ruled by the Yaozu has been very lively, and powerful people from all walks of life have gathered here. Stone Crow, Old Skull, Xiao Chen and others traveled again, and this time they brought the old Taoist priest, KK and others with them. There is a vast but very special ancient land under the area ruled by the Yaozu. It is said that there was a great war here in the ancient times. The sky collapsed and the earth was shattered, ghosts cried and wolves howled, and a radius of 100,000 miles was turned into wasteland. Many places were barren of grass, and some places had particularly lush vegetation. This is the approximate area where the Little Stone Emperor's tomb appears. It appeared again. This is the 19th time that the tomb has been found. In this ancient land, figures appeared from time to time, and such a shout came from the front at this moment. All of a sudden, people gathered together. Xiao Chen and the others were startled, and quickly rushed forward following the crowd. Sure enough, there was a large tomb moving quickly in front of him. Although the tombstone was not a celestial monument, it was very similar. It seemed to be carved in imitation of the celestial monument. It's really weird, a mausoleum can run away. Even the old skull was startled. We must open this tomb this time. At this moment, giants from the heavens joined forces to attack. Call for monthly tickets. Brothers who have monthly tickets, please support, thank you. Chapter 633 Entering the Great Grave. The Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum is moving fast, passing through this ancient land at a very high speed. At this moment, the two giants of the heavens jointly shot, and the bright light beams swept towards the earth, trying to imprison the tomb that appeared and disappeared with supreme magic power. However, the 7 black magic stars are like the gates of the world, causing bursts of black light to flow above the tomb, dissipating all the attacking power invisibly. Where to go? A huge golden holy sword was chopped off from the sky, and it went straight to the tomb, trying to split it, and the golden holy light flooded the bottom all at once. When sparks shot out, and the golden holy light shattered like a meteor shower, shaking this ancient land. The tombstone in front of the large tomb skyrocketed, like a huge shield, blocking the golden holy sword and sealing it out. Boom! A big hand reached down and grabbed the tombstone, trying to pull it away. However, the murderous aura suddenly shot up in the ancient tomb, and the ancient killing formation emerged, and the power of the laws of order intertwined together, rushing into the sky. The big hand shook violently, retreating as quickly as avoiding a snake. In the short confrontation, the two celestial giants failed to succeed, and temporarily retreated to the sky. "It's gone, the tomb is gone," shouted the monks watching from a distance. Because at this moment, the tomb of the little stone emperor suddenly disappeared, and once again disappeared into the ground. One could vaguely feel the trembling of the ancient land, and it traveled towards the distance. "Open the eyes of the Stone Man King, and pass through the holy gate of the Tao." A Stone Man King roared, and the terrifying roar echoed in this ancient land, and the rolling sound waves made the sky tremble. A stone figure appeared in the sky, a gap was opened on his forehead, and a blazing golden light shot down, clearly the Stone Man King's vertical eyes, but it seemed like the sky was burning blazingly. Boom! That golden pupil shattered the ground, and reached the killing formation of the ancient tomb, where it condensed into a ball of golden holy fire, and gradually transformed into a holy gate. This person tried to break through by force, communicated with the tomb, and built the Daoshengmen. He wanted to step into the ancient tomb in one step. Woo woo woo! A gust of sinister wind blew out from the tomb, and the ancient killing array was unparalleled. The law and order built and left by the little stone emperor smashed the holy gate of the Great Way, rendering the stone man useless. The tomb once again hid underground, fleeing towards the distance. There is a powerful stoneman king here. Although he cannot locate it precisely, he can sense its trajectory moving underground intermittently, and everyone chases after him. In less than a quarter of an hour, the hourly emperor's tomb had already moved a large circle back and forth within the ancient land with a radius of 100,000 li, ups and downs, and the trajectory of the movement was unpredictable. Xiao Chen, Shi Wuya and others did not make a move, but chose to wait and see. They believed that at least a few stone kings around were watching. The little stone emperor's tomb is not so much a mausoleum, but a huge earth mountain. Even though the huge tomb is half hidden in the ground, the parts that occasionally protrude from the surface are hundreds of feet high. The tombstone is more like a marker, ups and downs from time to time, like the dorsal fin of a giant fish in the sea. This time, several stone man kings took action one after another. Unlike before, they wanted to fix the tomb of the little stone emperor and then break it open. "You are really useless." At this moment, such a cold voice came from a distant ancient mountain. A withered corpse stood there, shaped like a haggard tree, skinny, like a skinny skeleton. Although it was a stone body, it was easily reminiscent of a ghost. The powerful stone corpse finally appeared. Xiao Chen is no stranger to him, having seen him more than 10,000 years ago. This old antique has gone through too many years, and it has lived far longer than the average giant in the heavens, so it is the most mysterious. He stepped on it lightly, and the thousands of high mountains under his feet collapsed on the spot, and then the smoke and dust filled the sky, turning into fly ash. Like light and electricity, the stone corpse approached the ups and downs of the small stone emperor's tomb in an instant, and shouted, "The ancient strongman, the fallen demon king, use your holy blood to break through the killing formation for me, open the passage, and fix the ancient tomb." At this moment, streaks of dirty blood dripped from his withered stone man's claws, as black as ink, and poured towards the tomb of the little stone emperor below. The black devil blood flowed out from between his claws. It was nothing more than a few black lines, but when it actually flowed down, it turned into 5 dark rivers of blood, rushing down endlessly. This is the holy blood of the ancient demon king. There are legends that it belongs to the stone corpse itself, and there are also legends that it is passed down from the world where the holy things of the heavens guide the way. Rumbling, the 5 black blood rivers that rolled down poured down around the tomb of the little stone emperor, immediately making the land dark and cold, and the stench and bloody smell soared into the sky. The tomb of the little stone emperor was really fixed, but after a brief moment, 7 demon stars shook together, and a large invisible hand protruded from the tomb and swung it away. Suddenly there was a whistling sound from the surroundings, wisps of light smoke floated up, and all the black demonic blood dried up and disappeared. Everyone gasped. This little stone emperor's mausoleum is too evil, it's just a dead man's tomb, but it can fight against the stone king. The power of the little stone emperor before his death is scary just thinking about it. In the distance, Stone Crow and Old Skull looked at each other, and they all took a breath of air. This little stone emperor is so powerful, how did he die that year? Both of them saw each other's doubts, and at the same time thought of all kinds of past events in the past. Did you say he was really dead? I feel dead. Hard to say. Boom. The stone crow's withered bird's claw reached 10 feet long, and grabbed the old Taoist priest behind him, showing a cold light, staring at it for a long time, without saying a word for a long time. "Master, what are you looking at?" Although the old Taoist was calm, he was still a little nervous. My good apprentice, are you really you? The stone crow looked up and down the old Taoist priest with a strange gleam in his eyes as if examining an object. Of course I am me. Master, how can you say such strange words? Is it possible that you still think that I am the ancestor Little Stone Emperor? It is so possible. You must know that his tomb is in front, and many strong people want to open it. Boom. At this moment, a big change happened thousands of miles away, and the tomb of Emperor Shaoxi was blocked. Hey, what's going on? The old skull was surprised, and the stone crow let go of the old Taoist priest. Xiao Chen and his group quickly flew to the new location of the mausoleum. Shan Jun, it's Shan Jun. Shi Wuya shot 2 rays of light from his eyes. Didn't he be abolished in the Great War before the ancient times? How did he survive until now? The old skull showed a startled expression. After hundreds of millions of years of silence, he suddenly appeared more than 10,000 years ago. Stone Crow replied. Just in front, a stone man king held a strand of long black hair in his hand, standing above the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor. All the hairs penetrated into the tomb as if they were spiritual, and they were not hindered in the slightest. Even the 7 magic stars didn't stop it, and the ancient killing array seemed to have lost its effect, allowing the hair to twist and wriggle. What's going on? Everyone was very surprised. Xiao Chen is no stranger to Shan Jun. He had met Shan Jun more than 10,000 years ago on the Sun Star. He was a fighter who had returned from defying the sky. He had chased and killed him and Emperor Shi Zhang. Ding! Shan Jun rolled out a stone soldier from the tomb with his strand of hair thousands of feet long. It was a broken stone knife. Although it was a broken weapon, it could be called a great treasure. He actually caught a treasured knife. Everyone was puzzled. Shan Jun really seemed to be fishing. He really didn't know what the hair was, and he could enter and leave the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor without hindrance. I see, Stone Crow said in a low voice, that is the hair belonging to the Little Stone Emperor. I don't know how it was collected by Shan Jun. He was hunted down by the Little Stone Emperor for 13,000 years, and he will never forget that breath. In this way, if Shan Jun doesn't enter the tomb, he can get everything inside. Xiao Chen was startled. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden change. When the thousands of feet of hair went deep into the tomb again, it suddenly burst into flames, and most of it turned into fly ash in the blink of an eye. The tomb is really fine. This is what everyone agrees on. After destroying the hair, the tomb traveled quickly to the distance, ups and downs in this ancient land, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Everyone, all of us must work together to secure this tomb. At this moment, someone made such a suggestion. There were 2 people who joined forces, but it didn't achieve any results. Now someone called on all the giants present to take action. After a period of silence, the 5 figures finally came together, and 5 powerful men joined forces. The number of 5 people is just right. Use the 5 elements to determine the origin and imprison the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor. It is impossible for it to escape again. Then with the 5 of us, it is enough to safely enter the tomb and take everything away. The attack of the 5 great stone kings absolutely shook the world. Nothing can stop it. Even if the Little Stone King is reborn, he will still be hated. The Shuangkong Patriarch held a golden stone holy sword. Black devil blood flowed from the withered claws of the stone corpse. Shan Jun was covered with a stone knife on his back and a stone sword was hanging from his waist. The 5 giants made a move, and they co-acted the 5 elements, fixed this ancient land, and sealed all the escape routes of the Little Stone Emperor's tomb. The 5 powerhouses grabbed the tombstone first, and when the 7 magic stars rushed out, the 5 of them made a move together to take the 7 stars away. Boom. The Taiku killing array is ever-changing, trying to envelop 5 people in it. But in the face of absolute power, even the incomparable and incomparable great formation is difficult to play a role. The combination of 5 perfect stone kings has nothing to resist. In the end, the tombstone sank into the ground, the 7 magic stars hid in the tomb, and the ancient killing formation was completely suppressed. The 5 giants scrambled to be the first, turned into 5 streaks of light, and rushed in an instant. In this ancient land, all the powerhouses hiding in the dark all showed shock, and many people followed them and rushed forward, wanting to share a piece of leftovers. Should we go? Stone Crow frowned. The 5 kings had already rushed in. If it was too late, all the treasures would be taken first. We're in the middle of nowhere. If we go in, we'll wait and see how we can beat them. The old skull was quite cautious. Hey, Lu Zan really didn't die, he rushed in too. Stone Crow's eyes were very powerful. He saw Lu Zan and another Stone Man King rushing into the tomb one after another. Yeah, Kiki blinked her big eyes pitifully. The little thing was eager to try, and wanted to rush in. We can't go, Xiao Chen comforted KK, it was too dangerous inside, and if they went in, they would probably lose their lives for nothing. Especially Xiao Chen, if he is exposed inside, the 5 great stone kings will definitely attack him. He has treasures such as divine maps and ancient scrolls on him, which may not be much better than the collection in the small stone emperor's tomb. A large number of strong men rushed into the small stone emperor's tomb, but no one was seen rushing out. Even the 5 stone man kings did not make any sound after entering. This made Stone Crow and Old Skull look at each other in blank dismay, feeling a strong uneasiness. Silence, this ancient land is very quiet at this moment, there are no more quarrels and noises, everyone holds their breath, waiting for the result. However, the tomb seemed to be silent, and all sounds disappeared. Boom! Suddenly, the tomb shook, and the ancient land with a radius of 100,000 li suddenly collapsed. With this place as the center, a huge black hole appeared, like a huge sea, swallowing everything on the surface into it. Go! The stone crow flapped its wings and wanted to soar into the sky, but the immense force imprisoned it firmly and sucked it into the underground tomb. Yeah, Kiki screamed, the little thing resisted with Paradise Lost, but it was hard to stop, and it continued to fall downwards. Xiao Chen was startled, and lined up his swords to protect him, KK and others. Little Stone Emperor, you're already dead, why don't you still want to bring along a bunch of burial people? Stone Crow tried his best to resist, but it was useless. A group of people were quickly pulled into the underground tomb. The entrance of the tomb was dark, swallowing everything on the surface. At this moment, almost all the monks fell in, because this ancient land completely collapsed. The 5 bastards must have touched the most powerful restriction in the mausoleum, turning this ancient land into a Jedi. The Old Skull said. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Chen and his party fell firmly into the tomb, the surroundings were dark, and the ground was icy cold. The Little Stone Emperor's mausoleum is very strange, it absorbs everything on the earth, but it looks very empty inside, and there is no end at all, and the people who fell in one after another are scattered to nowhere, and no one is by Xiao Chen's side. This big tomb is like a whole world. The Old Skull reminded everyone to be careful. Inside the tomb, there is a boundless space, the front is boundless, and the loop has no end in sight. Among the group of people, the old Taoist was very calm, just silently looking at everything around him. Boom! She Crow grabbed him in his hand and said, "My good apprentice, you are calmer than a teacher." Master was joking, the old Taoist replied flatly. Stone Crow doesn't let go anymore, it can end its life at any time. Don't be impulsive, the Old Skull stopped Stone Crow. Listen, what's the sound? At this moment, the little stubborn dragon said. The roaring sound of the ancestor dragon. Xiao Chen showed shock. In this empty tomb, he heard the roar of the ancestor dragon. Afterwards, he was like a clay sculpture, because he actually sensed the breath of the Zulong boat. Chapter 634 Chapter 63 Why the third in the world? The ancestral dragon boat, it's really it. Little stubborn dragon made such a judgment with a dignified expression. How is it possible? Sha Palang screamed. Several people from Kyushu all showed incredulous expressions, but the little stubborn dragon face is the ancestor of the dragon clan, so the induction is naturally correct. Yeah, it's really it. Kiki also blinked her long eyelashes, and made such a judgment. Apart from having the blood of the Nishan family, the little thing is also a born little ancestral dragon, and her sensitivity to the breath of the ancestral dragon is not lower than that of the little stubborn dragon. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, somewhat unbelievable anyway. More than 10,000 years ago, in order to preserve the inheritance of Kyushu, the ancestral dragon boat carried 9 heroes across the barrier of the great world and never returned. That is the fire of hope. Carrying a heavy inheritance like a mountain, it is the sustenance of people's spirit, how could it appear in the tomb of the Little Stone Emperor? What ancestral dragon ship? Living fossils like Stone Crow and Old Skull naturally wouldn't know about the ancestral dragon ship, and they were puzzled by the behavior of everyone. Now is not the time to explain. Xiao Chen, KK, Xiao Yulong and others rushed forward quickly, wanting to see what happened. Don't intrude, Stone Crow reminded from behind, saying, Little Stone Emperor is the most cunning, and there are so many tricks left behind after death, the tomb must be extremely dangerous. Without his reminding, the people who came in at the beginning have no news now, and everyone already knows in their hearts that this place is evil, and it is definitely not a good place. The tomb is really very empty, almost boundless. The people's feet are not empty space, but a tangible tomb passage, which is completely made of huge stones. It is hard to imagine how such a huge project was completed. Wow! The huge roar became clearer and clearer, as if it was right next to their ears. Xiao Chen and others even felt the ancestral dragon boat coming through. Unbelievable! At this moment, the tomb passage suddenly narrowed, and everyone's consciousness finally reached the walls on both sides. Of course, the so-called narrowness is only in relative terms, and it is still countless times wider than ordinary tombs. Just ahead, there is a cross passage. The huge crossroad is comparable to a vast plain, where everyone can sense the cross walls around them. That's, little stubborn dragon showed surprise. This so-called crisscross area is actually a void, as if it is a world of its own, with a vast expanse, and the roaring sound of the ancestor dragon is coming out from there. Madman, the little stone emperor is indeed a lunatic. At this moment, Stone Crow sighed, not knowing whether it was envy or jealousy, and said, "It's just a tomb, but he has constructed a huge field here with supreme mana, filled with his power of law and order. The most dangerous thing is that it is comparable to a world." "You're wrong. It's not the field, but the real world. Most of the power was captured by him, and he used a world to block off this crossroad," the old skull said. At the same time, Xiao Chen and the others saw the ancestral dragon boat passing through the void world, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the familiar dragon aura. It's the ancestral dragon ship. The body of Dewey Pluto under the control of Tian Weishan and Renwiren trembled. They were very excited and wanted to rush over immediately. "Don't rush over," the old skull hurriedly stopped them, saying, "It's a really big world, it's easy to get in and hard to get out." Xiao Chen and the others all changed their colors. The Zulong boat was traveling in a big world. Could it be that they just happened to pass by here and they saw it? At this moment, in that empty world, there was a muffled growl, and a black figure chased after the Zulong boat, and raised its hand to shoot out a beam of light. At the same time, the radiance of the ancestral dragon boat shook with an extremely powerful aura. Shenlong turned his head back and spewed out a powerful dragon aura, with a dragon ball wrapped in it, sweeping backward. The ancestral dragon boat seemed to be alive, like a living thing, bursting out with brilliance, blocking the shadow behind. Brush. At this moment, a blazing ray of light shone out, rushed out from the void world, and swept towards Xiao Chen and others. It was the combined power of the ancestral dragon boat and the black shadow. "Not good, go back." Everyone fled away at a very high speed. Even so, they still received a heavy blow and were thrown thousands of feet away, but there is such a stone crow here, it is impossible for anyone to be injured. At this moment, the ancestral dragon boat in the void world got rid of the shadow, passed through the barrier of the great world, and disappeared into the dark world. "What is that? What's going on?" Little stubborn dragon asked in surprise. Why did this happen? Xiao Chen was also a little puzzled, because just now, he saw the essence clearly with his delusion-breaking eyes. It seemed to be the power pierced through endless years ago, and the scene he saw just now was just a transmission of the picture, not what was happening. At this time, Stone Crow and Old Skull glanced at each other, and then they all showed excitement, and the bodies of the two antiques were trembling slightly. "It's that thing. Yes, it must be it, unexpectedly buried here." The two old antiques lost their composure, trembling with excitement, and kept muttering something in their mouths. "What is it?" Little Stubborn Dragon asked. The Old Skull sighed. "I didn't expect that the Little Stone Emperor's collection is so terrible, but he has mastered this thing, how could he fall?" "Yeah, what is that? Don't play charades." Kiki was very dissatisfied, not afraid of the two old antiques at all, and waved her small fist angrily. "Everything just now is made of a stone mirror. It is known as the third stone soldier in history. With it, you can be invincible." Hearing what the Old Skull said, everyone was even more puzzled. Xiao Chen was puzzled and asked, "What is the origin of the third stone soldier, a stone mirror, that caused the phenomenon just now?" The unworldly war treasures of the heavens and the world have their own advantages and disadvantages. It is difficult to compare which one is stronger, but this stone mirror is undisputedly ranked third. The mirror can block all attacks, and can be copied, carry out projection attacks, and play the same powerful magic law. What we saw just now is just the picture captured by the stone mirror in the past, and now it is projected. Everyone in Xiao Chen gasped. This stone mirror is too heaven-defying. It can be described as a combination of attack and defense. The mirror can reflect attacks and project across time and space. Just thinking about it is terrifying. If you master this kind of treasure, you will be invincible because it can copy all the enemy's methods. This stone mirror is truly amazing. This kind of precious mirror, which has never been seen or seen before, really makes people have to marvel at its horror. How does my divine map compare to it? Xiao Chen suddenly asked. Strictly speaking, the divine diagram is not a weapon. It contains great principles, so it is not included in the ranking. The third stone soldier I mentioned is called the Three Emperors' Mirror, which was established hundreds of millions of years ago, before the divine diagram was conceived. Everyone is silent, there are too many secrets in the heavens and worlds, far from what they can all know. After realizing that the Zulong boat was not really in the small stone emperor's tomb, everyone felt a little relieved, otherwise it would be unacceptable to think of a Kyushu hero hiding in the big tomb. How can we get across this intersection? Crossing the barrier of the big world, only the stone man king can walk on the ground, because some worlds are very strong. The old skull said. Xiao Chen has a deep understanding of this, the world of death is like this. However, it is not difficult for everyone right now. The two half-discarded stone kings, together with the many war treasures in Xiao Chen's hands, can naturally pass through. The only thing to pay attention to is not to be hurt by the projections in that void world. After all, there is a third stone soldier from the ancient times in this tomb to suppress it, and it may project a terrible attack power at any time. Hey hey, at this moment, there was a cold laughter, which made people feel creepy, like a ghost crying. Behind them, a dry corpse emerged, and the stone corpse showed a hideous face in the distance, saying, "It turned out to be two old wastes. No wonder I know the mirror of the three emperors. Before I get the third stone soldier, I will refine you first." Woo woo woo, a gust of dark wind blew towards the crowd, and the stone corpse made palpitating fluctuations, pushing forward step by step. Are we still afraid that you won't succeed? Although Stone Crow was half useless, but with Xiao Chen by his side, waiting for Ruo to master many war treasures, he was not so worried, but instead shouted, "Refining you old corpse." Xiao Chen sacrificed the divine map on the spot, and with the help of the Stone Crow and the old skull, it turned into a radiant light and slashed towards the stone corpse. The stone corpse took a deep breath, fled away for an instant, and a cold voice came, saying, "You are also here, kid from Kyushu, that's just right, everything on your body is mine." At this point, he disappeared. Xiao Chen frowned. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. The giants in the heaven knew that he was back, and the sacred objects on his body would surely be missed by them. Let's go. The stone crow was the first to act, and it was also very guilty facing the king-level corpse who was secretly watching. Everyone crossed the intersection without any risk, passed through the world space, and appeared in the tomb passage ahead. Later, everyone was surprised to find that there were more than one intersection like this, and it should be said that there were many. This is shocking. It is really a shocking tomb, using the world as the node to form intersections. This method is very against the sky. They don't know why the little stone emperor spends so much money. What the hell is little stone emperor going to do? At this point, Stone Crow grabbed the old Taoist priest again. After entering this big tomb, he never let the old Taoist get too far away from it, and maintained extremely high vigilance, ready to kill at any time. "Master, you don't have to doubt me. If I were the little stone emperor, I'm afraid you won't succeed." The old Taoist was born with a Taoist spirit, and he has always been very calm and calm. Roar. The sky-shattering roar came, and the huge tomb wall next to it was shattered with a bang, and two tall figures rushed over, fighting fiercely. One of them is the sharpening stone beast. He looks like a man and a beast, with two horns on his head, scales on his body, and a crocodile stone tail. He is fighting Shan Jun. Both of them have a little stone man's blood on their bodies. Apparently, the 5 stone man kings who rushed in together had an internal strife, and now they are fighting separately. They must have discovered that the tomb contains a lot of treasures, and they all want to take it for themselves. A treasure like the mirror of the 3 emperors, anyone would be tempted, and there must be other secret treasures, which would make people crazy. Boom. The 2 kings fought fiercely, their divine power was so powerful, it was unimaginable. Xiao Chen and the others were all beaten into another tomb passage, smashing a large stone wall. Stone Crow suppressed his anger, forbore at it, and at the same time concealed his aura without revealing his identity. In this mysterious tomb, they try their best to avoid conflicts with the strong stone man king, not only because there is more than one king here, but also because the tomb is too evil, and God knows what terrible things will happen during fierce battles. The surrounding collapsed tomb walls were quickly repaired while everyone was stunned, as if they were alive, and the tomb walls could even be seen wriggling. The pungent smell of blood came from the front. Xiao Chen and the others finally saw a large number of monks, but at the moment they all turned into dead people, and there were corpses lying on the ground in front of the passage, with blood flowing and blood mist surging. All of these people were killed, no less than 30 people. It was caused by the Stone Man King. Hearing what the old skull said, everyone became more careful. It is conceivable that the same death must be happening in other places in the tomb. When he came to a crossroad again, a deafening bang came from the world node in front, followed by endless lights, and two tall figures emerged from it. "Run!" screamed the old skull. "The person inside is Luzon and another Stone Man King whose identity is unknown. They are fighting." The terrifying power of the Stone Man King is copied by the three Emperor's mirror and projected here, waiting for a double Stone Man King to attack. Fortunately, Chapelang and others have already entered Paradise Lost, otherwise they would have died without a doubt. The fighting power of the Stone Man King, like a stormy sea, immediately shattered this passage, and also completely dispersed Xiao Chen and the others. The old skull, the stone crow, and the old Taoist priest disappeared. Yeah, fortunately, Kiki was fine, and the little guy came to Xiao Chen's side with lingering fear. Now the Pengu stone token is his biggest amulet, covering up his and KK's aura. They carefully walked through several world nodes to find a way out. At this moment, even the little things felt the danger, and didn't want to take the risk of exploring the tomb. It's just that there is no way to find the circuit. This tomb is like a maze, and there seems to be no way to the outside world. Unknowingly, Xiao Chen and KK traveled for tens of miles, carefully guarding, and found many corpses along the way. Blood stained the tomb passage red. Ahem. Suddenly, there was a coughing sound, and a figure appeared staggeringly from the corner. It was an old Taoist priest. He was safe and sound, but the stone crow and the old skull that captured him had disappeared. "Where are the two of them?" Xiao Chen asked. Up to now, Xiao Chen has also started to be wary of this old Taoist priest. Shi Wuya's thoughts are not unreasonable. The old Taoist seemed to be injured, and said, "I don't know where they were hit. I ran all the way here and met you. You are hurt. It doesn't matter, it's just a slight injury." On the other passage, someone found the secret room there. Many people were fighting, and I was accidentally injured. Later, under the leadership of the old Taoist priest, Xiao Chen and the others discovered the secret room in the passage for the first time. Many people died in this area, but none were left alive. Xiao Chen tried several times, and finally opened the secret room, and found a corner of the map from it. There were only a few simple routes on it, which seemed to be pointing to a certain important place. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a passage leading to the tomb of Emperor Shaoxi. The old Taoist came forward and said. Xiao Chen frowned. He didn't want to continue taking risks, but he couldn't find the way back, so he finally decided to look for it according to the map in this corner. The old Taoist seemed to have a certain understanding of this large tomb. I don't know if it was because of some records in the family, so he quickly found the passage marked on the corner of the map. There are fewer and fewer world nodes, and the roads are becoming more and more smooth. The dark area gradually quieted down, except for one or two screams from afar. This is a very special area. The tomb path is connected to a dark and vast soil. There are no longer boulders paving the ground, and the faint fragrance of flowers wafts from the front. It's just that when Xiao Chen and the others walked over, they gasped. Although the fragrance of the flowers was not bad, those flowers and plants were very scary. They actually grew from the corpses. All corpse flowers. For hundreds of millions of years, the monks who accidentally entered the ancient tomb were gathered here by the mysterious power in the tomb. The old Taoist explained. Walking through this garden of corpse flowers, the front became even darker. A black river of sticks lay across there, and on the other side of the river stood a huge stone monument. We are finally approaching the real Little Stone Emperor's tomb, and the front is very dangerous. Hearing what the old Taoist said, Xiao Chen frowned. This old Taoist seemed no stranger to this place. Tower, tower, tower. The Black Styx River flows quietly and silently, but suddenly there are such sudden footsteps on the other side of the river, as if an emperor is strolling. Chapter 635 Discuss the dead body after death, honor it in the tomb. The Black Styx flowed quietly, silently, and the sudden footsteps came from the other side of the river, which immediately made people feel creepy. That is, Xiao Chen saw a black shadow, like a lost soul wandering on the other side. It was dark there, and his consciousness couldn't reach further, only a vague silhouette could be seen, which seemed to be a man. Be careful, the other side is very dangerous. The old Taoist reminded again. Xiao Chen hesitated whether to go there or not, but he had already found this place, so it would be a pity to give up here. Yeah, Kiki's big eyes lit up, and the little thing seemed to sense something, and said, there is a very fragrant smell on the other side. Xiao Chen rubbed its furry head and said, you greedy little thing. Yeah, Kiki snorted twice dissatisfied. Walking to the Styx River, Xiao Chen found a strange force flowing here, which made the stone pot in his arms jump and wanted to fly out. This Styx River is very unusual. Even if the powerful ancestor gods fall into it, they will end up drinking their hatred. The old Taoist squatted down, carefully observed, and then sniffed the scent closely, and said, "It is said that there is a large lake in the world of death, where endless ancient strong men fell, flooded with corpses, and filled with cursed power. This Styx river should be refined from the water of the dead lake in ancient times." Xiao Chen stretched out a finger, lit a beam of divine light, and shot towards the opposite bank. But the light suddenly collapsed and disappeared above the black Styx, and was silently swallowed. This silent dead river is like an impenetrable city wall, blocking the pace of intruders. If you want to cross over, I'm afraid you need sacred things from the heavens and myriad worlds. For example, your divine map can be used as a bridge across the river Styx. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, took out the restless stone pot in his arms, aimed at the black dead river in front of him, and sacrificed a little bit of divine power. The stone pot suddenly glowed brightly, and those complicated and mysterious patterns on it were like horned dragons coiling around. Suddenly, bursts of tragic black mist rose from the Styx river, rushing towards the stone pot crazily. The old Taoist gasped, and said, "What a powerful stone jar, those are the most vicious curses, they can completely curse the ancestor gods of the 9 heavens, and even the stone man king will suffer a serious illness after being possessed." Xiao Chen ignored him, but focused on watching all this. The brilliance of the stone pot became more and more prosperous, and finally absorbed all the nearby black mist. At this point, Xiao Chen took KK and rushed to the other side quickly, followed by the old Taoist priest. When Xiao Chen put away the stone pot, the Styx river churned, and a large amount of black mist poured in from a distance, blocking the place again. Yi, KK stood next to Xiao Chen, twitching a corner, showing surprise, looking back. Xiao Chen was startled immediately, and immediately changed color when he turned his head and saw the scene in the Styx river. On the pitch-black river surface, there was an extra stone skeleton. There was no mistake, it was a stone skeleton without flesh and blood, sitting cross-legged on the river's surface without moving. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw the skeleton transformed from the Stone Man King's fall. He didn't feel the powerful wave of spiritual consciousness, but he felt the endless and terrifying combat power from the stone body. This is not a good sign. A mysterious stone skeleton blocks the circuit. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a pocket, waiting for them to come in and cut off the circuit. It looks extremely powerful, it is not a small trouble to go back. Xiao Chen shot 2 rays of light from his eyes, wanting to attack the skeleton. But at this moment, there was a rumbling sound from the garden of corpse flowers. The sound of footsteps was very heavy and powerful. Someone was making unscrupulous shots, opening up a way forward, approaching here, and the majestic breath rolled and vibrated. A powerful Stoneman King has found this place. He didn't want to meet the real Stone Man King, he would have no chance, so he had to rush in with Kiki, followed by the old Taoist priest. In front, there is a huge tombstone. Although it cannot be compared with the Sky Monument, it is very similar. No matter how you look at it, it looks like an imitation. The black shadow that I saw earlier has long since disappeared, and the faint black mist is lingering, looking more and more strange. What is written on this stele? Although Xiao Chen had already practiced many kinds of ancient characters, he couldn't read the inscriptions on the stele. The old Taoist looked at it for a while, and said, "It records some brilliant achievements of the Little Stone Emperor, and there is also a strange sentence on it." What words? The general idea is to talk about Taoism in life, to fight for supremacy in the world, to talk about corpses after death, and to be honored in the tomb. Speaking of this, the old Taoist frowned, and said, "Especially the last 4 words are very special, and they are not coherent with the previous ones." Which 4 words? Welcome home, Yi. Kiki immediately wrinkled her lovely nose, and said very dissatisfied, "What kind of home, whose home is it?" Xiao Chen's heart was shaken, could it be that the Little Stone Emperor wanted to wipe out all the monks in the world? Fighting for supremacy in the world during his lifetime, honoring him in the tomb after death, welcoming all the strong back home. If that is what you mean, it is simply too terrifying. Roar! There was a long howl from behind, and the mighty Stoneman King approached, coming to the Styx river. The stone skeleton sitting cross-legged in the dead river actually launched an attack, blocking the powerful Stone Man King. Boom! But the powerful Stone Man King is too powerful, and it is not something the stone skeleton with flesh and blood can resist at all. With a slap, the stone skull was blown away and fell into the river Styx. Roar! This Stone Man King is the stone-sharpening beast. He raised his head to the sky and let out a roar, and the shaking water flowed backwards. The dark river boiled, and the black corpse water rushed up to the sky, forming a wall of curses, blocking it. Facing the terrifying river of corpses full of ancient curses, stone-grinding beast also became a little hesitant, not daring to pass through easily, and was temporarily blocked here. On this side of the Styx River, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Now he had no choice but to move forward, otherwise he would definitely encounter the sharpening stone beast. The Styx River would definitely not be able to stop the Stone Man King, and he had to rush to a safe place as soon as possible while he was temporarily blocked by the river bank. Xiao Chen took KK forward at high speed, and rushed towards the depths of the tomb. Perhaps only by getting the Three Emperors' mirror can he be able to protect himself. However, they felt strong resistance, as if they were running in the river, and it was difficult for them to exert their limit speed. This is an extremely vast area, boundless. They passed through a vast no-man's land, and several large mountains suddenly appeared on the horizon in front of them, blocking the way. Yeah, what a strange mountain bag. Kiki showed a confused look, because these tall, mountain bags, are very regular, like huge tents. It's not a mountain, it's a tomb. A golden brilliance flashed in the old Taoist's eyes. Xiao Chen had already shown a look of surprise, because he also saw that the 7 tall hills juxtaposed together were 7 huge tombs. Shanbaobao is a big tomb. Kiki's mouth was opened into an O shape, and her eyes were wide open. Xiao Chen and the others stopped in front of 7 large tombs like mountain bags. There should be only one tomb of the Little Stone Emperor. How could it become 7 tombs? Could it be that not only the Little Stone Emperor is buried here? Things are getting more and more confusing, which makes people feel very weird. Since entering the tomb of Little Stone Emperor, Xiao Chen feels that everything seems to be involuntary, as if being led by someone. Whoosh! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly passed across the sky in the distance, but the speed was so fast that even Xiao Chen and KK couldn't fully perceive its trajectory, and the black shadow rushed to the back of a large tomb. What was that just now? KK tilted her head and asked Xiao Chen, with an innocent look, but her big eyes glanced at the old Taoist priest, and the little thing had already noticed that the old Taoist seemed to have a deep understanding of this mausoleum. It's a very dangerous thing, be careful. The old Taoist looked blank, but after a brief absence, he returned to the ancient well without waves. Now, not only did Xiao Chen have to guard against the danger in the tomb, he also began to be wary of the old Taoist priest. Yeah, be careful, Kiki screamed, swept out a ray of divine light, hit a black shadow, and passed through directly. It was indeed a shadow, shaped like a crescent moon, like a stone soldier, but it dissipated into nothingness in the blink of an eye, and there was no power gathered on it. That's the projection of a powerful stone soldier. It was just a phantom, but it must not be underestimated. As soon as the old Taoist's words fell, another black shadow rushed towards him with a bad wind. Xiao Chen clicked a ray of light, but it collapsed in an instant, and the black shadow suddenly accelerated and came to him in an instant. Boom! Shocking and trembling, the divine figure floating in front of Xiao Chen shook violently, thus blocking the shadow of the crescent-shaped stone soldier. I know what it is. It's the legendary Moon Shadow Demon Blade, a stone soldier used by the Little Stone Emperor. The old Taoist spoke seriously, showing a dignified expression, and said, there are ever-changing things, and there are phantoms everywhere. Only a real magic blade can destroy the sky. The projection of the Moon Shadow Demon Blade has such powerful power, one can imagine the true power of this stone soldier. Yeah, Kiki exclaimed, because at this moment, a tall figure wearing a dragon robe and a crown suddenly appeared in front of the 7 large tombs. He was extremely majestic. Appearing abruptly, walking like a dragon and walking like a tiger, with the momentum of swallowing up mountains and rivers, walking into the back of the 7 tombs, people are breathless. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, the invisible coercion was so real and so terrifying that it made people feel fear in their souls, like an emperor who was the only one who looked down on the world, and walked away like no one else. Xiao Chen was a little dazed. How could this happen? The man wandered among the graves, it was better than walking in a garden, and he didn't pay attention to them at all. Boom! At this moment, the stone pot suddenly vibrated, and the puppet of the Stone Man King didn't obey Xiao Chen's call, and stepped out independently, and then walked towards the 7 large tombs in front of him. The evil things didn't stop there. The ancient scroll on Xiao Chen's body suddenly rattled and spread out automatically. The 5 stone kings inside suddenly stepped out and walked towards the 7 tombs. Boom! At the same time, Xiao Chen felt his body shake violently, and the imprint of the supreme avenue of the Stoneman King from another world, which he suppressed in the sea of consciousness, forcibly rushed out, turning into a hazy figure and walking forward. Xiao Chen was caught off guard by these sudden changes and had no time to stop them. Don't take it lightly. the old Taoist reminded. They followed forward and found that figure wearing a dragon robe and a crown was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone behind the 7 tombs. At this time, the puppet Stone King, the 5 great Stone Kings in chaos, and the brand of the ancestor of the foreign world all walked there and sat down cross-legged. Discuss the Tao in life, fight for supremacy in the world, discuss the corpse after death, and be respected in the tomb. This, Xiao Chen said to himself, and his heart was extremely shocked. Kiki's small mouth has already opened into an O shape, and her big eyes are even more rounded. A book friend told me on QQ that someone claimed to be me and posted some news. Solemnly declare that I only speak at the starting point and will not go to other places to release news. If there is such a person, it must be a fake. Chapter 636, Little Stone Emperor talks about corpses. All this has to be shocking. The inscription on the tombstone, discuss the Tao during life, strive for supremacy in the world, discuss the corpse after death, and be honored in the tomb, has come true. Whether it is the puppet of the Stone King, the 5 great Stone Kings of chaotic land, and the ancestors of other worlds, they are all people who have fallen for endless years. At this moment, they stepped forward independently, sitting cross-legged on the blue stone behind the 7 tombs like the man in the dragon robe and the crown. Yeah, are they alive? KK asked Xiao Chen with her head tilted. It's hard for Xiao Chen to tell, because the scene here is too strange, and he doesn't know what state the king's brand is in. At this moment, the old Taoist also looked a little strange, silent, standing silently in front of the 7 tombs, staring at the 7 figures sitting cross-legged. Yeah, Kiki wanted to move forward. But Xiao Chen stopped it, saying, don't get too close, these people or corpses are too dangerous. Yes, don't get close. We can just wait and see from a distance. It's already a luxury, the old Taoist said calmly. However, these king marks are all motionless, like fossils that have existed since ancient times, without any special actions, and there is no communication at all. But why don't they move? Don't say anything, how do you talk about the dead? KK is like a curious baby, the little thing naturally knows that the king's brand is not the same, and wants to hear them explain the meaning of life and death on the supreme road. They have already started discussing the Tao, so we must listen carefully. The old Taoist's eyes flickered. With a move in Xiao Chen's mind, he got rid of distracting thoughts and reached out with the origin of his spiritual consciousness. In an instant, he seemed to have entered the prehistoric time and came to the origin of the Tao. Endless void, vast and boundless, the origin of the Great Way is listed in front of you. Boundless mysteries, turned into golden symbols, burst into the eyes, the Great Way, filled the world, endless mysteries, endless origin, twisted into a magnificent sky and earth. He seems to be under the ancient sky, stepping on the heavy earth, and the starry sky above his head, touching the imprint of the great Tao with his body, heart, and spirit. This is a state of emptiness, this is an experience of enlightenment, this is an all-round sublimation of the body and mind. Maybe there is no significant improvement in combat power, but the way to go in the future is becoming clearer and clearer, gradually understanding the eternal direction of progress. Words are the law, actions are the same. Xiao Chen's body moves with the heart, and the heart moves with the seal of the Tao. He expresses the words of the heart with his hands, and forms the shape of the Tao with the seals, falling into a very strange state. Yeah, the big eyes of the little beast Kiki suddenly widened. The little thing is quite smart, so it naturally knew what happened, and opened its heart, showing its origin, and listening to the voice of the great Tao. And the old Taoist priest had already fallen into an ethereal state, immersed in the indescribable truth of the Tao. Boom! In the distant sky, the black river of sticks turned into a black light curtain and was shattered. With a long roar, the sharpening stone beast passed through the cursed wall and strode into this world. He stared at the steel for a long time, and let out a cold snort, which immediately shook the plain in front of him, like an ancient beast showing its ferocious minions. At this moment, the blood mist around the stone-sharpening beast filled the sky, covering the sky and the earth. He had killed countless people, and his tragic breath originated from the prehistoric wilderness. Thousands of killings and catastrophes formed such a terrible evil spirit. He advanced very fast, and soon appeared in front of 7 large tombs. At this moment, a large tomb suddenly split open, and a crescent-shaped magic blade rushed out, slashing at him. It was the stone soldier that the little stone emperor used before his death, named Moon Shadow Demon Blade. No one would have thought that those stone soldiers were buried in the tomb. Roar! The sharpened stone beast has a majestic head and horns, and looks extremely ferocious. It has ancestral dragon horns, a crocodile tail, and a body covered with stone scales. It is ferocious and violent. It sticks out a long devil-like sharp claw, tearing the sky apart, and grabs at the magic blade. This kind of person is simply an unrivaled demon king, nothing can resist him. Little Stone Emperor, you died as soon as you died. You pretended to be mysterious and buried stone soldiers. It couldn't be better. Today, the Moon Shadow Demon Blade will belong to me. The stone-sharpening beast was extremely ferocious, its demon flames soared to the sky, and after smashing the sky with one claw, it immediately grabbed the Moon Shadow Demon Blade that swirled down from the sky. Clang! The collision of the sharp claws and the magic blade was like a collision of metal and stone, deafening. Everything in the mausoleum will change hands. The sharpening stone beast showed its murderous intentions, and the blood mist billowed, shaking the world and flooding the area. Roar! But at this moment, he let out a roar. The Moon Shadow Demon Blade was not as simple as imagined, it vibrated violently, the claws of the stone-sharpening beast, covered with stone scales shattered a lot, golden blood flowed down. Little Stone Emperor, you are very good, you still leave such a mark after death, this is a battle between you and me across time and space. Ding! With a crisp sound, the Moon Shadow Demon Blade cut off a black nail, stained with a little bit of golden blood of the Stone Man King, and flew into the sky, then disappeared into the cracked tomb all at once, and disappeared. Xiao Chen, KK, and the old Taoist priest were all awakened from the ethereal state by the ferocious sharpening stone beast, and they immediately understood what happened. The tall stone body of the stone-sharpening beast, shrouded in monstrous fierce flames, was walking step by step, with a cruel smile on its scaly face. Today, I will take your mark first, and then take the treasures from the 7 tombs. Are you really accepting me? At this moment, behind the 7 large tombs, the man sitting cross-legged on the blue stone wearing a dragon robe and a crown uttered such an incomparably majestic voice, which shook people's souls. It's such a grand occasion, the Little Stone Emperor really deserves his reputation. Are you talking to me across the ages? The sharpening stone beast fixed its figure there, and its devilish face was filled with a cruel look. When he roared, the mountains and rivers suddenly paled, and the wind and clouds surged. Except for the 7 tombs, the surrounding sky collapsed into chaos. The stone-sharpening beast stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed the Little Stone Emperor who was sitting cross-legged on the blue stone. With a soul-shaking, coercive cold snort, the Little Stone Emperor suddenly threw out his big sleeves, and the dragon robe flipped, as if turning the sky upside down, and suddenly pressed the sharpening stone beast under the dragon robe. Dang dang dang! The stone-wedding beast retreated 7 big steps back and forth, and the Little Stone Emperor sat cross-legged on the blue stone, motionless. Good 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 good. Stone beast said 3 good words in a row. I wish I was born in the ancient times, but I really have a real fight with you. I am very sorry for such a battle across time and space. He he he. At this moment, a gloomy laughter came, which was so cold that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In front of the 7 large tombs, there was a dry figure silently, like a ghost. It was a skinny stone corpse. Before the ancient times, it was a star-studded era. Even if you were the stone-sharpening beast, you would have to fall back to that era. It is impossible for you to be the opponent of the Little Stone Emperor. The stone corpse is an antique among antiques. It has been long enough since the birth of spiritual wisdom. Woo! At this moment, a sharp sword sound resounded throughout the world, and a golden stone sword slashed down, slashing at the majestic man wearing a dragon robe and sitting cross-legged on the blue stone. The Little Stone Emperor popped out with one finger, and the golden holy sword collapsed immediately, and the aura of the Emperor surged out, instantly oppressing the souls of everyone present, with the potential to swallow mountains and rivers with anger. Patriarch Xuankong flew upside down holding the holy sword, and said in a deep voice after landing, Little Stone Emperor is famous through the ages, and his power shakes the world. It really is amazing. Just now, it was a duel that spanned the ages, which made him feel awe-inspiring. He he he. The stone corpse let out a cold laugh, and said, however, it has already fallen, so what if there is a brand in the sky, can it stop us? First take the treasure in the tomb, and then take your brand. After finishing speaking, he rushed towards a large tomb. Boom! A large tomb split open automatically, and an emperor's stone sword flew out. It was as ingenious and clumsy as it was cut down simply and directly, with an imposing momentum like a million mountains falling down at the same time. Boom! Simply and directly colliding with the stone corpse's body shook violently, there was a terrifying sword mark on the palm, and golden blood flowed out. Okay, I hid from you in ancient times, and hundreds of millions of years later, your sword across time and space still hurt me. The stone corpse had a grim face. Brush. With a flash of light, the Emperor's stone sword flew back to the tomb, and the crack closed rumblingly. At this point, everyone has understood that every large tomb is buried with a handful of powerful stone soldiers. Some of these stone soldiers were sacrificially refined by the little stone emperor himself, as his weapons during his lifetime, and some were his spoils of war. Without a handful of mortal objects, it can be said that the Stone King would be extremely moved. It doesn't matter how tyrannical you were in the past, don't say that you have fallen, even if your real body comes in front of several Stone Kings, you can only end up with hatred. The stone corpse called on the sharpening stone beast and the patriarch Xuankong to demolish the 7 tombs and jointly refine the little stone emperor's spiritual imprint. Rumbling, the 7 tombs split open at the same time, and 7 big black stars rose up, making people feel endless fear. These are the 7 magic stars born in the heart of little stone emperor's left hand. Okay, this is the root of my heart, I want to pick them. The stone sharpening beast was fierce. Really, can you really take it away? The little stone emperor, who was sitting cross-legged on the blue stone, suddenly flew out a smooth and round mirror from the crown on his head, crystal clear and shimmering. 7 magic stars flew over in an instant, surrounded the ancient mirror, and hung above the little stone emperor's head together. The stone corpse, stone sharpening beast, and ancestor Xuankong suddenly changed their colors. They could face the mighty power of the little stone emperor that spanned the ages, but they were not so calm when facing this ancient mirror, as if they were facing the little stone emperor's real body. Discuss the Tao during life, and discuss the corpse after death. If you can convince me, all the treasures in the tomb will be taken by you, including the mirror of the 3 emperors. The little Shuang was as still as a rock, sitting there cross-legged, motionless. Are you a human or a ghost? The stone corpse was the most suspicious, showing a dignified expression. Discuss Taoism in life, fight for supremacy in the world, discuss corpses after death, and honor them in the tomb. It is up to you to judge whether it is a human or a ghost. Okay, I wish I was born in the ancient times, and today is just the time to fulfill a wish. The stone grinding beast strode forward and sat cross-legged on the blue stone. Only then did he realize that there were 7 corpses beside him. The stone corpse and the ancestor Xuankong frowned, and finally walked forward. The 2 were shocked when they saw the 7 corpses, and said, 5 kings of chaotic land. Not far away, Xiao Chen was also a little bit surprised. It seemed that the sharpening stone beast, the ancestor hanging in the air, and the stone corpse hadn't seen the 7 corpses at all. It was only then that they noticed it. One can imagine how strange the 7 large tombs are. Moreover, the 3 kings didn't seem to see Xiao Chen and the others, and ignored them. Since you're here, let's all come out. I'll talk about the corpse later, it will be of great benefit to you. Little Stone Emperor said suddenly. Not far away, a stone man king stepped out and sat cross-legged on the ground. Afterwards, Shan Jun, the defying warrior, and a 3-eyed stone man came over together. Soon, Lu Zan, the ancestor of the alien world, also manifested, walking forward step by step. His appearance surprised several others, and they were afraid of this living fossil. No one came up to snatch the mirror of the 3 emperors. Everyone knew that the 3rd stone soldier in the world was terrible. There were 7 magic stars here to promote the power of the ancient mirror, which was not much worse than the resurrection of the little stone emperor. A farewell before the ancient times, billions of years passed by in a hurry. Lu Zan stared at the little stone emperor, and said, I didn't come here for the battle today, I hope you won't lose your word. 1 word and 1 word. The little stone emperor only uttered these 4 words, with an overwhelming momentum, even in the face of 7 kings and 7 corpses, he was calm and majestic. Xiao Chen was greatly shocked in his heart, the little stone emperor was too strong. Right now, the 7 kings are attracted to discuss the Tao, and the 7 corpses are summoned to discuss the corpses. Such a scene is too shocking. This is a dialogue that spans the ages. If such a character is still alive, it is really hard to imagine how powerful he is. Then, Xiao Chen felt awe-inspiring. What is the real purpose of Little Stone Emperor? Is it really just discussing the Tao during life, striving for supremacy in the world, discussing the corpse after death, and being honored in the tomb? This is unlikely. What is Tao? Little Stone Emperor spoke first. The way is the law, the way is the rule, there are tangibles to follow, there are traces and grasps, master the law and control the rules, and become the manifestation of the way. Someone said. But another person held a completely different view of the Tao, saying, The Tao is formless, unpredictable, ungraspable, and gradually drifts away, and when it is far away, it turns back, but it returns to one, and the one is invisible, fleeing far away, and it goes back and forth. This is the Tao. Tao is the source, and evolves all things in the world. The end of the source can be a grain of sand, a blade of grass, or a flower. Everything is the Tao, and you and I are both the Tao. The Tao has no form, the Tao has no roots, the Tao has no roots, it has no source, no roots, and no roots. The Tao rhyme is natural, so why bother to sigh, why talk about the Tao? You and me are not the Tao but the Tao. Xiao Chen is about to take a step forward in the realm of the ancestor gods. He has not yet fully determined whether he should take the path of the stone man or the path of the supreme ancestor god, and he is at a crossroads. At this moment, when he heard Taoist's explanation, his heart suddenly moved. Then, everyone began to elaborate, and he immediately began to listen attentively. All kinds of mysterious sounds, like the sounds of heaven, reverberate under the sky, all kinds of wonderful theories, enlightened, immediately let him be intoxicated and then gradually lost. This is simply an unimaginable opportunity. At this moment, both Xiao Chen and the old Taoist priest have fallen into an ethereal state, immersed in the unspeakable great truth. Even the little thing Kiki's big eyes that were originally clear and simple became deep. The little thing was mesmerized, and mysterious light flowed from his body from time to time, and he even formed various divine seals with his body to illuminate his heart. Only by letting go of the mind and opening the source of spiritual consciousness can one hear these wonderful principles of heaven and earth. Above the 7 tombs, there are thousands of auspicious colors hanging down from the sky, and the holy light shines in all directions. Blossoming auspicious lotus flowers are blooming in the sky, and the gurgling avenue of divine springs gushes up from the ground. There are colorful falling flowers and endless iridescence, and it is peaceful and tranquil. Chapter 637 The Stone Emperor refined his body. There are tens of thousands of auspicious colors in the sky, and the radiance flows, illuminating the void. On the earth, the divine spring is bubbling, filled with auspiciousness, linking the fairyland, the holy lotus is blooming, the divine rainbow surrounds the sky, and the rosy clouds are endless, which is peaceful and tranquil. I don't know how long it took before the talk about the corpse came to an end. The way is invisible, it is gradually drifting away, and it is extremely rebellious. It is a way to escape from the return. The little stone emperor reinterpreted Lu Zan's way, nodded, and then suddenly swung his sleeves. With a bang, a large tomb was suddenly cracked. In the distance, KK had already woken up, her big eyes widened suddenly, and the little stone emperor easily handed over a handful of stone soldiers to the ancestor of the alien world. Shi Zhang, Zhang Kong and the others were also shocked, showing envy. They didn't expect the little stone emperor to be so generous, and gave away the weapon he had in his lifetime, so he gave it away. As for Lu Zan himself, there was no joy or worry. Just now he seemed to have a deep understanding. He took the moon shadow demon blade calmly, and even when he looked at the brand of the ancestor of the alien world among the 7 corpses, he became extremely dull. The end of the source can be a grain of sand, a piece of grass, or a piece of flour. Everything is the Tao, you and I are the Tao. The little stone emperor looked at a corpse among the 5 kings of the chaotic land, and said, "There is insight." Speaking of this, the second tomb suddenly cracked open, and an ordinary emperor's stone sword flew out of it. He was held in one hand, and then handed it to the corpse. Everyone showed a hint of strangeness. This little stone emperor was not so generous, he casually gave away this emperor's holy sword. Several stone kings present thought they couldn't be so calm, and asked themselves why they couldn't bear it. In the distance, Xiao Chen was also shocked. This little stone emperor has really reached an unbelievable level. Could it be said that these stone soldiers are useless to him? Or is it true that he has completely fallen, and there is no need for these treasures anymore? The rhyme of Tao is natural. Why bother to sigh? Why talk about Tao? You, me, he is not Tao but Tao. Little stone emperor kept repeating these few words, and then sighed. It's really unsatisfactory. My heart resonates, but there is still a follow-up. It's just that the corpse among the 5 kings of chaotic land sat there quietly, motionless, without any response. Little stone emperor's face was full of disappointment and regret, and said, "Unfortunately, you fell too early and failed to perfect." Boom! The third tomb was cracked, and a big seal flew out from it, and the little stone emperor handed it over to the corpse of the 5 kings of chaos without hesitation. Everyone was shocked. This is the stone seal made by the little stone emperor himself. It is a treasure, well known among the stone soldiers. Even if he didn't want to, he sent it out without any care. It is really a big deal. Little stone emperor, can't I wait for the essence of the great Tao so that I can't enter your eyes? Seeing that little stone emperor no longer distributes stone soldiers, the stone corpse couldn't help making such a low voice, and his expression was very unkind. Your ways are quite standard and can't inspire me, but their ways may not surpass yours, but they can enlighten me. The little stone emperor calmly sat cross-legged on the blue stone, exuding endless coercion. Enlighten you? What are you going to do? Stone corpse was very vigilant, and then he shouted and asked, how can you understand my holy corpse's way of heaven? How can you jump to conclusions and say that it is quite satisfactory? Little stone emperor didn't respond, and glanced at the 7 kings and 7 corpses present. Patriarch Xuankong also sneered, and said, it turns out that you didn't divide the stone soldiers according to the level of the Tao, but just choose the Tao that is useful to you. What do you want to do? Talking about corpses, you and I will sublimate together. Hearing this, stone corpse sneered and said, good tone, how can you sublimate a dead person? Is the dialogue spanning thousands of years just to satisfy your vanity? Lu Zan was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, he is not dead. What? The sharpening stone beast suddenly showed shock, and shouted, he's not dead. At this time, Shan Jun, who was also born in the ancient times and returned from the sky against the sky more than 10,000 years ago, suddenly said, you are not dead, you have been silent in the tomb. At this moment, both Lu Zan and Shan Jun remembered some ancient events and made such a judgment. Not far away, Xiao Chen and KK were very surprised. The little stone emperor was not dead, which is amazing. At the same time, they thought of the words of the old skull and the stone crow. They also mentioned the words of the ancient things more than once, and now they have been confirmed in this way. The Xuankong Patriarch, the sharpening stone beast, and the 3-eyed stone man king were all murderous at this moment. After knowing the truth, no one was afraid. He was the legendary little stone emperor, who was invincible all over the world. If he wanted to harm them, it would be a very scary and dangerous thing to use the 3rd stone mirror in the world to kill the enemy. You are wrong, I have indeed fallen. This is a dialogue that spans the ages. I know everything from the past to the present, and I have already calculated everything. I will leave a mark waiting for you. The little stone emperor was calm and almost terrifying. Who killed you? Shishi and the others were on guard and asked, they really wanted to know the truth. Not far away, Xiao Chen and KK are also listening carefully, and they have always wanted to know the answer. I killed myself. The dragon robe on little stone emperor's body rattled, but his body remained motionless like a rock. You, how is it possible? Nonsense. Everyone was shocked. Although they didn't believe it, they still couldn't help taking a few steps back. Why did you kill yourself? Lu Zan asked. What do you want to do? The stone corpse was even more cautious. Walking on a hopeless road, what's the point of living? If you never see the light of day, why don't you end it yourself? Little stone emperor said very plainly, without joy or worry. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to think that his outlook on life was negative and decadent, and they immediately thought that he might have made little progress on the road of cultivation, so he chose to end his life. Are you reborn? Stone beast asked uncertainly, and the others were all moved when they heard the words. Little stone emperor didn't answer, it was silent, as if a statue of an ancient god remained motionless. You killed yourself in order to break through, and now you are regenerated. Lu Zan tried to ask, because he was not sure. It is unimaginable that the little stone emperor who was invincible in the world would choose to commit suicide and end his own life. You must know that he was already at the pinnacle of the strong during his lifetime. Such a generation of people who look down on the world can actually let go of everything in the past. If this is the case, it will require a lot of courage. Just ask the kings present, who can let go of this? They have been immortal for eternity, who can give up their lives, who dares to start all over again? This requires unimaginable perseverance, and more importantly, an unparalleled boldness. Let go of everything in the past, forget the glory of the past, start from ordinary people, and start over from scratch bit by bit. Looking through the ages, who would dare to do this? Only little stone emperor alone. Silence is like acquiescence, and everyone is shocked. After a long time, the stone corpse laughed sinisterly, and said, however, you have wasted hundreds of millions of years of hard work, and it will be in vain. Otherwise, you wouldn't talk about corpses with us. After all, you still haven't made a breakthrough. You're right, I haven't even fully reborn yet, and my strength is not as good as it used to be. Patriarch Xuankong let out a long laugh, and the uneasiness in his heart was somewhat relieved, but he knew that the other party was definitely not an idle person. Since he dared to face them, it meant that he was enough to protect himself, and he would be able to fully recover in the future. You spent a lot of time and effort to build such a peerless tomb with the world of the heavens as the node. It turned out that it was for yourself, to protect you, and to welcome your rebirth. By this time, everyone has understood why this large tomb is so magnificent that even the Stone Man King has to expend endless energy to complete it. You are only half right, this is a dialogue that spans the ages. Hearing this, Lu Zhan immediately frowned and said, "What do you mean?" "The tomb stored my past body, but did not protect my new body." Shan Jun glanced around and said, "You mean, you are talking to us across the ages, but the new you haven't appeared yet, and you haven't competed with us yet." It can be said that it is a very equal dialogue. I advise you to hide him well, otherwise it will be very dangerous. The sharpening stone beast's eyes were full of fierceness. Hundreds of millions of years ago, I killed myself. It has been a long time since I waited until today. There are 7 large tombs here. At this moment, 7 kings and 7 corpses meet. Lu Zhan felt chills in his heart, and asked, "So what do you want to do?" "I want to borrow your hands to push me and help me take a step." As soon as these words came out, everyone felt chills down their spines. "Which step do you want to take?" The three-eyed Stone Man King's expression was extremely ugly. Everyone has a bad premonition, the matter is under the control of the Little Stone Emperor, their arrival has long been known, and everything has already been arranged. This may not only be a conversation that spans the ages, but it may also be a life-threatening death that spans the ages. You worry too much. I don't want to kill you, and I don't have the ability to kill you. I don't regenerate flesh and blood. Even though I am called the Little Stone Emperor, we are in the same cultivation world. Talking about the 7 Stone Kings together, even if 5 people work together, they are also invincible. No one in this world is your opponent. Then what exactly do you want? Use strength, borrow the supreme divine power of the kings, refine my real body. Use the way, borrow the great way of the kings, and perfect my Tao seal. It's a big tone, you said it yourself, the 5 great Stone Kings are one, and they are invincible in the world. Now that the 7 of us are here, you dare to think about us. If it were any other place, I would naturally be unable to do anything to you, but the 7 tombs here have exhausted my efforts. The 7 kings were startled and wanted to take action, but they suddenly felt the great danger, so they didn't dare to act rashly. An ancient unrivaled killing formation can trap a Stone Man King. I have built 7 tombs here, and laid down 7,749 layers of unrivaled killing formations. There is absolutely no problem in trapping you for 10,000 years. Everyone changed color. 7749 peerless killing formations, this kind of place is simply a desperate place, and it cannot be broken no matter what. I won't let you stay here for thousands of years. If I succeed, I will pass on the supreme avenue I comprehended to you without reservation. If I fail and die, all the war treasures here will belong to you, including the 3 Emperors' mirror, which was ranked 3rd in the world before the ancient times. I think you will know something about its origin. I have never worshipped the sky or the earth all my life, and I will never be manipulated by others. The stone beast was the first to resist. However, a large tomb suddenly shone brightly, and 7 unrivaled killing formations were activated at the same time. He disappeared in an instant, and the first large tomb rumbled open, swallowing him inside. Everyone, please enter the tomb. At this time, the Little Stone Emperor stood up, and looked around the crowd majestically, with the 7 magic stars and the mirror of the 3 emperors spinning slowly above his head. There are 7 killing formations in a large tomb, which completely seals the place, and there is no gap to break through. This kind of power makes people speechless with shock and anger. The majestic 7 Stone Kings are actually forced into the tomb. Kai, the 3-eyed Stone Man King suddenly opened his 3rd vertical eye, shooting out a dazzling golden light that could penetrate the past and the future. He wanted to open a passage and leave here. But killing Wushwang, blocking everything, and his king's vertical eyes are powerless, unable to shatter the void. Chi chi chi, he roared all his life, and shot the 3rd vertical eye at the Little Stone Emperor, and the bright golden light illuminated the void, drowning it. It's just that when a smooth stone mirror reflected back, his roar stopped immediately, and the same attack force came to kill himself. Brush. With a flash of light, the 7 large formations exerted their power, and the 2nd large tomb rumbled open, and he was swallowed inside. Forcing the Stone Man King to enter the tomb, such methods have to be amazed, and the faces of the remaining 5 kings are very ugly. In the distance, Xiao Chen was also extremely shocked. Kiki's small mouth was opened wide enough to stuff a walnut. At the same time, when they looked at the old Taoist priest next to them, their eyes became more complicated and more cautious. Everyone, please enter the tomb. Little Stone Emperor persuaded the remaining 5 kings with his hands behind his back, saying, there will be rich rewards in the future. Forcing people into the tomb like this, even if there is a big reward in the future, it will be difficult to make the Stone Man King happy. The faces of the 5 kings were extremely gloomy. I Xuankong will never obey you. Patriarch Xuankong held the golden stone holy sword and swung it down, striking out endless laws and order. The result was in vain. The Little Stone Emperor had planned it long ago, and he spent his endless painstaking efforts here. The third tomb was cracked, and amidst rumbling sounds, 7 large formations were launched, engulfing the Xuankong Patriarch. You kings, please enter the tomb. It was still the same words. Lu Zan let out a long sigh, and finally walked towards the 4th tomb by himself. The tomb opened automatically and took him inside. After that, Shan Jun and the unknown Stone Man King also walked forward separately. The stone corpse was furious, but he had no choice but to grow up secretly, and was forced into the 7th tomb. Please also return to your positions, fellow corpse brothers. Little Stone Emperor motioned to the 7 corpse figures. Strictly speaking, the 7 corpses had no senses and could be completely dominated by him, so as soon as the words fell, they all flew up, landed on the top of the 7 tombs, and sat cross-legged. Forcing the 7 kings to enter the tomb, this kind of thing really happened. Xiao Chen felt that it was unreal. This Little Stone Emperor was really defiant. Could it be that he can see through hundreds of millions of years that nothing will happen, and he can decide today's matter before he falls? Perhaps this is the true expression of the connection between ancient and modern times. The Little Stone Emperor walked to the center of the 7 tombs, and with a bang, his dragon robe was completely shattered, turning into a beam of light of consciousness, and then he tore apart the central ground, and a tall body that was half flesh and half stone rose out. At the same time, the 7 tombs seemed to be on fire, bursting with endless divine light, heading straight towards Shaohan. Little Stone Emperor, do you want to refine us? That's impossible, you must die first. No, I'm just borrowing from you. 7 beams of dazzling light shot out from the 7 tombs, shooting towards the tall body that was half flesh and half stone in the center. Xiao Chen felt very strange. Why didn't the old Taoist beside him participate in it? Could it be that he guessed wrong? At this moment, the body of the old Taoist beside Xiao Chen suddenly shook violently, showing an extremely dignified expression, and he looked around, as if he was looking for something. Chapter 638, Coercion. The old Taoist looked dignified and scanned the surroundings. His abnormal movement caught the attention of Xiao Chen and KK. At the same time, the Little Stone Emperor in the center of the tomb let out a long cry, piercing the clouds and piercing the sun, and cracking the sky. Don't doubt it, I am communicating with you, or talking to myself. What do you want to do? The old Taoist couldn't calm down. You don't understand until now, what is the difference between you and me? You should ask yourself what you want to do and what you should do. Little Stone Emperor's voice was a little cold. At this moment, Xiao Chen was finally convinced that this old Taoist priest was the new body of Little Stone Emperor. The Stone Crow feels exactly right, there's nothing wrong with it. I am you are me, I am the Little Stone Emperor, I have fought invincible opponents all over the world. The old Taoist said to himself, and then, like enlightenment, 2 bright golden lights shot out from his eyes, as if connecting all the memories in an instant. He calmed down in an instant, as calm and composed as he was in the past, and then walked forward with firm steps. At this moment, the old Taoist is one with the heaven and the earth. With every step down, there is a Taoist rhyme flowing, his sleeves are fluttering, extraordinary and refined, he does not eat fireworks in the world, as if he is about to go to the sky. And in front of him, in the middle of the 7 tombs, was the half-flesh, half-stone body. Although it had the same appearance as him, its aura was quite different. Just that kind of aura that flows out is enough to make people frightened. Terrible fluctuations roll out, covering the sky and covering the earth. 2 identical people, with 2 completely different temperaments, turned out to be one person. The old Taoist priest was the newborn body of Little Stone Emperor. I have been waiting for you for billions of years, welcome back. Eternal time hasten, just a snap of the fingers. The old Taoist strode to the center of the 7 tombs without any hesitation. At this moment, he suddenly burst into a ray of light, colliding with that half-flesh, half-stone body. Boom! The 7 tombs shook, and Guanghua shot out one after another, all of them charged towards the 2 people in the center. Little Stone Emperor, your new body is also here. The 7 Stone Kings were all shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do to change everything. They couldn't rush out of the tomb, and the 49 formations could suppress them for 10,000 years and be immortal. The glaring light covered this place, and the entire little stone mausoleum undulated like an ocean. Those who did not enter this place could feel the terrifying aura. At this moment, the old Taoist priest merged with the half-flesh and half-stone body, and they became one. This is a very mysterious process. Bits of blood are splashing, flakes of stone powder are falling off, and the sound of bones breaking and reorganizing is creepy and crunching. On the central land, there seems to be a round of sun stars blooming, and the little stone emperor and the old Taoist priest are undergoing fusion and transformation of stone body and flesh and blood. In the distance, Xiao Chen was very shocked and wanted to leave here, but he couldn't because the 49 large formations covered the entire area. Yeah, Kiki muttered, the little thing was also a little scared, it felt the incomparably powerful aura, stronger than any monk it had ever seen. Boom! In the last loud bang, the two bodies were completely united, and the fusion was completed. At least 70% of the whole body was turned into flesh and blood, and only less than 30% of the body was stone. This is by no means the stone crow's state of flesh and blood. This is a real transformation from the inside out, not a superficial phenomenon. An extremely terrifying aura erupted instantly, and the power of the little stone emperor instantly rose to a frightening level. The 7 stone kings in the tomb all shut up, and none of them continued to roar in fright. They felt the threat of death. At this moment, on the land of the heavens, in this area, a powerful aura shook like a tsunami from this ancient land, and everyone was terrified. After knowing that it originated from the small stone emperor's tomb, the giants from all sides of the heaven and a few old antiques all opened their eyes in surprise, and looked at this place at the same time. They thought of some ancient things, and their colors changed unanimously. At this moment, they know what happened. The death of the little stone emperor in the past was the most strange, because in that era, after experiencing a battle before the ancient times, no one among the strong survivors could threaten him, but he fell when he was at his peak, making everyone a little disbelieving. He is still alive. I really didn't expect that he has such great courage, maybe the heavens and worlds will be turned upside down again. I really look forward to it, maybe he can really open up a whole new world of cultivation. Before the ancient times, the stars were shining brightly, and there were many masters in the forest. Little Stone Emperor really lived up to his reputation as a strong survivor of that era. On this day, all the giants in the heavenly world knew this shocking news, but no one approached him, and no one went to prevent his death. After the stone corpse, sharpening stone beast, and the 7 kings of the hanging sky entered, none of them came out until now. Everyone knew that they might be in big trouble, and it was hard to say whether they would come out alive. Judging from this situation, Little Stone Emperor's strength is even more terrifying than everyone imagined. After the Little Stone Emperor's past body and new body are integrated, it is by no means as simple as a simple superposition. It has inherited the supreme combat power of the past, and this is a brand new transformation. It has a new opportunity to get rid of the stone body and be reborn with flesh and blood. Call. The violent wind shattered the sky, and the Little Stone Emperor stretched out an arm, tore apart the world in the tomb he created, stretched into the vast sky, and grabbed the sun star hanging high in the sky. The sun star in the heavens is by no means comparable to the suns in other worlds. The heavens are the center of all worlds. The sun star is of great importance and cannot be lost. But at this moment, an overwhelming hand reached into the sky and covered the sun star, and the entire heaven was plunged into darkness in an instant. Everyone was startled. This is something that has never happened in the ancient times. The whole land was instantly dark, but all living beings looked up to the sky, terrified. In the boundless darkness, the sun star was grabbed by someone, and only a faint light came out from between the fingers, outlining an extremely terrifying outline of that huge palm. This is unprecedented. The heaven is the center of all worlds, and the sun star is of great importance. After being deployed in a formation, even the Stone Man King can hardly knock it down. However, everything was turned upside down at this moment, and the big hand grabbed the sun star and dropped it. All saw the sight of a lifetime. The terrifying arms, rooted in the heavens and the earth, are extremely terrifying, thick and boundless, like hundreds of millions of ancient magic mountains piled up, like endless ancestral dragons twisted together. After the huge magic hand grabbed the sun star, it retreated slowly, and the arm that penetrated the sky and the earth retreated towards the depths of the formation. This scene was too shocking. The bright universe suddenly dimmed, and the sun star, which even the Stone Man King could not knock down, was grabbed by a huge magic hand. There is no sun in heaven. The sun star no longer exists, and was snatched away by people with great magic power. The earth fell into darkness, and hundreds of millions of living beings were in panic all day long. The giants of all parties naturally knew that this was the work of the little stone emperor, and everyone was afraid. This invincible character who became famous in ancient times was too terrifying. What exactly did he want to do? Could it be Li Wei, telling the world that he is back? In the tomb of the Our Emperor, the sun star turned into a round disk, fixed in the sky above the 7 tombs. Silent for hundreds of millions of years, my original stone body is too cold, and I need this sun star source to drive out the yin qi. In the distance, Xiao Chen felt chills in his heart. He naturally knew that the sun and Venus were extraordinary, and it was really scary that the other party caught them so easily. KK also came to Xiao Chen's shoulder with a whoosh. The little thing was very nervous and a little scared. Creatures in the heavens, I will give you another 9 sons. Little Stone Emperor waved his hand lightly, and 9 big stars were summoned from outside the sky and lined up in the sky above the heaven. I have practiced the profound method of the Tianbei, and I allow you to stand beside me and listen to the truth of heaven and earth. Little Stone Emperor glanced at Xiao Chen indifferently. At this point, he sat down cross-legged, and said in a low voice, by training your body and mind, if I succeed, I will also open a brand new world for you, and open an unimaginable door. The 7 tombs vibrated, and the light shot up to the sky. All the 7 kings roared. The tombs were robbing their kings of their divine power, trying to refine them. The 7 kings had to fight to avoid the terrible situation of falling. This was a blatant extraction of divine power, forcing the 7 kings to bloom their divine splendor. In the end, 7 vast sea-like forces shot out, all concentrated on the body sitting cross-legged in the middle, and the endless brilliance flooded there, and the little stone emperor used the 7 kings to train his body. At the same time, all kinds of wonderful sounds from heaven and earth sounded, and the charm of the Tao of the 7 kings appeared in the sky above the 7 tombs, which complemented the charm of the Tao of the 7 corpses. This is a great encounter. Xiao Chen sits cross-legged on the ground, comprehending all kinds of imprints of the avenue, listening to all kinds of truths of heaven and earth, and KK is also very serious, imitating Xiao Chen's appearance in a decent way, sitting cross-legged next to him, and began to experience and comprehend with heart. On the land of heaven and earth, the green grass withered and flourished, the small lake dried up and then filled again, the years passed silently, and 100 years passed by in a blink of an eye. The ancient land where the little stone emperor's mausoleum is located has become a restricted area, no one approaches, even the most ferocious beasts have to detour here. The majestic aura, day after day, year after year, became more and more terrifying, like a giant growing rapidly, and everyone could feel that the divine power here was getting stronger day by day. 100 years passed, Xiao Chen remained motionless, his body was covered with dust, and he never opened his eyes from the beginning to the end. The wonderful sound of heaven and earth, which has never faded for 100 years, has always echoed in the ears, and the principle is the most logical, ranking first. If you can't catch such an opportunity, then you will be really sorry for the opportunity left to him by the little stone emperor. The little thing KK always loves cleanliness, spotless, and white as jade all over her body. Although she is lively by nature, she is also sitting and struggling. During this period, Paradise Lost was opened, so that the little stubborn dragon, Shapalang, the 3 skeletons, Tianweishan, and Qingqing who is one with the flower of dreams can also listen to this kind of heaven and earth truth. The sun and the moon flew like a shuttle, and the stars moved. The 9 suns could not bear the concentration of the spiritual energy in the heavens, and 4 of them had already fallen. The world is ups and downs, and 10,000 years pass by in a hurry. The great lake dried up and became a valley. The mountain collapsed and became a rocky forest. The big river changed its course and went thousands of miles away. The plain cracked and became an abyss canyon. The vicissitudes of life, 10,000 years in a hurry, this number does not seem like a big deal, but it is enough to happen a lot of things. A mortal's life is only 100 years, but when you think about it carefully, it is long enough to lament the time when you are old. And thousands of years have passed by, one can imagine the vicissitudes of life, and one can understand the desolation that has fallen from the past to the west. With the passage of time and the changes of the years, Xiao Chen's body was covered with dust and unkempt. The king's god city is 5 feet square, surrounding him in the center. Apart from the thick layer of dust on Xiao Chen's body, there is also a layer of hard stone crust on the surface of his body, like a stone armor, indestructible, densely covered his body, with streamers, faintly visible. This is a rare sight. It is said that it is Nirvana walking out of the stone man's road in the magic city, but it does not look like it. The god city did not completely cover Xiao Chen, let alone exterminate his flesh and blood. The god city of kings, which was formed by him melting many ancient magic cities, is simple and unpretentious at the moment, and the divine light of the past is all restrained. It seems that ancient buildings are displayed here, and the shocking power contained in it is also dormant. It is just like an ancient altar, carrying Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's body surface is petrified after all. Maybe he is walking the stone man's road, but it is definitely not the stone man's road in the traditional sense. Under that layer of stone shell, there is a crystal clear flesh and blood surface, flowing with mysterious brilliance, full of powerful power fluctuations, but it is isolated inside by the heavy stone armor. This is not the path of the Supreme Ancestor God, or it is not the pure path of the Supreme Ancestor God. He has listened to the Tao of the King for 10,000 years, and all kinds of truths of heaven and earth have always echoed in his ears, and he has gained unimaginable gains. Xiao Chen has been undergoing subtle transformations for 10,000 years, and he has begun to truly explore his own path. Touch the charm of the avenue, grasp the eternity, and step out of your own unique path. Although it may not be open enough in front of the avenue of kings, it is a path that he has explored before, and it is a path that carries his hope. As for KK, she is also undergoing wonderful changes. The little things are becoming more and more dusty. Compared with Xiao Chen's body covered in dirt, KK is spotless and has a compelling aura, just like the incarnation of Dao Yun. However, it occasionally wakes up once in decades or hundreds of years, and when it opens its eyes, the innocent eyes and mischievous demeanor indicate that its temperament has never changed. In Paradise Lost, everyone has undergone their own changes, especially Qingqing, who is in harmony with the dream flower, withered and then green, and has undergone many mysterious transformations. Boom! Just today, the 7 tombs suddenly collapsed at the same time, and the 7 kings rushed out. At the same time, the little stone emperor in the middle also opened his eyes suddenly, and the vast sea-like aura was overwhelming, and the 2 sharp eyes were breathtaking. Even the 7 great kings did not dare to face it squarely. 7 magic stars in the sky fell into the left palm of the little stone emperor, and the stone mirror kept spinning above his head. He stood up slowly, and glanced at the faces of the 7 people indifferently. The 7 kings around him couldn't even look directly at them, and quickly lowered their heads. They didn't want to do this, but they couldn't bear the coercion and had to bow their heads. This is quite a terrible thing, which made the Stone Man King lower his proud head. Little Stone Emperor's stone body was completely cast off, and his flesh and blood were successfully reborn. At this moment, he was the incarnation of the Tao of heaven and earth, reaching a perfect state. Thousands of years at a glance. The eyes flowed, and the world became empty. It seems that thousands of years have passed by. It seems that the big world is shattering, and the terrifying eyes make people frightened. He didn't make any movements, he just stood there quietly, and the 7 oppressed kings didn't dare to move. With this place as the center, all living beings on the prehistoric land were silent, even the giants and living fossils from all sides were silent, and my heart was full of shock. At this moment, Little Stone Emperor is the only one in the world. The sun and stars, the aura of heaven and earth, all paled before him, and he seemed to be the only existence in eternity. Click click. Suddenly, at this moment, the Little Stone Emperor's forehead made such a sound, a stream of blood flowed down, and then bloodstains appeared all over his body. Chapter 639 The Emperor's Destruction. The mighty Little Stone Emperor, at this moment, he is the only one in eternity, coercing the sun and the moon, and shocking the heavens. Although he was motionless, he had the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, and the posture of looking down on the world. The 7 oppressive stone kings all lowered their proud heads. Shocking the past and shining the present, who can be the enemy? This is the true portrayal of him at this moment. However, at this moment when Ling Jiding was looking down at the heavens and worlds, a crack suddenly appeared on the forehead of the Little Stone Emperor, and a shocking stream of blood slowly flowed down. Then there were bloodstains all over his body, and the bloodstains were like dense spider webs, spreading all over his body. An amazing turn of events happened. The flawless Little Stone Emperor, he is like a delicate porcelain that has been hit violently, with cracks crisscrossing his whole body. His unparalleled body is cracking. No one knows what happened. The Little Stone Emperor who rushed to the peak is actually bleeding, and his body is collapsing. The 7 kings all lowered their heads and did not dare to move. Even though they sensed that the Little Stone Emperor was going to be destroyed, they still did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, it is undoubtedly the most dangerous. He can easily destroy anyone. So, Little Stone Emperor's hair fluttered. Looking up at the sky, his eyes were extremely deep, as if he was talking to someone in the dark. Although his body was cracking, and there were more and more cobweb-like cracks, his aura became stronger and stronger. Like the undulating sea, the overwhelming aura swept the entire prehistoric land. The 7 kings of stone men are crumbling, they are like boats in the raging sea, they may be sunk by the monstrous waves at any time, and their hearts are full of fear. The little stone emperor looked down upon the ages and frightened the heavens. He was indeed an unrivaled emperor. He was truly invincible, but it was difficult for him to exist for a long time. Boom! A terrifying blood hole burst out of his chest, and a gust of blood gushed out, piercing through the world and the tomb at once. Little Stone Emperor was silent, Wyan's body was motionless, like a mountain. After a long time, he slowly stretched out a hand to put away the splashed blood. The blood was full of dreamy colors, flowing slowly between his palms and fingers. The strange blood, the sad red, was full of incomparable powerful power. A drop of blood can destroy a world, but what's the use? Hearing what he said, everyone felt terrified, and the 7 stone kings didn't dare to move rashly, standing there like fossils. A drop of blood can destroy a world. If the little stone emperor is going crazy at this moment, wouldn't he be able to tear down the heavens and worlds? The sun shifts at midday, the full moon loses, and the sky and the earth lack. The little stone emperor spoke calmly. He stood on the central ground, ignoring the 7 stone kings, and there was endless silence in his eyes. The world and the tomb is being wiped out, and the vast prehistoric world appears in everyone's field of vision. The ancient land was desolate, and there was no life in the area of 100,000 li. The 10,000 world nodes in the Tomb of the Hour disappeared, and only the 7 tombs and the tombstone remained. Little Stone Emperor looked at the prehistoric land, his eyes were full of nostalgia, and at this moment, his words shook the heavens and spread throughout the world, causing fear in the hearts of all the strong. Anyone want to fight me? Plain words, calm tone, neither sonorous nor high-spirited, but it made everyone feel cold. Is there no one? I have climbed to the top, but I can't. Such words made people feel even more creepy, especially the nerves of the 7 stone kings at the scene were tense to the extreme. Hu and Yifeng, Little Stone Emperor wanted to find an opponent, but it was impossible, no one would come to die, and it was difficult for him to find an opponent among the heavens and worlds where he stood. Who will fight with me? The heavens and the world were silent, and no one dared to respond. Cultivated to such a state, asking all over the world, no one answered. This is the glory of being proud of the ages, but the little stone emperor is full of loneliness, and his last wish cannot be fulfilled. Through the past and the present. At this moment, Little Stone Emperor suddenly yelled out these 4 words. Suddenly, the 7 kings felt cold all over their bodies, because the surrounding environment changed drastically, and they returned to the ancient times in a trance, surrounded by shadows, standing tall and stalwart figures. Whether it was Xiao Chen, KK, or the 7 kings, they were all chilled, and the strong pressure around them made them feel suffocated. I can't see clearly, I can't understand, everything around me is very blurry, like a battlefield or like a desolate gobi. A few majestic figures shot towards the Little Stone Emperor. Boom! At this moment, the earth-shattering fighting spirit shattered a big world, seeming to be real and illusory, as if walking through the heavens and worlds. Boom! It wasn't until the end that Little Stone Emperor's body shook violently that all the tranced ancient scenes around him disappeared, and everyone returned to reality from the suspected ancient world. A shocking thing happened, a clear and eye-catching finger hole appeared on Little Stone Emperor's frontal bone. The power of the ancient times did not disappoint me. Just this sentence made everyone's hearts go cold, and it was obvious that they were not delusional. Through the past and the present. Just now, the Little Stone Emperor used the supreme method to fight with people before going to the ancient times. It was a battle of the same level. Boom! There was another loud shock. Xiao Chen felt his surroundings blur again, and a chill rose in the heart of the 7 kings again. Unimaginable killing intent filled every corner, the ultimate fighting intent shattered everything, and the Little Stone Emperor fought with others again. Boom! The dreamlike scene faded away like ripples again, and everyone was shocked to find that they had returned. Little Stone Emperor's temple was pierced, and blood flowed out, but he was not depressed, instead showing a look of relief. The future peak powerhouse has not let me down. This time, everyone was even more shocked than just now. It is not too doubtful that there is great power in the ancient times to compete with the Little Stone Emperor who rushed to the top. After all, it was an era of shining stars, but in the future there will be someone who can compete with the current Little Stone Emperor. The meaning is very different. Who will it be? Who could it be? Is he born now? Which giant in the heaven, or is it a certain king in the scene? On this road, I am not alone. Little Stone Emperor showed a relieved look, and said, before the ancient times, there were legendary powers who could block me. After endless years, there are also newborn peak powerhouses who can fight me. There are people who stand on the same height as me. The 7 kings present were all very shocked. Unfortunately, they are just like me. They are destined not to last long, and the ending is the same as mine. Speaking of this, the little stone emperor felt a little regretful, and said, with these 2 people blocking me, I can't rush to the farther ancient and future. I don't know how many other people have reached this level, or... Having said that, he stopped making a sound, but used his full eyesight to look at eternity. Unfortunately, with a bang, time and space collapsed, and he couldn't see the end. At the same time, the mirror of the 3 emperors that was slowly rotating on his head fell down, and the little stone emperor rubbed it in his hand, and said to himself, what level has your master reached? The king of the 7 stone men naturally knew that he was talking about the real master of the 3 emperors' mirror before ancient times, and he was also the one who refined the stone mirror in the first place. Extreme sublimation, I will go away. The little stone emperor suddenly uttered such a loud roar, which spread throughout the heavens and worlds, and all the stone kings were shocked. A piece of brilliance enveloped the little stone emperor. He wanted to tear apart a hazy space, but in the end he dropped his hands powerlessly, full of regret. Everything has a deficiency, and when it is extremely prosperous, it will decline. At the middle of the day, it will move, and when the moon is full, it will lose. If there is dirt on the road, it will be destroyed if there is no time. Little Stone Emperor looked at the prehistoric land, scenes of past events flashed before his eyes, and the glorious years were gone forever. His life was full of glory and he reached the pinnacle of human beings. He is astonishing in the past and the present, and he is destined to be engraved in the history of cultivation in the heavens and worlds forever, and will become an insurmountable monument. In order to pursue a higher realm, he embarked on such a road of no return. The result is not important. At the last moment, his eyes flowed for hundreds of millions of years, freezing in the initial childhood. A big rough hand took the young him to herd sheep on the grassland, but at that time, he was looking up at the sky, watching the eagle with wings spread. His heart had long gone, and he didn't notice the care and love around him. From then on, he spread his wings like an eagle, and finally soared into the sky. But in the end, he returned to the original point. Until the last moment, he looked through the present and the past, and saw that rough big hand again, with that care and kindness. At this moment Little Stone Emperor actually shed tears. No one understood his mood at this moment. The 7 stone man kings were puzzled, and Xiao Chen was also puzzled. When, there was a crisp sound, and the 3 emperor mirror fell to the ground. Little Stone Emperor's life was extinguished, his face was stained with tears, but there was a ray of smile, not regret, but real relief and relief of enlightenment. From his dimmed eyes, everyone vaguely saw a rough big hand pulling a small figure away. This is the last picture left by a generation of unrivaled emperors. It is the final scene after looking back on his life. Everyone has different feelings. Xiao Chen tried his best to imprint this scene in his heart, and he vaguely caught something. At this moment, the terrifying power on the Little Stone Emperor's body that made even the Stone Man King feel horrified declined rapidly and passed away continuously. It was like a vibrant oasis dying and turning into a lifeless barren land. But his stalwart body still stands proudly, standing there like a monument. Dead, finally fallen. It was not until a long time later that the stone corpse laughed wildly, saying, even if you are the best in the past, in the end you are nothing but a pile of loess. Even if you beat all the invincible hands in the heavens and worlds, so what, you still fell in the end. The stone corpse strode forward. He not only wanted to fight for the 3 emperors' mirror, but also wanted to tear up the Little Stone Emperor's body to vent his hatred. However, before the big hand he stretched out touched the Little Stone Emperor's body, he let out a strange cry like avoiding a snake, and his body trembled and fell out. There was no energy fluctuation. The stone corpse just saw that the big rough hand and the young figure in the dim eyes of the Little Stone Emperor hadn't completely disappeared, so he backed away in shock. Even death can frighten away the Stone King. The power of the Little Stone Emperor is enough to look down upon the ages, and everyone's expressions are extremely complicated. The tangible and intangible things left by the Little Stone Emperor are too many and too precious. A big battle is inevitable. No one will give up such a shocking treasure. Chapter 640, Wang Zan. A brief moment, an eternal moment. The Little Stone Emperor is like an eagle in a storm, soaring to the sky. Although he is dead, he is radiant, showing the fearlessness of an eagle hitting the sky, and in the end he is sublimated to the utmost. No one would doubt that his life was astonishingly brilliant and arrogant. The momentary light illuminates the heavens throughout the ages, and becomes an eternal monument standing in the world. Even though the Stone Man King had hostility in his heart, he was overwhelmed inside, and everyone had complicated expressions. The ancient land of 100,000 miles was vast, a big river rolled eastward, hundreds of mountains collapsed on the ground, the bloody red sun fell to the west, and a few withered grass tenaciously took root in the crevices of the rocks. Quack, quack, quack. The crows mourned against the bloody sun, echoing in the rocky ground. The ancient catastrophe flapped its wings and hovered under the blood-colored sky. Instead of any excitement, it mourned the end of a generation of emperors with a mournful tone with a hint of sadness. The old skull also came to the 7 shattered tombs, flew to the majestic body standing tall, and sighed, "The Yangtze River is rolling in the east, and the waves have wiped out the heroes. Whether it is success or failure, the head is empty." The stone corpse's eyes were fierce, and the dry stone claws wanted to tear out several times, but finally held back, because the old skull didn't touch the mirror of the 3 emperors but was paying tribute to the little stone emperor. The other big stone kings didn't make a move, and the stone corpse didn't want to make enemies alone. He has been very weak for 10,000 years. In the past, I advised you not to be attached, just get the 49 Avenue of Heaven and Earth, and let it go away. But you said, as a beginning, the 49 way, going forward bravely, will eventually be reconciled. The old skull cried 3 times, and then sighed. The eagle hit the sky, spread its wings to soar to the clouds, and soared 90,000 miles. You have fulfilled your wish. At this moment, the little stone emperor's body suddenly turned into fly ash, which was blown away by the wind, and the 7 kings beside him were all shocked. The power of the stone corpse just now couldn't shake the little stone emperor, but was forced to fall out. But at this moment, he has disappeared by himself, which really makes people feel a little shocked. The 7 innate magic stars in little stone emperor's left hand fell down and quickly sank into the 7 tombs. After the death of the body, the Supreme Emperor body only left the 7 natural magic stars, which were returned to the heavens, and nothing else. Then, in a trance, everyone saw a big rough hand, pulling a young figure away at a very fast speed, disappearing under the blood-colored sunset. Boom! At this moment, Lu Zhan took the first shot. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he didn't grab the eternally famous 3 Emperors mirror, but turned into a Changhong, blocked the sky under the setting sun, grabbed the void, and walked towards the rough big hand and the young phantom. At the same time, the stone crow also reacted in the same way. It continued to cry, flapped its wings, and came to the horizon. Boom! Lu Zhan and Stone Crow directly exchanged blows, causing the prehistoric land to tremble violently. Then Shan Jun, the sky-defying warrior, also soared into the sky, killing towards the horizon. The stone crow and the sharpening stone beast roared angrily. Not to be outdone, they soared into the sky, and the magic cloud rolled and boiled completely, sweeping towards the sky. Patriarch Xuankong sneered, and said, "You guys are fighting for that invisible thing. I'm very realistic. I don't want to be number 1 in the world. As long as the 3 Emperor mirror is in hand, nothing else matters." He also had the same plan as the 3-eyed stone man Wang Yiji, another king, who rushed towards the mirror of 3 emperors at the same time. As for the other war treasures in the tomb, they didn't even care about it right now. The old skull fled aside for a moment, as if he didn't want to fight for the 3 emperors' mirror, so as not to cause trouble to his upper body. As for Xiao Chen, he also moved quickly, dragging KK to gallop across the ancient land, entering and exiting 7 large tombs in succession. He didn't search for other war treasures, but only sensed the breath of the sky monument. Where is the 9th stele? This is the first thing he got so far. He entered and exited the 7 tombs dozens of times, and scanned the surrounding hundreds of miles, but Xiao Chen found nothing. Where is it? Why can't it be sensed? There is no breath of it. Xiao Chen turned into a streamer, hovering in this world. His spiritual sense swept every inch of land, but he still found nothing. At this time, the battle in the sky has reached a fever pitch. The barren hills hit by Stone Crow, Lu Zhan, Shan Jun, Stone Corpse, and Stone Beast collapsed. The towering Taigu Stone Mountain collapsed piece by piece. The sun stars in the 7 tombs rose straight up, shattering the last few red suns. The real immortal sun star hung in the sky, and some phoenix birds escaped and flew out to sing. At this moment, the prehistoric celestial world shook, and even ordinary creatures were looking up to the sky. The sun star, which had disappeared for 10,000 years, finally returned, ending the 9-day suspension. Crash! Xiao Chen will unfold the ancient scroll, blow it up with the wind, and cross the sky like a big river. The 5 kings of the chaotic land will return in an instant, and will be submerged in the magnificent picture scroll of mountains and rivers. Immediately afterwards was the imprint of the Supreme Avenue from another world, which was forcibly detained by Xiao Chen and suppressed in the City of Kings. After all these years and many things happened, he did not want to directly suppress this imprint with the Sea of Consciousness. Finally, the puppet of the Stone Man King turned into a beam of brilliance, submerged into the mysterious stone pot, and became a humanoid engraving. Where is the steel? Xiao Chen sighed. He really wanted to get the 9th steel, but now he didn't have any clues. Yeah, Kiki squinted her wide eyes, stared at the 3 Xuankong patriarchs not far away, and whispered, I want that mirror too. Xiao Chen never thought about it, but there are 3 big stone kings fighting for it. Even if he joins in, he probably won't be able to win it. Waiting for the opportunity to snatch it when the time comes. Over the past 10,000 years, Xiao Chen has gone through the peak beyond the 9 heavens of the ancestor god, and has blazed his own unique path. Although it is impossible to transform into an invincible Stone Man King so quickly, his strength has also been greatly improved, and he will not be killed when he goes up. Yeah, Kiki pouted and muttered, then let's take all the other things away. The little thing was very straightforward, dragging Xiao Chen in and out of the 7 tombs, breaking the restrictions one after another, and collecting the artifacts left by the little stone emperor. Whether it's a seat, an incense burner, or a stone bed, as long as they can be seen, they are all taken into paradise lost by small things. There is absolutely no waste product here. For example, the seemingly ordinary stone bed is carved from the pith of divine jade. It is ordinary in appearance but has a jade heart in it. And the seat looks ordinary, but it is by no means extraordinary. It is carved by Zugan, the king of the sacred wood, which is formed by the essence of wood in the 5 elements. It is a rare treasure for monks. What is this? The little thing Kiki found more than a dozen ordinary love plants in a large tomb, but they were cultivated in a 1-meter square stone vessel. This kind of vessel is crystal clear, and it looks like a treasure at first glance. KK nonchalantly grabbed the next one, smelled it, and took a bite, but she made a bitter face and muttered, I can't bite, it's so bitter. You can't be so greedy. Xiao Chen knocked on it with a smile. He was also very busy, moving whatever he saw, and kept throwing it into Paradise Lost. That's life-returning grass, which is cultivated with the blood essence of the Stoneman King. As long as the Dao Yun is not broken, no matter how serious the injury is, after applying its juice, it can recover. It can reshape the body and stabilize the soul. The old skull sneaked into this big tomb at some point, his eyes were blazing, and he was obviously looking for something. Yeah, hearing this, Kiki's eyes lit up immediately, and she launched a heinous operation, digging 3 feet into the ground, regardless of whether it was useful or useless, all of them were collected into the lost paradise. It fully understands that there is nothing ordinary here, and everything has a great background. Now it has only one thing to do, and that is to remove everything. Even many immemorial restrictions that hadn't been broken in time were transferred into the Divine Garden at the same time as the broken formations, a complete looting. Fortunately, all the killing formations could not be fully functioning, otherwise there would definitely be a catastrophe. In Paradise Lost, a group of people also woke up from the state of cultivation. They saw many daily objects falling from the sky, and they were very puzzled. They didn't know why KK collected these things. It's just that when Chapelang picked up an incense burner and weighed it casually, a string of sparks accidentally popped out and burned him half to death. Everyone was shocked and found that all the utensils were of extraordinary quality. However, some restrictions cannot be broken in a short time after all, and Xiao Chen and KK have no way to really remove all the fetishes. Where are the 7 stone soldiers? It is difficult to find the Tianbei, and it is also difficult to get the 3 Emperor Mirror. Xiao Chen wants to get the 7 stone soldiers. In fact, he has already obtained 2 terrifying stone soldiers. The little stone emperor once gave a holy sword and a stone seal to 2 of the 5 kings of the chaotic land. Now that the 5 kings have returned to the ancient scroll, Xiao Chen obviously feels that this war treasure is much stronger. This made him very excited. The ancient scrolls can grow, which makes people look forward to it. If each of the 5 kings holds a powerful stone soldier in their hands, the power will be unimaginable. He was even thinking about replacing the mountains in the ancient scroll with the steel, and the pavilions in the scroll with the city of kings. If that is the case, how powerful the ancient scroll that gathers all the holy relics will be. Can the Stone Man King vomit blood and fly away with a single swing? It's just that he can only think about it at the moment, and he doesn't have that kind of terrifying power to refine all kinds of sacred objects into it. The Moon Shadow Demon Blade has been acquired by Lu Zan, and Xiao Chen is looking for the other 4 powerful stone soldiers that the little stone emperor used. Yeah, there are still those 7 little stars. Kiki reminded Xiao Chen like this, and little stars appeared in its big eyes, and it could be seen that it wanted it very much. Only the little thing called the 7 terrifying magic stars, little stars. My old man is also looking for it. It's strange why there is no trace of the breath of the 7 magic stars. Is it really returned to the heavens? The old skull was also wandering around, elusive, but he didn't get anything. He got nothing. At this moment, the great battle in the sky ended, and it was not until later that the 5 kings found out that it was not what they imagined, it was not the imprint of the Little Stone Emperor's supreme avenue. Although it is the most precious thing that the Little Stone Emperor thinks, but in the eyes of the 5 stone kings, it has no value. The Eternal Emperor, the last picture left by the Little Stone Emperor, was finally completely disintegrated in the battle of the 5 kings. The rough big hand and the young figure were scattered in the ancient land of 100,000 miles. The ancient land, which was originally lifeless, was suddenly full of vitality. The desolate ancient battlefield was revived with vitality. At a speed that everyone could see, endless vegetation grew, lush and lush. Lu Zan, Stone Corpse, Shan Jun, Sharpening Stone Beast, and Immemorial Calamity all rushed back at the first time, and grabbed the 3 Emperors' mirror. At this moment, the battle became even more fierce. The 8 Stone Kings competed for the 3rd Stone Soldier in the world. No one gave in, and they all risked their lives. At the same time, they joined forces to seal off the ancient land of 100,000 miles. The tangible and intangible precious treasures here will all belong to them, and no one else can get their hands on them. The real battle has just begun. The 3 Emperors' mirror is hanging in the central void, slowly rotating, and everyone wants to grab it, but every time this happens, they will be attacked by others. Brush. As soon as Lu Zan stretched out his hand, he was attacked crazily. The stone wedding beast almost tore off its arm with its claws. No one could bear the joint attack of the 7 kings, and Lu Zan retreated. The stone corpse wanted to forcibly detain him with unrivaled supernatural powers, but as soon as he hid in the periphery, he was seen through by the other kings. 7 divine lights swept over him, and the stone corpse was almost shattered, with golden blood dripping on it, and he fell away. After a brief stalemate, everyone went crazy, and an earth-shattering battle broke out. The land war demon swallows the sun and the moon, walks proud of the world, the demon body is magnified thousands of times, and the huge demon palm is swept out, knocking out the stone grinding beast attacking him. The blood of the stone man flowed, the stone grinding beast roared, shaking the rivers and mountains, thousands of miles of surrounding areas collapsed, and the ancient mountains collapsed like a tsunami. Lu Zan, why do you keep staring at me, you old man? The sharpening stone beast was furious. I am very vengeful, you are the first person to stop me from taking the mirror of 3 emperors, prepare to fall. You want to kill me, do you think you are the Little Stone Emperor? The stone grinding beast was furious and rushed forward. The earth-shattering war broke out, and the world created by the Stone Man King collapsed and reorganized. The worlds of both of them reopened the world several times, chaotic and misty, and extremely tragic. Boom! Lu Zan grabbed a dragon horn on the stone sharpening beast's head, twisted it vigorously, and with a crisp click, the sharp stone dragon horn broke, and the stone sharpening beast let out a loud roar, splashing blood all over its head, piercing through terrifying wormholes in the universe. Kai! The stone sharpening beast almost took off Lu Zan's shoulders, grabbed a handful of stone human flesh, like a rock, extremely hard, with a large piece of golden blood, it was sent into the mouth with its sharp claws, it made a rattling sound, and swallowed it. All around, everyone was fighting desperately. From time to time, someone grabbed the 3 Emperor mirror, but no one succeeded. The battle between the Stone Crow and the 3-eyed Stone Man King was also very fierce. Both of them were dripping with blood, and the Stone Man's essence was dyed all over their bodies. After all, the Stone Crow of the living fossil level is like a land battle. Before he became famous in ancient times, now his body is extremely strong after recovery. With a loud bang, his whole body turned into a round of black sun, and a pair of sharp claws tore apart the big star world created by the 3-eyed Stone Man King. The entire bright starry sky was completely destroyed and turned into fly ash. Ah! With a shrill cry, the vertical eye on the forehead of the 3-eyed Stone Man King was pecked off by the ancient Calamity Star, and his face was horribly bloody. When he fought back with all his strength, and almost tore off one of the Stone Crow's wings, a large piece of stone feathers was pulled out, and the Stone Man's essence and blood flowed. Boom! The sky-defying fighter Shan Jun and Patriarch Xuankong were also fighting fiercely. Shan Jun tore apart the triple light curtain and smashed half of Patriarch Xuankong's face, almost imprisoning him with the Dao brand. Kai, Patriarch Xuankong returned the favor, and the golden holy sword pierced the heaven and earth with the supreme order of the gods, piercing through Shan Jun's right chest, breaking several stone human bones, and golden blood dripped all over the ground. This is an extremely tragic battle. The stone man Wang Zhengfeng may seem simple, but every movement contains the ultimate principle of heaven and earth, wielding the power of the supreme order god. The movement is the appearance, and the confrontation of the laws of Taoism is the essence. Every storage space here is filled with incomparable terrifying power. If there are not many remnants left in the 7 tombs, the battle here must have spread out, sweeping the wild land. The stone corpse and the nameless stone man king withdrew from the central storm and sneaked into the 7 tombs to search for the 7 magic stars. It wasn't that they didn't want to compete for the mirror of the 3 emperors, but that they both felt the threat of death and retreated temporarily. Boy, you are dead this time. The stone corpse blocked Xiao Chen and KK in a large tomb. At such a short distance, even with the Pangu stone token, it is impossible to completely hide the breath. Yeah, stinky stone. Kiki was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the stone corpse. The little beast shook its claws, and muttered, Kiki's profound meaning, the small bowl is the world. A 9-colored jade bowl spun around, zoomed in quickly, and clasped it on the stone corpse's head. It looked funny. The jade bowl was too small. It was a small bowl for Kiki, but it was just like a small wine cup for adults. But even after such a small wine cup was buckled on the stone corpse's head, it still played a role, quickly zoomed in, and really buckled it upside down. Roar! The stone corpse let out a ruthless roar, and the corpse quickly enlarged, swallowing the sun and the moon, as big as a mountain, and the 9-colored jade bowl was suddenly placed on top of his head like a small cap. He opened his huge mouth violently, and sucked in hard. Kiki let out a scream, and immediately sank in. How dare you! Xiao Chen was furious, and shot quickly. The divine map matched his body, shook the ancient scroll, and charged forward. 3 of the 5 kings of chaotic land inside had stone soldiers, a long stone spear, a simple holy sword, and a huge stone seal at the same time, hitting the stone corpse. Bang bang bang! The stone corpse was staggered by the trembling ancient scroll, and was hit by 3 stone soldiers. The blood of the stone man was spattered immediately, but there were no fatal wounds at all. Roar! With a loud roar, he showed a cruel smile, his body got bigger, he swallowed the sun, moon and stars, and then swallowed Xiao Chen in one gulp. Divine pictures and ancient scrolls are all treasures. It doesn't matter if you don't get the mirror of 3 emperors. If your body is combined with several holy objects, refining you will not be in vain. The stone corpse laughed wildly. After Xiao Chen was swallowed, he quickly released KK who was struggling to support her. Fortunately, the little thing hadn't been refined yet. What a smelly stone, KK muttered angrily. Don't worry. Xiao Chen didn't feel any fear, and protected his body with various war treasures, then took out the real steel, and said to himself, I don't believe you can refine it, I will blow you up. Someone told me that after writing for 200,000 years, it has already exceeded the agreement of 30,000 years. I was stunned when I heard it, because the original version of Kidian has no mistakes, and what I wrote is 10,000 years, not 100,000 years. Later, I found out the reason. It turned out that people who watched Dalian saw it for 100,000 years. Several people came to tell me that I made a mistake, and I was speechless.